$1. Wow. Well, I figured it would be more. So it was like,
It's because of its growth.
the Russian in me is like, ooh, like, the Lord, like, it's the, it was just.
So good morning, everyone. We have the second day of our international conference on the Cold War here at Corvinus University, Budapest. The first task today is to listen to our second keynote speaker, who actually was to be the first one, but you know about the change. So we are very glad to welcome Margaret Pigott, who is a professor, associate professor of Cold War history and director of undergraduates at the University of Alabama in the United States, of course. She completed her PhD in Russian history at the University of Texas in 2010. She has published 3 books and numerous articles in the field of Cold War cultural history and the history of propaganda, including Innocent Weapons, the Soviet and American politics of childhood in the Cold War. Her latest manuscript is entitled Voices Carry, Propaganda and Pretense in the Cold War Middle East, 1967. She's sending this manuscript, that's what we have here, to her agent as we speak.
I am, right now.
Very good. Okay, so thank you very much for coming, and now the floor is yours.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I have to put my glasses on. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. Thank you, Shaba. Thank you, Victoria Phillips, for inviting me and for getting me dialed into this incredible project that you guys are doing. Thanks to the Cold War History Research Center, to Corvinus University, and the Center for Social Sciences. We'll have to list all the people that make these things happen. The Wilson Center, the Cold War International History Project, and all the attendees at this wonderful conference, some of whom I had the joy to meet and discuss your exciting projects a couple days ago. You guys are amazing. You maybe don't know how amazing you are, but you really are doing incredible work, and I'm super impressed. And it's an honor to be here. I'm not talking about my next manuscript today. My next manuscript is on the history of propaganda in the Middle East in the second half of the 20th century. And I figured you guys, maybe you'd be interested in that, but instead maybe we would talk about something that's more topical and maybe more useful for you as researchers who are thinking about ways that you might move forward in doing your own Cold War history. So let's talk about let's talk about post-Cold War studies, the last 30 years, and how that might impact the ways that we would do our own Cold War history as historians. So the last time I was in Moscow, which was in 2019, my friend Marina told me that there were times when she missed the Cold War. She was like, there are times when I miss the Cold War. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you miss about the Cold War? And I asked her, and she pointed to the bottom of her shoe, which had a hole in it. And she said, the shoes I had in communist Russia, they weren't good, but at least they didn't have holes in them. And I laughed, and I was like, you maybe could have made that joke back in the 90s, but not now. Like you're just being lazy and you just won't go get yourself another pair of shoes, because I knew for a fact that there was a Payless shoe source right around the corner where she could get herself a decent pair of cheap shoes if she wanted. And she went, see, she replied, I can't even blame communism or capitalism anymore for my crappy life. So there's that. And it's true, that during the Cold War, which I actually lived through, I think the reason I became a Cold War historian was because I was convinced I wasn't going to make it to 30. It's true that we all lived under the terrifying shadow of the nuclear threat during the Cold War, but at least we knew who our enemies were. The Soviets, they had developed socialism, and in the United States, there was no terrorism industrial complex. There was, organized labor was actually an accepted part of the American landscape. The government had to get a warrant before they could tap your phone back in the days. College was cheap. And if you weren't the sort to blame the communists for everything that wasn't working in your life, you could always blame the capitalists. It was a moment to be nostalgic for, harkening back to what Tinniton talked about yesterday. Now, a lot has changed since then that has impacted how we think about the Cold War, or don't think about it, as the case may be. And that is what I want to talk about today. I want to talk first about the difficulties that people are having right now in defining what the post-Cold War world is. And second, I want to explore all the ways that the legacy of the Cold War created those difficulties. And then lastly, I want to look in the other direction and explore how the contested nature of our world now can maybe inform the ways that we do Cold War history when looking at the past. I want to argue that it's not just that the Cold War continues to shape how we understand the 30 years that have passed since the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's that the doing of bad Cold War history will continue to lead us down the wrong path in understanding who we are and where we are going. Managing two things at once. Okay, so first, what is the defining feature of the post-Cold War world? Is this an easy question? When was the last time, I'll ask you guys, that you actually glanced at the last chapter of a Western Civ textbook? I'm going to ask you, raise your hand if you've taught a modern Western Civ class or if you've TA'd, you've been a teaching assistant at any point in your life for a modern Western Civ European history course. Really? Okay, we got one. I started TAing in Western Civ, I think, second year of graduate school. So this is, and I teach it almost every semester, or certainly once a year now as a professor of European history at a university. Okay, so let me tell you, these textbooks are a thing, right? They're a massive industry, and they do a lot to define what the ways that we understand various epochs, the way that we understand periodization. These textbooks do. Now, when I was in high school in the 1980s, the last chapter of the textbook, the last chapter of that European Western Civ textbook was always the Cold War. That always was the last chapter. And that last chapter posited a world that was split in half by two great powers that were pitted against each other in this great ideological battlefield, defending two world systems. Both saw themselves as the logical outcome of the progressivist promise of the Enlightenment. Both saw the other as an aberration of nature, a defiling of human promise. Here's a picture from the famous Gerson Antel 1983 Western Civ textbook that lots and lots of people used back in the 1980s. And you can sort of see, right? This is me sparsing out pieces from the textbook. And I'll tell you guys, thank God for archive.org. Archive.org is an incredible resource if you've never used it as a researcher. I was able to track down all the Western Civ textbooks going back all the way through to the 60s. I pulled up and tracked down all of them from basically from the 90s on, and it was a really astonishing thing to see. Okay, so you can see that there's this divide being created, right, between the progressive West and the scary East. Now, when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, Francis Fukuyama famously declared that we had reached the end of history and the end of ideological divides that had defined the previous 70 years. The previous 70 years, that epoch is defined by ideological divides. Those are over. Fukuyama argued that we were embarking on a new era of liberal democracy, which had succeeded in surpassing the rival ideologies of modern monarchy, fascism, communism. And so we were, in Fukuyama's words, at the end point of mankind's ideological evolution, right? That's how he put it. There were still injustices, he conceded, but those were happening because of the incomplete implementation of the twin principles of liberty and equality, not because of problems inherent in the principles themselves. Now, we all love to scoff at Fukuyama's naivete. He's like the straw man that we all love to throw up and then punch at very hard. And I don't need to rehash how wrong Fukuyama was and how right people like William Appleman Williams were. Liberal democracy did not win against nationalism, rapacious neocolonialism, racism, ethnocentrism, demagogic power grabs by oligarchs in the East and the West, corruption, bad governance, the abuse of indigenous populations, weak and ineffective political institutions, environmental destruction, ethnic and religious divisions, a weak rule of law, and desperate profiteering. Nope, all those things are still with us, sorry. And in fact, it would increasingly appear as though the promised ideology of liberal democracy was frequently just a handy cover for all of these other vices. Now, okay, we punched at Fukuyama. Now, I got to admit, like myself, a child of the Cold War, Fukuyama can perhaps be forgiven for his hopefulness because I remember what it was like, what it felt like in 1991 and in 1989. I remember in 1989 sitting on my mother's lazy boy chair and she turning to me as we're watching the wall come down on on the TV screen, and she says, we need to go to Berlin tomorrow. We're buying a plane ticket and we're flying to Berlin tomorrow because we have to go see this. And I remember how hopeful those moments were. When I studied abroad for the first time in Russia, it was very newly Russia, in the summer of 1992, when there was nothing in any of the stores. It was total chaos. The only restaurants that were working were run by the mafia. Even then, there was this great hopefulness that we were embarking into some new experiment, that the liberal democracy had won, and we were going to be all, as a global nation, as a global world, moving towards something more beautiful, more fair. So I can forgive Fukuyama. Nonetheless, if we can concede that Fukuyama was wrong, how should we talk about the last 30 years? If the last 30 years were not the great advent of liberal democracy, then what was it? Or what is it? What has it been? What did we become if it isn't the happy land of liberal democracy? What is the defining feature of the post-Cold War era? Or have we been through more than one era, maybe, since the Cold War ended? Now, historians have certainly made an effort in the last 30 years to answer this question. And so let's go back to the textbooks, because the textbooks are the people who are telling the students of the next generation what defines this era, this epoch in the post-Cold War world. Now, I did some hunting, and by 1994, by 1991, the famous Spielvogel textbook comes up. Maybe you've not taught it, but you probably used it at some point as a student, definitely if you grew up in the United States. By 1994, there was a new chapter that came after the Cold War chapter, and that chapter was called globalism. So in the early 90s, the way that historians sought to define the post-Cold War epoch was in terms of globalism, interconnectedness, the rise of this new thing called the internet. In those years after the Cold War dust had settled, it appeared as though the grand East versus West divide that defined the world was gone, replaced by a global order that knew no boundaries, led by the one remaining superpower, the United States, who would hopefully promote democracy and the creation of an interwoven and interdependent global unit bound together by shared interests across a massive economic stratosphere. So that's the pitch, right, that happens in 1994. Then I found all these textbooks. It's an amazing thing to see. In 2001, the chapter changes. The last chapter in all of the Western Civ books changes. A new chapter appears, and it has titles like Old and New Threats and The Troubled Present. And it now appeared as though there perhaps was a new enemy, a new divide, or what Bernard Lewis called a very old divide between the Western tradition and the East, right? The great clash of civilizations argument, with all of its racist Orientalist stereotypes, tying Islam to backwardness and violence, right? This is post 9/11. As soon as 9/11 happens, the textbook shifts. Now, most of these textbooks argued that globalism was to blame for the rise of Islamic fundamentalism, not the Cold War, arguing that men like Osama bin Laden lashed out against the United States and the global forces of the liberal democracy because their Islamic beliefs called for religious world domination. The legacy of Cold War interventions and post-colonial exploitation by the West in the Middle East took a backseat to the idea that Islamic fundamentalism was caused by the modern phenomenon of globalism, a phenomenon that the United States encouraged, of course, with only the purest interests at heart. So this is the argument that gets made. It's astonishing. Even by 2001, we can see the Cold War starting to fade as having a causal force, being a causal force in the creation of this new post-Cold War epoch. Then it changes again. Sometime in the 2010s, the last chapter of the textbook changes. This time labeling the post-Cold War world as the era of identity politics. And this, to this day, is generally the last chapter of the textbook, after the Cold War chapter. Students now learn that in the last 30 years, we've witnessed the rise of individual and group identity politics as the defining feature of the era. We see this in the rise of positive movements that are interested in defending the rights of persecuted populations, like the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, and the Pride movement. As the story goes, the grand liberationist ideologies of liberal capitalism or communism that promised freedom for everyone stopped carrying much meaning sometime in the 1970s, and everyone splintered into more narrowly defined identity politics. The failure of would-be revolutions and big state-led reforms encouraged more people to focus instead on improving the lives of specific groups like racial minorities, women, or queer folks. They were joined by people who attached themselves to varying ethnic, regional, and religious identities, who were also disillusioned by the promise of national identity and have splintered off in pursuit of a more authentic form of representation. The simultaneous rise of ultranationalism that we see happening across the globe today is a response, they say, both to globalism and to these splintering identities, both of which are seen as a threat to national sovereignty and national identity. We see this happening in Brexit, the right-wing nationalist movements of the Proud Boys in the United States, the LDPR in Russia, and many others. But of course, this too is just an expression of identity politics, these textbooks argue. They are loath, I should add, to look for the Cold War causes of this phenomenon. People express their identity in lots of ways, through violence, protests, social media, referendums, and through what they purchase, right, the stuff they buy. Now, a couple of things are worth noting in the majority of these textbooks. First, and these ones that are just being published now, everyone is loath to connect the rise of identity politics, like I said, to the Cold War. They cite the forces of globalism, or in the case of Perry, they argue that this is just a reflection of the Enlightenment's steady progress towards more human rights. No one, except perhaps David Imhoff, who, by the way, is a great Austrian historian, is willing to acknowledge how the collapse of ideology at the end of the Cold War, which had been the glue that held populations together, created a splintering where political activism and growth now centered on the securing of rights for specific groups of people defined by their shared race, gender, age, or socioeconomic status. And I'll come back to this in a minute. The second thing you don't see, aside from Inhofe, who's doing something really impressive in the textbooks, is any acknowledgement of the power of those right-wing nationalist movements that they are wielding around the world now. Instead, the West is, in these textbooks, is still pitted against the other, the outsider, not against itself. Right? The West is never threatened by its own self-destructive nature. Now, there would be a possibility, of course, right now, of returning to the old East versus West bipolar model of understanding the world, with much of the world rallying against the Russian Federation and its invasion of Ukraine. This is the language of the new Cold War, which we see being trotted out daily on the news. It could theoretically work to bring populations back together in a shared fear and loathing for the distant Eastern enemy, a comfortable kind of antagonism, something we've been doing for a long time. Interestingly, however, it would appear that identity politics is still winning out. It's still making the chapter. The textbook writers have to decide what they're going to put in the last chapter. They're still leaning on identity politics. They don't seem to be returning back to the old Cold War language. You can see nationalist groups, particularly in the United States, actually supporting Putin, right, as a means to promote their own personal and group agendas. So that's what we see. Now, I did something that you guys are welcome to tear apart because it was just a thought experiment. That's what keynote addresses are for. I decided to take these models that I just picked, these last chapters, and try to put them into something visual. So, here's the Cold War. Okay, seriously. We all know it's not the Cold War. Everyone in this room is a Cold War historian. We've all read our Otto and Westad. We know that this isn't the Cold War. But nonetheless, this is how it's pitched, right? And certainly this is how it's pitched in the textbooks. When we get to 1991, there's no more Soviet Union in there, and we've just got the United States leading the grand push towards globalism and liberal democracy. When we get to the War on Terror and 9/11, okay, we're back to having a polarized world, right? With the Muslim world on one side and the Judeo-Christian world pitched on the other. Of course, still led by the United States. And now here we are, identity politics. Nobody's in charge. Everybody's defending the particular rights of the particular groups that they feel that are sort of tied to their own personal identity. Okay, so these are the models that I generated. Now, each textbook in these pictures has effectively rewritten the history of the past 30 years, if you think about it, in an attempt to label the defining features of the era. So which one is it? I mean, if you were I'm going to ask you, if you were writing the last chapter of this textbook, what would you call it? Would you call it something else entirely? Would you give it some other name? Would you call it the age of the internet or something like that? All of these chapters discuss the internet, by the way, and the smartphone as a symptom of globalism. They all talk about it as a symptom of globalism. But of course, it's also a builder of identity, right? The internet is a builder of identity politics. That's what social media is for. Would you argue that 9/11 was also a symptom of globalism and identity politics? So what does that last chapter look like? So I want you to think for a minute about what model is most accurate. Which one would you choose? Or maybe you choose something else. Okay, you all got it? All right, so I think you're right. I just would like you to know I agree with you entirely. And that is because I think they're all right. In fact, I want to argue that all of these models can find their roots in the Cold War, even if every single one of these chapters are loath to admit it. And in fact, what's really ironic here is that regardless of the model you choose, the roots of that model are all found in the Cold War, despite the fact that all of the chapters seem very loath to admit that all of the roots of themselves are actually sitting in the Cold War. So I want to talk about that. That's sort of the second thing I want to talk about today. Let's take the globalism model. If this is the model you embraced, you can see very clearly how the Cold War made that happen. You would trace the roots of our globalized world to the creation of a global economy during the Cold War, right? So if you're going to try to track how the Cold War made globalism happen, born from the struggle to win markets on each side, maybe you'd conjure your William Appleman Williams. The creation of global communications networks, largely by wealthy state entities, at least in part to maintain those defensive and trade networks, that helped make globalism happen. You would look back to the arms and space races to trace the rise of satellite communications and global positioning systems. Even ChatGPT, which is the bane of our new globalized existence, has its roots in the massive military and computational spending that was done by the U.S. Defense Department that financed the first ARPANET, right? So all of it, theoretically, right, arguably could be found, right? The Cold War made globalism happen. So yes, I agree with you if you chose that model. Cold War commitments to intelligence gathering, surveillance, and information management also contributed to the development of digitization in the globalization model. Now, you would look back to the culture wars as well. And I should go back. Oh, in that previous slide, you'd also might look back to the culture wars. You might look back to understanding globalism. You might look back to Martha Graham, and you might look back to the tours of the Tutankhamun sarcophagus that made its tour around the world. That too was a part of Cold War politics, right? So there's this globalized movement of culture, the co-colonization of the world that's also happening. So all of that's going. Now, if you instead embrace the argument that we're still in a world defined by grand divisions of systems, maybe that's the one you want to argue. Maybe you don't want to argue that we've become a globalized world. Maybe you still want to argue that we are a world divided by grand systems, by religions, by cultures. You absolutely can see the force of the Cold War in making that happen too. Maybe you are one of the rare people that agrees with Bernard Lewis and Samuel Huntington. You really need to rethink yourself if you are. That the world is still defined by the grand clash of civilizations. As was once posited by those who believed in the clear ethical delineation of communism against capitalism as an existential battle for civilization. So that idea of the world divided by systems that are pitted against each other, it's actually defended in many ways by this idea that this clash of civilizations idea. It's just a different kind of system that's pitted against itself. But even if you don't agree with Lewis and Huntington, the idea that the modern world you might acknowledge the Cold War did create profound divisions of large socioeconomic systems is still very much there. You might write a trite letter to Bernard Lewis, in fact, not the first he's received, I'm sure, reminding him that because of the Cold War, the Middle East and Asia were ravaged by proxy wars, by arms proliferation, by the propping up of brutal dictators and the assassination of democratically elected leaders, political instability, economic sanctions, international isolation, the West's manipulation of ethnic and sectarian tensions in the Middle East, and massive power vacuums that provided fertile ground for extremist groups who no longer believed in the false promises of Western secular modernization and development. All of it, of of course, just to cover up for imperialism. At least that's what you might say in your trite letter to Bernard Lewis. And all of that we can also see in the Cold War. All of that. Now, if you chose the identity politics chapter, if you said, no, the last chapter is definitely about identity, that's definitely the defining feature of our epoch, how would you trace this new era back to the chapter before it, back to the Cold War chapter? You might point first to the decolonization and the non-alignment movement, the places and people and movements where people refused to buy into the designated ideological identities that they were expected to choose. You might argue that the language of identity became instrumentalized by the Cold War, as both sides sought to exploit ethnic, religious, and cultural identities to gain support and weaken the influence of their adversary. Moreover, the American and Soviet hunt for consensus and allegiance during the Cold War helped identity politics to happen because it forced American and Soviet leaders to acknowledge the needs and interests of populations at home and abroad that had otherwise been overlooked. American civil rights legislation, for instance, would arguably not have happened in the United States had the optics of black children being attacked by hoses and dogs in Birmingham, Alabama, not been such a problem for U.S. optics around the world on the global stage. The Cold War era galvanized identity politics and provided a platform for marginalized groups to assert their identities and demand equal treatment. Oh, I'm going backwards. Sorry. Here we go. I wanted to show you guys all these pictures. The Cold War also created environmental disasters that helped identity politics to come into existence, that forced people to see themselves as humans living on a precarious planet. From nuclear detonations came the awareness of the horror that such bombs could unleash. Satellites and space missions provided a new perspective on the Earth as a fragile and interconnected system. Images of the Earth from space, such as the iconic blue marble photograph, fostered a sense of planetary consciousness, and they emphasized the need for global environmental stewardship, which has become such a key part of identity politics in the 21st century. The mantra of ideological existential threat that came from the US and Soviet governments for 70 years laid the foundation for the rabid nationalism that also provides identity for millions to this day and continues to feed into things like the anti-critical race theory legislation that makes it illegal to discuss America's troubled racist past in much of that country right now. It was under the shadow of the Cold War that the threat of dangerous ideologies justified the stifling of free speech, academic freedom, and critical inquiry, and the viewing of hard historical inquiry as a threat to traditional values. The history textbook may seem to ignore how the 90s defined, or how our previous decades, the last 30, have defined the post-Cold War era, but in reality, we can see the legacy of the Cold War in all of those models. The truth is that all of these chapters work just fine coming after the Cold War chapter in the textbook because the Cold War made them all happen. Okay, so this creates another problem. If the Cold War made all these models happen, then which one do we choose again, right? Or is there something else? Is there some other system? Is there some other way of pitching that last chapter that we need to be reconsidering? Perhaps the difficulties that the textbooks have in defining the Cold War, the post-Cold War era, is a product of our difficulties in actually understanding the Cold War itself. Maybe the reason we can't decide what the last 30 years have been is because we can't decide what the 70 years before that were. If you think about it, these confusing jumps in understanding what we've become since 1991, these many ways of understanding, is it not working? Oh, there we go, sorry. These many ways of understanding the last 30 years, either as one globalized system or a binary system or a multipolarized system, all of them, which of course are wrapped up in, they actually parallel the debates in our field, if you think about it, right? Are we a globalized system? Are we a binary system? Are we a multipolar system? All of those actually parallel the debates in our field of Cold War history over how to think about the Cold War, right? People have been pitching at different ways of thinking about the Cold War now for a long time. And they've been pitching basically those three models. Was the Cold War a battle of communism or capitalism? Or was it a whole set of global and domestic interactions that belied that polarized view? Was it really about ideology, or were deeper currents sprung from the search for economic and cultural power really running the show? Was it a story whose dimensions were largely determined by men at the heights of governmental power, or were regular people, all of whom had different identities and priorities, able to shape that period in incalculable ways? Whose stories do we hear, and whose are silent? And how can we understand that period from 1945 to 1991 as an era that cannot be defined solely as the Cold War? Right? So all of these questions come up here. And I think depending on how you answer the ones I just asked, you will answer that earlier question differently. Now, these questions have parallels in the era I want to argue that we inhabit now. Whatever you want to call it. Whatever last chapter you've decided on, they absolutely have parallels in the era that we inhabit now. Are we bifurcated? Are we split in two down the old Hobbes versus Locke debate over the need for a strong state to protect man from being wolf to man, or the need for liberty to protect the social contract that we keep with each other? We're still fighting that same old fight. What forces are really driving the world we inhabit now? Is it really ideology, or would we be better talking about taking a materialist perspective on the question and following the money? Who's telling their story, and who is inhabiting the silences? Who's not telling their story? Who's running the show? Is it the rising power of the state, or is it the multinational corporations that give no figs for national boundaries? Or is it the global environmental movement or the Black Lives Matter movement? We might scoff at this last suggestion that the Black Lives Matter movement is somehow shaping the world, but anyone who lived in the United States in 2020 can attest to the power that the Black Lives movement and the death of George Floyd had in rallying populations around the world. So yeah, those very questions, those very models are going to determine how we answer the questions of who we are now. Now, thinking carefully about what that last chapter in the textbook should look like is not just an intellectual exercise. I think it is a question that matters, and I'm going to give you two reasons why. First, it emphasizes what's in this last chapter. It emphasizes the value in remembering how the Cold War shaped the world that we inhabit now, and the object lessons that the Cold War has to teach in the decisions that we make now, and the need to see those connections when thinking about what we have become. Now, already, we can see journalists and social scientists increasingly forgetting the Cold War as a causal force in our world. I'll give you an example of how the Cold War is being forgotten that's related to the work we are actually doing in the history of the CARE organization. This is a group that's meeting actually starting tomorrow over at OSA. And we're working on, and you guys have maybe Dr. Phillips has told you about this, but we're researching the history of the CARE organization. Remember CARE packages, which was a humanitarian, nonprofit, non-governmental group out of the United States that was responsible for providing aid to Europe after the Second World War, eventually becoming a global force for aid around the world in the decades that followed. Okay, so here's an example of people forgetting the Cold War. In 2010, 13 years ago, the historian Brian Urquhart argued that humanitarian aid was apolitical. Yeah, he did. He argued that humanitarian aid was apolitical after the Second World War. He said that the help to the refugees and to reconstruct war-shattered countries was a genuine, decent, honest effort that had nothing to do with politics. He called these the innocent days, when humanitarian aid was dictated by the needs of the afflicted, not by political interests. Urquhart argued, and this is just in 2010, that somewhere around the year 2000, such non-political largesse died, sadly. In the year 2000, killed by, in his words, the rising importance of warlords. The international sponsors of humanitarian aid are no longer dealing with more or less responsible governments like they did during the post-World War II years, he argued. Now, instead, since 2000, humanitarians, of course, have become a resource with people manipulating it as never before. This is the argument that he makes. Oh, sorry. I meant to show you guys the piece from his... Do I have it in there? Oh, shoot. I meant to show you the slide from him. Anyway, maybe I do have it in there. No, I don't. Okay. I'm sorry. I must have deleted the slide. So, yeah, so this is an article he wrote where he argued that post-World War II, humanitarian aid was apolitical and decent, and it only became political and indecent in the year 2000. I can tell you, having worked in this project, and you can talk to anyone else who's going to be at this roundtable this afternoon, that is absolutely wrong. That there is nothing apolitical about humanitarian aid in the Cold War period. It is absolutely fraught with political tension. And it's a key place where the Cold War is being waged. And yet, because the Cold War is getting forgotten, you have people arguing that all of a sudden, humanitarian aid got political and dangerous in the year 2000. That's a really dangerous way to think about history, right? So this is happening. This is a convenient model, but having worked this semester, I'm here to tell you it's just wrong. Urquhart's assessment forgot the Cold War. It fails to see how the Cold War was deeply embedded in global non-profit humanitarianism, and that it was what arguably killed humanitarianism. That the Cold War was what killed humanitarianism as an innocent, apolitical ideal, just like the Cold War killed peace. Right? The Cold War killed the idea of peace. It killed the idea of humanitarianism as being anything other than a political tool. So if you don't keep tracing the modern world back to the Cold War, we make massive mistakes in understanding the larger scope of the crises, the temporal scopes and the geographic scopes of the crises that define us now. Now, the second reason why it matters that we think carefully about the last chapter in the textbook is that the world we are in now, and that we tie the Cold War to it, is that the world we are in now can offer avenues, I think, for research and methodology for the ways that we think about doing Cold War history. A lot of this groundwork has been laid out by scholars already, but I would challenge you, particularly the students who are working in Cold War history now, to think for a moment about your current research and ask yourself, how am I tackling these modern phenomena that we see defining us now? How am I thinking about globalism in my project? Am I thinking about the small story I'm telling as a part of a larger global moment or a larger global force? Could I be paying more attention to global and local forces in the shaping of my study, including the flow of money, for instance, right? Or the flow of information. How is information happening? How is what you're working on, even if it's in the Arctic, how is what you're working on a part of a larger global process? But at the same time, how maybe could I pay attention to identity politics? How could I think about how identity politics is shaping the world that the project that I'm working on? How different groups are actually seeing themselves and identifying themselves by smaller categories, and how those categories of race and ethnicity and shared community are shaping what defines the Cold War in that particular moment, and then how it shapes the story. So actually what I'm saying is, let's take the identity politics chapter and throw it into the past and see if we can actually follow identity politics back into the Cold War. And, I think that I definitely am of the school that ideology was largely not real during the Cold War. It was certainly not in the world of policy making. That ideology was often used as a people believed in it, certainly, but I definitely am in that school of Cold War historiography that believes that there were bigger forces shaping how policy got determined by and large during the Cold War. But ideology did matter. That doesn't mean it didn't matter. Ideology did shape people. This notion of a divided, bifurcated world that split into two absolutely did matter during the Cold War. Can you think about what it would mean to think about the world in a bifurcated way when you study your project? What would that notion of living in a polar universe do to the people who are living in that space that you're studying now? So what I'm suggesting here is take these last chapters, these models that the last chapters have given us, and throw them back into whatever it is you're studying. Just as us in this room want to defend the history that we study as critical in understanding the world we inhabit today, so too, I think, can we look closely at the issues that are defining us now to reflect more carefully on the past that we study. All right, and that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Margaret, for this wonderful and very exciting, very meaningful, also absolutely fascinating presentation. So, and also I cannot stand mentioning that this is the kind of style I like. When somebody's presenting something, this was really a performance. So that's exactly what we need at such conferences.
Well, thank you.
So thank you very much. I'm very pleased. I'm hoping that the audience would agree with me, but then it's up to the audience.
No, come at me.
To
Fight me.
ask questions, make comments, and please, now the floor is yours.
Yeah.
We have the microphone also, so we would have a couple of 20 minutes to discuss all these very important problems, and I hope it will generate questions and comments.
Hi, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. I mean, you really have my mind spinning.
I asked more questions than I gave statements. I know.
You know, as you know, I am just drawn to the apolitics and the apolitical arguments of the Cold War, whether it's culture, humanitarianism, or anything else.
Right.
But I was really curious about the kind of the politics of money. And whether these textbooks look at all at financial crises, particularly the 2008 crisis, and how, if that factors in to these histories and economic cycles factor in. You mentioned the shoe and a little bit about money, but is the idea of a common currency looked at all? The implications of the British not going into the common currency, which we're seeing now, and also this kind of rampant borrowing cycle, and the kind of the use of math wizardry to make these models that pretty much imploded the system.
Yeah. So no, those are great questions. So for the most part, you know, these are the big textbooks. These are Cengage and Palgrave Macmillan. If you didn't grow up in the United States, you maybe don't know this, but these are the sort of the printers of textbooks in English for the world, and certainly in the United States, they are, you know, they're borderline monopolies, and they are very much they pitch the 2008 collapse as yet just another ebb and flow. As another part, you know, just yet another cycle. Oh yeah, there was a financial collapse. You know, there were people who were borrowing money to. Of course, it's always blamed on the people who were borrowing the money, not the lenders who were lending, making those horrible loans. But yeah, so they basically say there were people who were borrowing beyond their means, and the rooster came home to chickens came home to roost, and they lost everything. But you know, we're picking up. You know, things are coming back. And then when it comes to the Brexit stuff, the Imhoff is the grand exception of this. And if anyone has to teach Western Civ soon, I really would highly recommend that book because it deals with it in a more thoughtful way. But for the most part, Brexit is seen as another like a Brexit and the refusal of Britain to move away from sort of the European Union and you know, the currency issues. It's seen as a symptom of British national identity, like the preservation of British national identity, not necessarily as, you know, as the way I sort of see it, as a really sort of sad chapter in British history. So it's whitewashed largely. It really does, particularly in these identity politics chapters now. What you see is Brexit looks like it fits right in with the rise of Donald Trump and the rise of nationalism. It fits in that story. Yeah.
Thank you very much. In the back, please. Yes, microphone.
Thank you for your presentation. It's really interesting criticism of the textbooks that you analyzed. I wonder what the study of the textbooks as such tell us about what the rest of the world, the non-American, maybe not Western world, thinks in terms of where the world is going and how to interpret the history of the Cold War in the light of what's happening nowadays.
You know, so I didn't look at I didn't look at any Hungarian textbooks, mostly because I don't read a drop of Hungarian, and I didn't look at any Russian textbooks, at least not in any kind of a systematic way. Although I have looked at them in passing because I'm a Russian historian, and what you see in the Russian textbooks, you guys already know this story, right? The Russian textbooks have become I mean, I hope it's safe to say this, right? The Russian textbooks have become just hyper-nationalist, really, really, the return of Stalin as sort of the grand maker of modern Russia, and the heroic narrative of the Great Patriotic War, and the rise of fascism in the West, particularly in Ukraine. So that's what you see in the Russian narratives. I'd be interested to see, I'd be interested to look maybe at what the French and the British are doing. I don't know if the French and the British use textbooks the way that Americans do. I know that the British sometimes, that the Palgrave Macmillan and Cengage both have big major printing offices in London. And I think that those textbooks are printed very much and given to British students. Now, what the French see, for instance, I just don't know. But thank you.
Yes, in the back, please.
Hi, thank you so much for such a thought-provoking presentation, and I really appreciated the Arctic shout-out.
Oh yeah, that was for you.
So, love it. So you talked about these Western civilization courses and these textbooks that are very much rooted in the academy. And I was wondering, how do you see the stakes of your project larger? Outside of the academy and policy and global or kind of international discourse and things like that. I was wondering if you could kind of speak to the point of this larger rethinking and who you want it to communicate to.
Well, so today I'm trying to communicate to you who are Cold War historians, right? So very much the reason I gave this talk today is because I would really like everyone in this room to be aware of how history is getting taught, and to be really thinking about the ways that your own scholarship can potentially be impacted by thinking about what that looks like. But I think the larger question, right? There's another reason why this really matters, and that's because there's entire generations of people studying these books, and there are major ethical and moral questions brought in when one sits down, and we all know this. I don't know how many of you work in the history of education and childhood, but I do, and it matters a lot, the ways in which we indoctrinate our children. And if we are indoctrinating our children to think in terms of the clash of civilizations, God forbid, which, by the way, is pretty much what the Texas textbooks would like us to do, the textbooks that are now coming out of Texas, which, by the way, is the state of Texas is the major that determines largely what textbooks the rest of the country and what the rest of the United States will use. We see in Texas and in Florida, which is the other major textbook producer, because those have the biggest school systems in the country, they are turning towards these really dangerous clash of civilizations narratives that pitch law and order, the preservation of law and order against anyone who would potentially threaten that law and order, even if they're trying to defend their civil liberties. And we see this crisis happening left and right. And in fact, there's legislation being passed in my own state. I think it happened like yesterday, and that's going to make it so that students will be fed that narrative in their textbooks. Now, you might be like, well, this is higher education. This is university, and at the university we can do what we like. And I'm sorry to tell you, if you're not an American and you haven't heard this story, that is sadly just not the case anymore. And in the United States now, university professors are increasingly being watched for their curriculum, for what they assign. We are being watched to see if we're teaching, a legitimate real history of slavery in the United States, for instance, which we're supposed to not teach anymore because it somehow makes people uncomfortable. And I have a lot of foul language associated with that, which I'm not going to do because I'm on camera. So yeah, and sadly, that's the world that we are terrifyingly returning to. So yeah, what's at stake? That's at stake, And so yeah, we need to be tracking the ways that those models are being framed. When you read a textbook as a child, or even as an undergraduate, right, even as an 18-year-old, you're not thinking about the apparatus that goes behind the construction, the larger sort of political apparatus that goes behind the construction of that textbook. They don't think that way. They haven't learned enough to think that way yet. And so, you end up with things like January the 6th. I just said it. There, I said it. Yeah.
Please, here, on the right.
Thank you so much for your speech. I was wondering, what do you think about the use of Cold War analogies nowadays, and whether, especially when it comes to China, for example, U.S.-China relations, and if these textbooks in the last chapter already mentioned
They
this
do.
analogy, and if this is a symptoms of a sort of superficial understanding of the Cold War?
So those are two questions, right? So the first question is, where is China in the story? Is that a question?
Yeah.
So China's, I think, only going to start showing up soon as yet another boogeyman for the West to be afraid of, and maybe they have every reason to be, maybe that is where certainly that's where the new sort of, I think, arguably where one of the new big centers of power is now going to lie in the world. And so China has become a really critical place to pay attention to, but they don't show up for the most part in the books that I looked at, even in the ones that were published most recent, the ones that I was able to find most recently, in 2019, not there. But I think it's coming. I think that's coming. And then the second question was,
I was wondering, do you think, if it's coming, do you think these historians will use Cold War analogies?
No. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that they're not using Cold War analogies for anything. In fact, they're forgetting that the Cold War happened. What's shocking is that you get through this Cold War chapter, and then it's like there's this membrane separating the two, and you move on to the next chapter, and there's no acknowledgement that the world that we have inhabited for the last 30 years was shaped, indefinably and entirely by what came before it. It's just bad history. Yeah, Kiera.
I was just so obviously this all kind of comes down to the idea that these textbooks can be pretty reductive, right?
Yeah.
Because they also only seem to consider one of each of these rather than all of it together. And I was just wondering if you had ideas about what the alternative to that is. Like, what does that look like in terms of teaching history?
So I can tell you that my colleagues increasingly are not using a textbook. Like, that's the way we're getting around it, is just by refusing to assign them. Now, you got to give some grace to the poor textbook writers, right? If you've ever tried to do something massive and synthetic, like a Western Civ textbook that goes from the French Revolution to now, in 300 pages, you're gonna have to be reductive in order to get there. You're gonna give one sentence to the cultural Cold War. You're gonna give one sentence to the space race, or maybe you give a paragraph, to the space race. The Hungarian Revolution, it gets 3 sentences. That's what it gets. So that's what happens, right? So maybe we can give them a little bit of grace, but I don't know what I would make it look like. I think that Imhoff is doing something smart, because he is actually he's at least saying really explicitly in this small textbook that he wrote that we can really he's tracing earlier forces to explain the moments that we see ourselves living in now. How many of you were like, yeah, it's identity politics? Feel free to raise your hand. How many of you were like, yeah, it's identity politics? Really? Nobody? Was everybody at globalism? I asked you guys to decide which one it was. If it wasn't that, which one was it? If you were like, neither, I disagree with all of it, then what did you decide on? I'm getting glassy eyes, just like when I teach. Yes?
Like nation states. Nation states and non-balance.
Okay. So that's the 19th century. That's what the textbooks do in the 19th. That's how they characterize the 19th century, right? The rise of the nation state. And in the globalism chapters, you see the argument that the nation state is collapsing, right, and being replaced by the rise of the multinational corporation. So that's the globalism argument, that you've moved from, you got to show change over time in a textbook. You can't just sort of say it's always nation states, because that doesn't sell. So you have to show change over time. So yeah, I mean, nation states maybe work. Seriously, raise your hand if you were like, yep, I would pick globalism as my last chapter. Yes? Yeah? Probably? Are you guys like, no, I just decided not to think about it, even though she told me to? So I think it's a tough question. It's very hard when you're trying to teach in front of 240 students with a mic, and 3 teaching assistants. It's really hard to hit these things in nuanced ways. I have found that myself as a lecturer now, like for the most part, my job is to just get people angry and to get people to shake people up and get them to sort of see the danger of being an ahistorical being. Like it's really dangerous to be ahistorical. If you don't remember your history, not only are you bound to repeat it, but you're bound to inflict it upon everyone else around you too. So yeah, you have to hang on to that stuff, and that's basically the big pitch, day after day after day. That, and we have to remember the people who died, because that's the only way we can show honor to them. And you're going to die too. I say that as well. You're going to die as well.
Yeah. Here? No. Okay. And then
thank you for the talk and this, I think, really engaging discussion. I think something that you were just saying about lecturing and trying to hit nuance and to get students to think not ahistorically and think about history in ways that impact their lives. I'm kind of thinking about like, are these kinds of narratives or kind of unifying themes or textbooks at all, like particularly helpful pedagogical tools when we're trying to get students to think about stories maybe that are impactful to them, that you can try and get at personal understandings of history that help them to see the nuance, help them to see, these problems we think are new are not new. And so I guess I'm kind of curious, like, and you've also mentioned like a lot of your colleagues aren't using textbooks anymore. So like, is there a way that maybe we can move away from these attempts that kind of flatten, all of Western civilization, kind of even whatever that might be.
Whatever that is, right?
Into 300 pages. Like, are there other ways that we can think about structuring courses, talking about history that offer more nuance for students to help them think in this kind of grounded historical way?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great question. And I'm really excited that we're talking about teaching right now. Like, I think that's great because hopefully a lot of you will become teachers. For me, the way that I work around it is by giving, you give sort of the dates and then, you give sort of the basic stuff so they have a basic handle and then immediately move into telling stories. Like immediately move into the telling of stories. And it's almost always not the stories of rich white men, I gotta tell you. It's almost not those stories. Those stories you can find in almost any book you want, right? Those are the people who've been telling the story for a long, long time. And I think that when you look in the periphery at the stories of people who have found ways to exercise agency, right? So you're looking for ways that people have not just been victims of their universe, right? But have found ways to exercise agency, have found ways to navigate their world, to make sense of their world. How do people do that? The closer you get to actually letting a student connect in a personal way to the past, right? And it can't just be the stories of white men. I mean, I have to say, like, as a woman, and I'm a white woman, right? So I'm still privileged, but as a woman, I find that if I hear that too much, I get annoyed because I don't see myself in those stories anymore. And I can only imagine that if I were a person of color, that would be even worse, And so it's really important that everyone in the room see avenues not just of persecution, but of agency and power for who they are and who their people were, going back. And as soon as you can connect folks to the past in a personal way, that's when they fall in love with history. That's when they fall in love. That's when they become history majors. I mean, if you think about it, why did you become a history major? Right. I read the Gulag Archipelago, and that did it for me.
Okay, thank you. And there was one short question and one short answer.
Sorry.
Yeah, because we are a bit late already.
Apologies.
No. Okay, fine.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I'm just trying to shorten my questions. So
okay.
I'm curious about the knowledge production behind these textbooks. So are these strictly politics driven, or there are like, so what forces, like for example, you mentioned the Florida and Texas states that dominates the market as far as I could understood. So what is it? Sorry.
So the state legislatures have to approve textbooks. And so the publishing companies will hire authors to write textbooks that will be approved by those very, very conservative legislatures. And then over the course of time, new editions will get produced, and each edition will basically replicate and repeat the mistakes of the previous version. So it's a compounding problem.
Okay, thank you very much. So again for this wonderful presentation and the questions, and also the great answers to the questions. So again, congratulations on your presentation. Thank you.
I'm excited to hear your talk.
And now we should move to the first panel of today. So I'm asking my colleague Christopher Walsh to chair this panel, and also the members of the first panel, please come up here and have your seats, and then you will get the instructions from the chair from now on. You want to sit with us? Normally we have five. It's already good. Okay, stay.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Walsh. I'm a colleague of Csaba Békés here at the Department of International Relations here at Corvinus University. And before we dive into our panel, Central Europe and the Cold War, I would like to briefly introduce you to a brand new publication of Csaba with the title Hungary's Cold War, International Relations from the End of World War II to the Fall of the Soviet Union. I was already happy to read the introduction of this book, and it also received excellent reviews from 4 reviewers altogether. And Csaba, I hope in our library the book will be around soon. It's available already. And now for the public today, I can just circulate it and you can have a look at the book here. Yes. I may sit down. We have today 4 contributors. We are a bit behind in time, but on the other side, I really enjoyed the interactive component of the keynote also. So I may ask our participants, if possible, 15 minutes for your presentation, that we have time for the discussion after. In terms of order, I just go as it is here in the program. Simon CWHRC from the University of Public Service here in Budapest is a PhD candidate, and his talk is the role of Central Europe in the Arctic. So I ask you to be the first presenter, please.
Thank you, Professor. Welcome, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm part of the Cold War History Research Center since 2017 as an intern, after a coordinator, and I'm as a research associate. So my research, my PhD research, is about the Arctic and the Arctic, changing of the Arctic. My main topic is the China and the US relations in the Arctic, but I have a subtopic which is part of this ministry's scholarship. And this research started half a year ago when one of my supervisors, General Chikai Tamás, asked me that this is a good topic, the Arctic, but Hungary doesn't have any connection to the Arctic. And I said, wait, General, there is connection, and I want to show you what I have unearthed so far. So Hungary is a landlocked country. We don't have any sea access since 1920, since the Trianon Treaty, the end of the First World War. And now I'm showing you the linear path that from the first historic events in 1882 until nowadays. Mainly I will talk about the Hungarian defense forces in Hungary, because my other research on the Czech Republic, Poland, and on Slovakia is in the next stage of my research. So the first one, why the Arctic is important. The Arctic is melting extremely rapidly in the last 20 and 30 years. And you can see in the picture that we are currently about this state, and there are new possibilities. Sea routes, the East-West Passage and the North-West Passage are opening up for shipping, global shipping, and that is a new phenomenon that Heather Conley, who is working in the Arctic Institute in Washington, have highlighted, that this is a stage of great power competition. Again, because the Cold War is over, the Arctic was very important in the Cold War, but now in another sense, especially with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, it's getting more and more important. So we go back a little bit to the time, and we go to Central Europe right now. So this was the Austro-Hungarian Empire back in the day, and Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Austria were also part of it. Those are the countries my research is mainly based on. And Hungary is the only part, and also Slovakia, two parts, that do not have a central government-related and supported Arctic research. Austria, the Czech Republic, and Poland, they have. Poland is a part of the Arctic Council, the only one in Central Europe, Central Eastern Europe. And after, I want to show you a big expenditure that the Austro-Hungarian monarchy did. In 1882, there was a research group who wanted to explore the Northeast Passage, that is the sea route that connects the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. That time, it was not known. They wanted to reach to China, to India, to Asia, but in another route, not in the southern route. And the Suez Canal was not yet built. So this is Franz Josef Land. And the Hungarian, Austro-Hungarian expedition, it basically explored the Franz Josef Land and named it after the ruler of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, Franz Josef I. So this was the expedition with the only one Hungarian participant, who was the doctor of the ship. And also we had other connection, because this is Count Zichy, who was a nobleman, and he founded a lot of part of this expedition. And this is the Franz Josef Land, and now we are in the 150th anniversary of that exploration. This was the doctor, the Hungarian doctor, Dr. Kepes Gyula, who was responsible for scientific discovery and also for medical duties. And that was the route that they went, but the ship, as you can see before, it was stuck in the ice, so they returned by dog sledges. And very interesting fact, the brothers of the father of the doctor and his grand uh, uh, son is Dr. Kepes András, who was the rector of Metropolitan University in Hungary, which is a private university in Hungary, and I also have some lectures in Metropolitan University. He's a professor, also a writer, and he's also a media man in Hungary. So that was one connection, and that another connection, as I saw you, this was the Greater Hungary before the First World War. Now we don't have any connection, and especially after that field, the Arctic exploration by physically it was completely done, and only in the academic field was Arctic discovery could be known. This is Professor Jenő Csolnoky, who wrote many books about the Arctic because that was the high time of Arctic exploration in the world stage. The only relation so far I have unearthed about the Cold War that this is a little bit pocket book of the Hungarian defense forces back then, and it had a little bit of a passage that said that winter warfare, but not winter warfare in Hungary, because we don't have minus 50, and there are some keyword tundra. There are no tundra in Hungary, but as the Hungarian army was part of the Soviet army, there was a possibility that the Hungarian soldiers should have or could have fight in the Arctic theater as well in case of a Third World War. And every soldier pocket there was this little book. There was a lot of kind of book that, for example, for the battalions, for Air Force, for Navy, for Marines as well. So there was a lot of like 5, 6, and only appeared in 1987. So before that, there was no mention of tundra, no mention of Soviet space, just only Hungary. But after that, it was included. Another nowadays exploration that Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó was invited in Norway for a conference. He was talking about 3 things that Hungary could contribute to Norway's Arctic policy, so not on his own, but to join an EU and not EU and NATO country. One is, this is the Hungarian oil company. They wanted to buy oil field in Siberia in 2016, but it was not successful. But also he emphasized green energy, electricity, and so on. But actually, it was just an invitation to this Norway conference. So it was not Hungarian government's own will to go there and support Arctic investment. As I was said, that there is no government-controlled role in the Arctic about Hungary. But we have participated in many military drills as part of NATO, part of the Trident Juncture. These are Hungarian soldiers who are responsible to operate this refueling station in Norway. And it was a very challenging task because just 1 meter under the ground, it was drinking water. So they had to be very careful installing this fuel station. As we can see, that fuel supply and logistics supply, very important in a war. If we can see the Ukrainian and the Russian war, without supplies, they were doomed. And another important is the CIMIC cooperation. I don't know if any of you knows what is CIMIC. It is civil and military cooperation. This is a keyword. Then the soldiers go to schools and elementary schools, and they go to the streets, and they tell people that why is this military drill is important, and why should they should not be feared, especially in the last one. It was 2022, when the Ukrainian war is already on the agenda. And the next one that I want to show you is the Hungarian forces, special forces, they were training with the American specialized team for winter warfare. Another thing, I like to have a book project in the upcoming years. It should be the first Arctic book in Hungary if we will do it. And as closing, this is the Northern Lights in Hungary, very, very rare a spectacle. This is the band of the Danube. These are the Northern Lights. It was taken 3 months ago. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Simon, for your insights on Hungary and the Arctic, Central Europe and the Arctic. We move on with the second presentation, and I have here, I hope I pronounce your name correctly, Lei Lexian.
Yeah, you can call me Leonard.
Leonard,
yeah.
Right. Leonard is an MA student at Central European University, and the title I can read here is The Mutual Receptions of Hungarian and Chinese Reformisms Around 1956. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So let me begin with explaining the title, Mutual Receptions of Hungarian and Chinese Reformists Around 1956. The reception I refer to is mainly perception. It's not diplomatic reception, which another panelist will then be discussing. Then why is it important to have the keyword reformism? Then I think it is because there is a wide used analytical framework for Cold War ideological studies. It's between a binary opposition between reformism and conservatism. For example, the Khrushchev thought was considered reformism. Prague Spring was, of course, reformism. Then Gorbachev's reform was titled as reform. And then, in contrast, Brezhnev's stagnation was conservative. The coup d'etat in 1991 was conservative, etc. So, my paper will be adopting this analytical framework of reformism and conservatism. And this phenomena, a binary opposition in the Cold War ideology, is a concurrent phenomenon, and it's not limited to Eastern Bloc countries or the Soviet Union. It also happened in China. For example, in 1979, the reform program was officially called Reform and Opening Up. Then why is it important to talk about the time period around 1956? One obvious reason is, of course, it was the year of the Hungarian Revolution, but it's also a period of intensive reformist events. For example, before the Hungarian Revolution, Khrushchev delivered a secret speech in February, and later in 1956, in September, the Communist Party of China held the 8th National Congress, which was a quite important threshold in the history of the People's Republic of China. And of course, accompanied by the Hungarian Revolution, there was events in Poland. So my presentation will be focusing on the kind of transnational entanglement or interaction between the cases for Hungarian and Chinese reformist movement, especially the revolution of 1956 and the spring of 1957 in China, which was a similar movement, but less known, at least in Western academia. So it started from Nachi's interest in the so-called 5 principles of peaceful coexistence proposed by Chinese Premier and Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai at the April 1955 Bandung Conference, which was in Indonesia. He was interested in this proposal because he wanted to withdraw Hungary from the Warsaw Pact established in May 1955. Then the People's Daily, the Chinese equivalent to Pravda, published an article in June 1956 on the so-called 100 Flowers campaign, and that essay arose strong interest among the Faith Club intellectuals. In September 1956, during the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, numerous Communist Party delegations from various countries attended, and the Hungarian reformists then believed that China represented a new model of socialism, which was different from the Stalinist model of the Soviet Union. On 24th October, Soviet tanks entered Budapest, and Nagy told the Chinese ambassador to Hungary, Hao Dejing, that the new government adheres to socialism and hoped China can dissuade the Soviet Union. Ambassador Hao said that he would pass on the Hungarian government's request. However, prior to this, he had designated incidents in Budapest as counter-revolutionary and advised the Chinese leaders to put pressures on the Soviet Union to militarily intervene in Hungary. In early November, many Hungarian intellectuals went to the Chinese embassy seeking asylum. Of course, they later get rejected. On 1st November, People's Daily published a series of articles similarly in defense of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, including the sovereignty and independence of Hungary. However, 2 years later, People's Daily published another series of articles in defense of the Soviet decision of sending troops to Hungary to suppress the revolution, and Nagy was particularly saddened by China's labeling of his government as traitors. China later declared official support for Kadar Janos. So I would like to raise 3 issues concerning this mutual reception. The first one is obviously that the Hungarian reformists had misconceptions about China, its intention, its internal politics, but this misconception was not out of blue, because Mao initiated the 100 Flowers campaign in May 1956, which later developed to the spring of 1957 from April to June, before he decided to crack it down. The Chinese activists during the 100 Flower movement and spring of 1957 were also inspired by the events in Hungary and Poland. In addition, another historical fact here is that although China supported Kadar and Khrushchev in late 1956, the support only lasted a few years thereafter until the Sino-Soviet split. Afterwards, China also accordingly abandoned the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. The period of around 1956 marked a threshold in the People's Republic's history, and therefore to understand these misconceptions, I think a much larger context is needed, especially the ideological context. The second issue is that, according to the decoded document after 1991, that from 24th to 31st October, Beijing had intensive communication with Moscow. Not only neither side had a consistent position, but divergent views also appeared within each leadership. In Moscow, Anasta Mikoyan opposed the decision of military intervention. The Chinese ambassador Hao Dejing played a crucial role in shaping Beijing's negative reception of the revolution. This explains the contradictory attitudes towards the revolution, which appeared in both Moscow and Beijing. So here we have some historical details. The Communist Party of China sent a delegation consisting of Liu Shaoqi, vice chairman of the CPC Central Committee, Deng Xiaoping, general secretary of the CPC Central Committee, to Moscow on the afternoon of 23rd October to discuss the situation in Poland and Hungary. From 24th to 31st, Mao had a series of meetings to discuss events in Poland and Hungary. At first, he opposed Soviet intervention, advocating to resolve disputes through the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Then a Politburo meeting of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Central Committee was held on 13th, and it was decided not to intervene. And that's why for a moment, the Soviet coup withdrawn. Then a Politburo meeting of then on the evening of the 13th, Liu called Mao, and Mao said that he could propose the Soviet side withdrawal and suppression at the same time, and he himself preferred suppression. The Communist Party of China delegation immediately requested an emergency meeting with the Soviet Union to convey Mao's changed views. At the meeting, both Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping made speeches advocating that the Soviet army should return to Budapest and resolutely safeguard the regime. But the Soviet leader said that they had just signed a declaration announcing that they wouldn't intervene in the internal affairs of Hungary and Poland. It is thus very embarrassing to decide to send troops to suppress it now. Khrushchev invited Liu to participate in a meeting of the Presidium of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Central Committee overnight to explain China's changed position. On 31st, the Presidium of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union discussed Hungary's events again. The discussion lasted all day and finally decided to send troops to suppress the revolution, and Liu expressed support. Then the last issue here is from an ideological analyst perspective, then how can we understand these reformist movements within the Eastern Bloc countries as well as China? So my idea is that the reformist movement could be seen as liberal efforts to actualize the socialist idea. And it faces two oppositions in the existing program of socialism. At first glance, the two oppositions are often merged as one practical stance against liberalism. For example, it's seen frequently that after the 1956 revolution, after Prague Spring, and during Gorbachev's reform, and during the 1980s Chinese reform, that these advocacies were denounced as liberalism and therefore incompatible with socialism, with Marxism, revisionism, etc. But I would distinguish that the opposition against the reformist movement could be distinguished into two categories. In other words, they were driven by different ideological motivations. So as I mentioned earlier, that although Mao supported, the Chinese government supported Qatar in 1956, then they quickly abandoned this policy alongside the peaceful coexistence of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. And that eventually led to the Cultural Revolution, which denounced the Qatar regime as well as Khrushchev, Brezhnev, as revisionist, even fascist, imperialist, etc. So I think it is important to distinguish these two motivations, because for Qatar and the Moscow support for Qatar lasted until the very moment of his life. But Chinese support for Qatar immediately ended after the Sino-Soviet split. So then I think there is a need to distinguish these two kinds of support. Then that leads to my conclusion that we might have two categories of opposition against reformist movement. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leonard, for your insights on mutual receptions of Hungarian and Chinese reformism around 1956. We move on with Andrew Michael Craig, next to me, PhD candidate at Central European University, and the title of your talk is Tragedy or Opportunity, ? Communist Parties of Western Europe and the Change of System in Hungary. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you to everyone who's put this on. Thank you to Leonardo for keeping us in the loop the whole time. And I was very pleased in the keynote that we had already, that Professor Peacock was talking about the hope of 1989. Hope is something that I hope will come in a little bit in this. If I can kind of take it back to the personal very, very briefly, I was alive for these events. I know, shocking, but I was. I was watching it as well, though I don't remember that. My family was not hopeful at all, which may seem odd considering, that there's no skin in the game necessarily, so to speak. They lived in northwest England, but they were not hopeful about these events. And I think this is what kind of brought me to this topic in the first place, really. Excuse me. So let's hope that's the right button to press. Maybe it is not. Oh, let's press down. Okay, there we go. Great. Just to kind of give you a fairly vague kind of plan of action for what I'm going to do with this, I'll give you a quick introduction, discuss the sources that I'm using, a brief timeline of the events in Hungary that I've looked at particularly for the purposes of this presentation, some analysis of what appeared in the sources that I'm looking at, and then a brief summary that I hope can tie up at least some of the loose ends that I leave you with. In essence, I'm looking at three different communist parties. When I talk of the communist parties of Western Europe, there are an awful lot of them, and perhaps this is too wide of a spectrum to look at. So I've chosen three. On the left there, can I make it? Yeah, there we go. That's the Communist Party of Britain. This is the Parti Communiste Français, and this is the Partito Comunista Italiano. There are two of these that are fairly major parties, that is to say the latter two here. The membership of the Italian Communist Party at the late 80s was still around 1.5 million people. The French Communists, estimates vary a lot more. At the high end, perhaps 600,000, the lower end under 300,000, but still significant membership. The communists in Britain, between the CPGB, which is the old Communist Party, and this one, the CPB, which is a kind of refoundation, if you want, you're looking at about 6,000. Anyone who's familiar with the Italian communist scene, when I talk of the kind of refoundation of the Communist Party of Britain, Rifondazione, it's the same sort of process that's led to this split. The important thing about the Communist Party of Britain here, as opposed to the Communist Party of Great Britain, the original one, founded in 1921, the oldest, is that this party kept hold of the newspaper, the daily organ of the Communist Party. So, what I'm going to look at, in essence, is newspaper sources. These are all newspapers which are, again, official organs of the parties in some way or other. The Morning Star in itself was not technically the official organ of the Communist Party of Britain, but it has an editorial line that's informed by that party's program. It's technically held by an independent cooperative called the People's Press Publishing Society, but an awful lot of the same people are involved with both. With L'Humanité and L'Unità, these things are much more clear-cut. These are official organs, official newspapers of the parties themselves. So why newspapers in particular? Obviously, I'm speaking to a room full of 20th century historians. I don't need to tell you that there wasn't internet in those days, and they couldn't, this is how these parties would get out their take on current affairs. There is, of course, also the Leninist heritage of keeping an official organ of the party. Lenin said, a newspaper is what we most of all need. Without it, we cannot conduct that systematic, all-round propaganda and agitation. He said that without an organ like one of these, Local work would remain amateurish. The formation of the party, if the correct representation of that party in a certain newspaper is not organised, will to a considerable extent remain empty words. So it kind of makes sense that most of the parties that would sort of follow the Leninist model of organisation would also have an official party newspaper of that kind. That's not to say that all of these are directly comparable in terms of things like circulation. L'Unità still had an awful lot of readers in 1989, it was about 300,000. Humanité was a lot less, somewhere in the order of 84,000 is the best figure I could find. The Morning Star was less still, something in the order of 15,000 in the mid-80s, which doesn't include the 12,000 daily copies sent to Moscow in exchange for money, which was one of the main ways that the party actually kept itself afloat in the 80s. This is going off topic slightly, but by 91, once things would begin, archives were beginning to open up and stories were beginning to be told, there was the story of someone from within the Morning Star hierarchy who went to the Soviet embassy to get bags of money, literal bin bags of money. So this is where a lot of the kind of funding was coming for these parties, or at least for the British one. And these are the sources that I've looked at predominantly in the analysis that I've worked on here. The timeline that I've got is, of course, pertaining specifically to events in Hungary. The most kind of obvious things that I felt worthy of highlighting. In May 1988, János Kádár resigns as General Secretary. There is a process, of course, going on throughout this of proposing multi-party elections and things like this. There are very reform-minded people within the Hungarian party throughout this period. By June 1989, you have the ceremonial reburial of Imre Nagy, which was on TV. There's enormous crowds there to see that. The following month, Kádár dies. Throughout kind of late summer to autumn, you have the movement of East Germans who used Hungary as a way to get through to Austria and then to West Germany, as well as the ruling party in Hungary, the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party, dissolving itself and reconstituting as the Hungarian Socialist Party. And then, of course, in March 1990, you have the first free and fair elections in a liberal democratic model since a long time, ever, I think, in a liberal democratic sense, at least. So, if we look at some of these, the resignation of Kádár, certainly big news. This was front page news across all the titles that I looked at, which in itself, I suppose, isn't enormously surprising considering his longevity in power, the fact that he was there for 33 years, is it? I think around there. Most of this is not especially focused on the idea of Kádár's resignation being a kind of stepping stone away from socialism or anything of that sort. The Morning Star, you see that they didn't. They put it in the kind of the banner headline there rather than on the main one here. Largely because the Morning Star is a newspaper that focuses an awful lot on trade union activism, and a lot of its front page is devoted to that. Nevertheless, they felt this was important enough to put in. They do mention in this little paragraph here, which I've expanded out, on the reasons for Kádár's resignation, that somehow the old reflexes had managed to prevent real power from being delegated by the central authorities. There are mealy-mouthed kind of explanations for exactly why Kádár's resignation was necessary and justified. L'Unità, very different position. They considered Kádár the first to wipe out Stalinism, they say, which I think is a little harsh on Tito, but that's just me. They maybe weren't big fans. All of that being said, there is an interesting statement it's somewhere under here, on Károly Gross, who was the successor of Nagy. who they described as nothing more than a typical man of the system, I suppose in the kind of nomenclatura sense. So Lunita was appreciative of Kadar's efforts, perhaps thanked him and felt it was time for him to leave, and wasn't especially enamored by his successor. So we look at the reburial of Marge. This is something that I was surprised to see in the Morning Star was kept very minimal. It was very dry, factual reporting. You see these kinds of this sort of reporting, which is kept at the sides of pages. It's very small. It's not. They haven't made a big deal out of this. L'Humanité and Munda certainly did. Although I mean, of course, these are bigger newspapers in size. They have more pages. They have more opportunity to kind of extend what they want to say. This quote I felt from L'Humanité was very interesting, that they called Marge's death a tragic consequence of Stalinism. They also say it was a political murder, whatever judgment one might pass on the actions of Imre Nagy in October-November 1956. So there is still the kind of, just because we didn't like him doesn't mean that he should have been murdered. This is the kind of caveat that you wouldn't necessarily see in Lunita, which says that Hungary, having gone through this process, is more free. And that's absolutely the kind of discourse that predominated in that newspaper throughout 1989, that this was absolutely movements towards freedom. The death of Kadar. There is almost all the titles have this kind of idea that perestroika, which was a hugely important watchword, not just for the sort of the bigger titles and the non-communist titles in the West, but also in the communist ones, that Kadar was in some way a kind of forerunner to this idea. L'Humanité say, far from yielding to the temptation to proceed with the necessary restoration of the socialist regime by authoritarian, even repressive methods, Kadar took a path defined by or characterized by a spirit of openness, and which in many respects was inspired by democratic concerns that 30 years later led to perestroika in the USSR. We have some Hungarians in here, and I wonder if you agree with Kadar's path characterized by a spirit of openness in 1956, but we can talk about that. Interestingly as well, none of them carried this news on the front page, despite the size and stature of a man like Kadar and the presence that he had for such a long time. And then we move to the free and fair elections. This is the point perhaps where some of our writers are starting to think that maybe we are moving away from socialism and towards liberal democracy. The Morning Star would like very much not to believe that, saying that developments in the socialist countries have nothing to do with the desire to abandon socialism and restore capitalism. Their justification is largely based around working and interviewing oppositional groups in places like the GDR, which their avowed aim was indeed not to do that, but they chose their sources very carefully to make that argument. By contrast, Lunita is talking about 1990s elections being the first truly free and democratic ones. Nevertheless, the consequences of these elections are certainly not being viewed positively by an awful lot of figures in this. L'Humanité Dimanche is talking about farmers and retirees being the first victims of liberalisation as late as a couple of months after the election. They also mentioned that there was marked deterioration in recent years. They're fine to say that. But nevertheless, the socialism of the Kadar era made the security of existence a fundamental value, an achievement that the workers of Chepel or the miners of Pécs are perhaps not ready to sacrifice. They were, as it turned out, but never mind. And finally, I from the cuttings that I've got for you, this is a sort of example of how the Morning Star would publish these things. This is February '89. And they make a point of saying, okay, Hungary is moving to multi-party democracy, but all parties must subscribe to socialism. this is an important thing that they've kind of made sure to put in, not least because this is an immensely strange time for their readership, many of whom were older people who'd been members of the party for a long, long time. It was unusual to them that this kind of edifice could come crumbling down in the way that it was going to ultimately. So, in summary, we come back to this idea of tragedy or opportunity. For the Morning Star, I'd say that their skepticism of the Hungarian reforms, the way that they report them, we're certainly looking more in the tragedy than the opportunity section. That is not the case for the changes in all countries. They were spectacularly enthusiastic about the changes in Romania, to an extent about those in the GDR too, but not in Hungary necessarily. For L'Humanité, they also took a fairly skeptical approach, but linking back the changes to the kind of openness that was coming from perestroika and the USSR, we can kind of sort of chart a middle ground here where we have both tragedy and opportunity in equal measure, perhaps. The possibilities for something better to come out in the minds of the writers and editors of that paper were still there. And then we see L'Unità, which was extremely welcoming of the reforms, not just in Hungary, but in all of the socialist states of Central and Eastern Europe. Always using freedom as a watchword, the idea of the move away from authoritarianism being very positively viewed. They definitely saw this as an opportunity. So thank you, and I will leave you with my favorite typo that I found in the Morning Star archives. Paramilitary elections, not so much. Parliamentary elections. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Hungary in 1988-89 in the mirror of these three newspapers. And we move on to the last speaker of the panel. He is Lie Hong, and Lie Hong to do research at the Cold War Archives as a research fellow under the Wilson Center at George Washington University, where you're a PhD candidate, and your presentation today has the title The Development of Chinese Diplomatic Reception from 1958 to 1965 and its Role in Chinese Propaganda. Please.
Thank you. So imagine yourself living in early 60s and you arrive in Beijing or Shanghai. Instead of wandering around the airport and struggling with the language that you don't really speak, as a lot of us experienced in the Budapest airport, there are a group of people who are there to welcome you. And on the way to hotel, you talk with them, right? And then it seems that they know everything about your country. They know your industrial production, they know your agricultural productions, they know the problem within your country, they know the international affairs. Whenever you want to talk with them, they can deal with it, except that they want to put a little bit ideological education or Maoism to you, and then it's all fine. And then they also try to give everything that you want. Whenever you said, I won't eat this, I miss that, the next day it will be placed on your dinner table. There are some places that they tell you you are not allowed to go, but then that's fine, you cannot go everywhere. And they plan your own trips to people's communes, to those Chinese industrial complex, and they introduce you with all this fabulous Chinese development from 1949. How does that transform China? So on the way back to your own country around the plane, you might think that, wow, like China really changed from 1949. Like the Maoism is really represent the modernization of China. Or wait a minute, you might also think, is that the real China, right? Is that a staged a performance by those Chinese officials? If yes, how does this system forms? Does that form like from the beginning of 1949, or it developed over time? Why did those officials are so welcome? Why didn't they know everything about your country, right? And also, what is the goal of this reception? And do they really believe in that? well, if you are the first type of person, you are free to take a nap for the next 15 minutes because the presentation is ended here. But then if you are the second type, that you have suspicions, please go with me as I will talk about that in my presentation. So first, I would like to provide an explanation on what is diplomatic reception, because this is a Chinese idea, it's a Chinese term, it's called 外事接待. So this reception is not just the party that you will get on your arrival, but that refers to the entire stay all visitors from their arrival to departure. So I will have a different definition on our receptions. And borrowed from the Soviet Union system, the core value of the Chinese diplomatic reception is differentiated treatment. In Chinese we call it 内外有别, and setting up friendships. In Chinese we call it 热情友好, right? So that is the initial goal of this diplomatic reception, is to kind of give you a special treatment and also to kind of trying to set up a relationship with you. And then I would like to also talk a little bit, sorry, my argument. So by talking, by discussing and researching the Chinese diplomatic receptions, I have two arguments here. So first is that by 1965, diplomatic receptions become a primary and mature tool for the CCP to export its revolutionary ideology to Eastern European visitors, especially after the Sino-Soviet split. And second, to make one step forward, is that I argue that compared to foreigners, it was actually Chinese diplomatic receptions was actually more successful in persuading Chinese people that China represents the center of the revolution. So in this presentation, I will have this two-line approach because I have two arguments. So I will talk about the formation of Chinese diplomatic reception from 58 to 65. At the same time, I'll also explain why does that become a brainwashing to Chinese themselves. So first, I will talk like one or two sentences about the diplomatic reception before 58 and why 58 is the starting point of my presentation. So to Eastern European visitors, the CCP did not actually impose a lot of political agenda to them when they visit China before 1958, because although the Sino-Soviet relations started to have little crackers starting from 1956, in 1958 they still consider Eastern European as fractional countries. So there are not a lot of things that China wants to educate them by 58. So if you come to China before 1958, you're being brought into some tourist attractions such as Great Wall, Forbidden City, Shanghai's bomb, and then you'll be thrown back to your hotel, basically, except the things that you need to do in China. However, there are two things happened in 1958 that changed the overall course. Is that this change of diplomatic receptions was a result of anti-right movement in China starting from 1957, and also the Great Leap Forward, which is getting momentum in 1958. Also, it's in wake of the Sino-Soviet, more and more obvious of Sino-Soviet split. So under this condition, the CCP launched a foreign ministry reform in March 1958, and the goal is to secure its control of Chinese diplomacy from the foreign ministry. So the CCP established on the central level the Central Foreign Affairs Teams, 中央外事小组, and on the regional level, Foreign Work Office, which will conduct any activities that relate with foreigners. So basically, the CCP, instead of the foreign ministry, now has the power to say what is the agenda and what is the strategy to deal with foreigners. And that is the point when CCP started to treat diplomatic reception as not only just a reception, but also a political mission to Eastern European visitors. As we can see from this Foreign Work Summary report in 1958, it says foreign affairs works are not only sophisticated political work, but also serious and sharp political struggles. We need to prepare it with high level of caution. So that is become the base base agenda of Chinese diplomatic receptions to Eastern European visitors. And then the Chinese launched a series of reforms to the diplomatic receptions, and obviously there are firstly problems emerge because the change of agenda on the Chinese Chinese diplomatic receptions. And back then in '58 there was no unified rules. The only instruction that Chinese local people receive is to insert propaganda into the reception. So it creates some extreme examples. One, CCP officials who received Czech experts in a factory argued with the expert for 1.5 hours on the point that whether or not we should combine ideological education with industrial production. I hope I have 1.5 hours here. But another extreme example on the other side is that a lot of people still cannot get used to this changing agenda, and they were still considering diplomatic receptions as a random thing, even discriminated foreigners. There's one Vietnamese student who studied at Shanghai Textile Academy, and when he's trying to learn how to ride a motorcycle, a Chinese student approached him and basically said, "Well, you don't need to learn how to ride a motorcycle because your country is so poor. After you come back, even after you come back, there won't be any motorcycles for you to ride, so you don't need to learn it," which caused diplomatic problems during that time. So these are all negative examples from during that time, and then that caused CCP's a series of reforms in their diplomatic receptions. And I concluded those reforms into 4 basic parts. So first is that the reception work should be guided by politics. So you cannot just say like, okay, I receive you in Shanghai, and then I just I will just act as travel guide, lead you around the city and put it back. No, you need to. I mean, the CCP officials who are selected to be on this kind of position, first they need to be educated. They need to have special education on that country's political situation, international relations, and how does Maoism or Chinese propaganda fits into that reception. And second, the travel destinations must follow the current propaganda work. So that is when those foreign delegations were brought into people's communes, big industrial complex, and led people to introduce all those kind of achievements of Chinese government to them, even though they are like a sports team, or they are just several writers trying to talk about the writing, literature writing. But they were still brought into those which we call propaganda sites in order to show them the achievement of Chinese government. Third is the strengthen of investigation and communication work between cities. So all those regional foreign work office starting to connect with each other and write reports on their lessons and experience of foreign receptions, so they know the characteristics of different countries. And how do those people generally perform, so they can have a general ideas how to conduct receptions. Also, fourth, to exclude personnel who were not loyal enough to the party. So before 58, a lot of people who got involved in this kind of work are people who are not from party, so they did not know a lot about Chinese politics, CCP's politics, and how to conduct propaganda work. Those people were fired or being excluded from this position, and whoever got into this position, not only CCP officials but also workers in those factories, even students who live in that area will receive special educations on Chinese politics and propagandas and international relations. so in the series of reforms by 1964, the CCP already formed a mature strategy towards foreign visitors, and each city that is open to foreigners has a reliable, efficient reception teams. The CCP official were also able to conduct propaganda work in a smooth way. So one example that I want to give here is a visit of a Romanian youth delegation to China in November 1964. So the local foreign offices already communicate with each other beforehand, and they got instructions from the central party to say the goal of this delegation, this reception is to show the greatness of Chinese industrial and agricultural development. You need to, the instructions to the local foreign offices to do propaganda work on Mao Zedong's thoughts, on Great Leap Forward, not Great Leap Forward, on the Chinese self-reliance capability to produce different products, and also they research the general characteristics of Romanians. This might be a little bit stereotypical. I know there's a Romanian student here, so I won't say that. It's not my view. It's their view. They consider Romanians as people who are very proud of their countries. So we need to give them some rooms to talk about themselves rather than just talk about our achievements. That is very clever, right? So during the Romanian visit, they were brought to they were not only brought to talk with Chinese youth delegations, but also, just as I said, people's communes, great industrial complex. But then the CCP official was able to say something like, well, we have achieved a lot, but then I heard that Romanians also have a lot of achievement. You can talk about your achievement in front of us. And then those Romanians are very happy to talk about how does their party transform Romania. And according to the reports, Romania were pretty satisfied that they have room to express their own development. And that is a good strategy, right? And also, the CCP official learns how to insert those propaganda works. So instead of just standing in front of them and say, Mao Zedong is great, or just giving them those little red book in front of them, they put all those propaganda articles, anti-Soviet articles, and Chinese books in the hotel room shelf instead of just giving them. So we all know in 60s there's no internet, there's no TV. So after you go back to your hotel at the night, what can you do? You read whatever is available on the shelf, right? And then some people actually found interesting. According to some reports, some of the visitors, Romanians, Czech, they even request more copies from Chinese officials that they can bring back to their, definitely they're in their own languages, not in Chinese. So they can bring back to their own countries and spread out to their friends, right? So that is also a successful strategy that Chinese officials developed. And then the problem is that a successful strategy to Eastern European visitors? I think so. First, it is still under working, so I'm still researching on that things. I didn't find. I only find very general comments that the Romanian become a little more friendly to China after 1964, but then there's no concrete examples or evidence that it changed their mind fundamentally. But then I think so. I will continue research on that. But then I think what's more interesting is that the Chinese officials believed that they are successful on conducting that. So one quote that I want to share here, it's also from the summary reports, is that one official said, we tried to pay much attention to their living in China. When they got sick, we provide medical service. When they we want to buy some things, we provide suggestions. They got emotionally touched, saying every Chinese people are hardworking, passionate, friendly, and humble. We must bring this development of China back to our friends and family in Romania. When visitor got on their plane on the way back, we saw tears in their eyes, right? Do they really have tears? We don't know, but then the important part is the Chinese officials really believing that, right? So that goes to my second argument, is that by selecting all those officials and also students, workers to this circle of propaganda, and by repeating these friendly rituals, the Chinese officials and people believe that they participate in Chinese revolution against imperialism and revisionism. For the conclusion, in November 1962, Zhou Enlai, in the 10th plenum of the 8th CCP Central Committee, declared that the center of the world revolution has transferred from Moscow to Beijing. To Chinese public, this is a very abstract declaration, right? Since themselves was not on the front of Chinese revolutionary exportation. Nonetheless, the diplomatic reception brought this from inside of China, in front of the Chinese public. Although officials and peoples who are selected to serve this mission were only a small number compared to the whole population, diplomatic reception is the closest chance for the Chinese people to feel and participate this revolution transfer. Whoever you are, an official who arranged the visit, factory workers who introduced your product, servers in hotels, even to students who perform a random dance in front of visitors, all of them can feel that China is confident to lead the revolution. Meanwhile, by repeating these friend rituals, the Chinese public really believe they fulfill the goal to push revolution further. Multiple documents show that their mission extend the visitors' view of China and reshape their mind. People who participate in diplomatic reception not only construct China that is revolutionary, correct, and friendly to visitors, but more importantly, to themselves. So ultimately, the agent that Chinese, I hope I'm using the correct word, the agent that the CCP created to influence the Eastern European foreigners become the objects of the propaganda themselves. Thank you, please.
Thank you to all four of you for inspiring pieces of research that you presented. Yes. Yes. Floor is open.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your lovely presentations. One question to Shimon and one question to Lee. Shimon, you did not mention, if I listened carefully and well, does the Hungarian government or the army or vice versa have an open and official policy, if not strategy, but at least some policy on the Arctic, how to handle the Arctic? What I mean here is of course, MOL and the gas company tries to buy assets and so forth and so forth. Is there any clear public statement on the Arctic policy? And the question to Leah, you specify in your abstract that Aichi Jiedai was limited to a certain period of time between 1958 and 65 and so forth. And you also stress that it was aimed and directed towards Eastern European visitors. However, my question is this. Is it not possible that it lasted a little bit longer? What I mean here that American diplomatic figures, including Henry Kissinger, often complain about the cleverness of their Chinese diplomatic relations, offering them whatever they wanted, Beijing duck, spring rolls, and delicious nuts, where Henry Kissinger marks that he picked up 10 kilos or so, because they were so clever to offer him something he liked very much. So are you sure that it was limited only to this period of time? Thank you for your answers.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your question, Professor. The short answer is no.
No.
In the military national strategy of Hungary, there is a section that there are new global threats and new arenas like Arctic, cyberspace, and so on that Hungary must prepare, and also the Hungarian military. But the Arctic, by word, it's not included. So it's just not a direct but an indirect connection. But through NATO, through the European Union, we have declared connection. in the Arctic Committee in the European Union that are because the European Union has its own articulated Arctic strategy, actually 2 or 3 in the recent years. And there was also a Hungarian representative from the Hungarian parliament, who was, at that time he was an EP member, and he was also in the committee. But he doesn't have any comments or discussion, he just was part of the voting. Basically, that's the answer, and thank you.
Yes, so it's a good question that I really want to address, because obviously the Chinese diplomatic reception lasts longer than 1965. According to the documents that I searched, this very Maoist style of diplomatic receptions last at least until the very late of 70s. In 80s. There are still diplomatic receptions, but then these ideological elements starting to become much more softer. The reason why I chose 58 to 65 and the reason why I chose Eastern European visitors is that first on the year, 66 is when Cultural Revolution starts. And then that is when these diplomatic receptions starting to kind of collapse for 1 and 2 years. It won't get back. It won't get back to normal type until I think 1970, when the foreign ministries gained the control back of their work. So if I include 66 to 70, it would be too much for this presentation and my project. And also, obviously, Chinese also conduct diplomatic receptions to Westerners. But then the reason why I didn't include Westerners is because my sources are largely on Eastern European, so I'm not very sure if they have different treatments to Westerners before 58, because some of the general diplomatic reception summaries mention that even before 58, Chinese receptions to, let's say, British or French already has the elements to try to divide them and use them and to try to persuade them that China represent the true model of development rather than the United States or other countries. So yes. The lady, please.
Thank you so much for those informative presentation, and I have a question up for
Lydia.
So, first of all, I'm wondering, do you have any in your research? Is there any Eastern European delegation within China during the China's Great Leap Forward famine, from 1959 to 1960, while China suffered a serious food crisis? And if this kind of, the way did come to China, how the Chinese foreign trade officials, show China to them, did they cover what happened in China to their European comrades, and did the same warm, friendly hospitality continued even when China suffered serious food crisis? And my second question is, because in my research, why did the British people visit China before 1958? So those are business delegations. So it is the China National Import and Export Corporation was in charge of doing the hospitality for them. It is kind of, because this is Chinese state corporation, it might be kind of different from the foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm wondering, is there any kind of specific company, some non-state organization in charge of offering the hospitality to European countries based on what kind of social the function that it belongs to?
You can reply and then we go to the next question.
Okay, all right, cool. Yes, so there are a lot of delegations, East European delegations went to China from 59 to 61, and the food provided to them, obviously, they are all specially prepared. None of the foreigner, as far as I know from documents, realize that there are famines in China. One, I think, Romanian sports delegation who visited China in early '59. So that's when this farm is starting to affect, but still haven't started to become very serious. In the report, I still remember that the Shanghai Foreign Work Office airshipped spaghetti and chocolate from different cities in China just to meet the needs of the Romanian soccer players. So it's like yeah, they will prepare everything very, very special. Like foreigners won't get any feeling on the shortage of food, and also non-state actors. As far as I know, I don't think there are any non-state actors on the Chinese diplomatic reception. On the contrary, they excluded or fired anyone who is not a party member on the reception team, and that is a part of the reform from 58 to 60. Is that they believe those people doesn't really know Chinese politics very well. They tend to treat diplomatic receptions as just normal receptions. Fail to implement Chinese propaganda into during the trip. So I think everyone who got selected to receive foreigners are party members, except for some workers or like students. That's different. But then they also got special educations on what to say and what to answer. Yeah.
Please. Thanks so much for these presentations. My question is also for Leah, so I hope you're not too tired of talking. I know you have research planned in Romania, so I'm really curious to see what you find there from the other side of this. So I won't bother you with asking about that. But I am curious about, you kind of talked about this, internal propaganda working on the diplomatic officers themselves with these employees, and I was kind of curious if you've seen anything kind of following that forward, whether the people who were designing and implementing the propaganda got this kind of recognized that this was happening to these people and like, oh, this is good, this is bad, do we need to change what we're doing, or kind of trace, I don't know how close you can get to the individuals who were kind of feeling this way or saying these things. But like, do they take on different roles in the party? Does this affect kind of further policy and ideas? Like, I'm curious about like how self-aware are they? Do they recognize eventually that this is something that's affecting them? And anything in that?
Yes, I think this is a very good question. I don't think the designer of those policies realize at first, at least, that this is happening. I don't think that is I think the design for this Chinese diplomatic reception are solely for like external propaganda. They didn't really calculate what has internal propaganda effects. But then I think even if they realize it, they are happy to embrace that, right? Because that purifies the revolutionary ideas among CCP officials. That can only be a good thing rather than a bad things. I read some memoirs articles written by some CCP officials on the ground who conduct those kind of visits, and they have a very good feeling. Their article always start with generalized instructions that like reception work are always political. We need to treat it very carefully, and like if you conduct those kind of work good, then you represent like the image of New China. I think that can also relate back to the struggle on Chinese modernization, right? And what is modern to China, and what represents a new China. So for those officials, they were pretty satisfied because they think they represent that image. Yes, I think does that answer your question? Okay.
The next question is here, please.
I can project this easy. Thank you for everyone. That was really interesting. But my question's for Andrew. I'm just trying to.
I'll go back. Could you switch on?
Is it? Oh, it's off.
Oh.
I'm interested. That was really interesting about the Morning Star in particular. I'm just wondering, how much do you think that CPGB's interesting relationship with the memory of 1956 influenced this party line?
Yeah, I think you'd have to say it's a significant amount. Obviously, their coverage of 1956 considered this a counter-revolution that was justly squashed at that point. There was an article published in the Morning Star 2 weeks ago, which was a kind of travelogue bit about coming to Budapest, which continued to speak of the uprising, in scare quotes, the counter-revolution of 1956, you know. And of course, the 1956 saw an awful lot of people, especially intellectuals, leaving the party at that time. So some of this certainly is reflected in the line that was taken subsequently. What was also reflected, of course, was this kind of split of the CPB from the CPGB. If we look at, for instance, their coverage of the Warsaw Pact intervention in 1968 in Czechoslovakia, this was roundly condemned in the Morning Star. And as the CPGB moved more and more in the 70s to kind of flirting with Eurocommunism and things like this, then the more conservative trade union based what you might certainly pro-Soviet elements more and more took control of the newspaper. So, I mean, there are a lot of different elements of kind of internecine party warfare that are reflected in this. But the spectre of 1956 looms incredibly large in all of this coverage, and it still looms large on the paper today, you know. I would say certainly that there is an awful lot of their coverage which is informed by that. At the same time, by the time they come to reporting about the reburial of Ivan Inoch, about the death of Janos Kada, these are things that are treated more in a more even-handed way, you can say. So yeah, I hope I got somewhere near your question with that anyway.
Thank you. More questions? Yes, please.
I also have a question to Andrew. So, is there anything to know about the news production of these newspapers? So, like how they got their news. There were men on the ground, maybe in Budapest or other Eastern European capitals.
Predominantly not by this point. There is some really interesting coverage of how they got their news in 1956 during the uprising. Then, in essence, the person who was the reporter here refused to change his copy because it was vehemently anti-Soviet. Left the newspaper. He wrote a book about it, which is worth a read if you're into that kind of thing. But in terms of how the news came from Hungary, at least in the Morning Star, this was something where an awful lot of the time these would be taken from press releases, and then opinion would kind of be generated around that. For newspapers like L'Unità, l'Humanité, which had far more resources, comparably speaking, they would have reporters. They had reporters in Budapest. They also had opinion writers who were more familiar with the political situation of the country. Oftentimes, you find in the Morning Star that the comment section on the changes in Central Eastern Europe, they would all be written by the same person who was just their kind of European politics guy. Whereas, of course, in the more well-funded and well-resourced papers, they had someone who understood the political situation in every country. Predominantly, they also had quite a bad habit in the Morning Star of essentially just repeating press releases, especially those from TASS, more or less verbatim. and from Tanya quite a bit as well, which could usually be relied upon if they didn't concern Yugoslavia in the late 80s to be a little bit more reliable and even-handed sometimes. But for the most part, unless it was news from the USSR, where they did have a correspondence station, the Morning Star would mostly reprint press releases and comment around them. The other newspapers would certainly have more of an eye on the ground, would be able to speak to people who were in oppositional movements and things like that, and did. But yeah, this is not necessarily the most comprehensive news gathering service because they just simply didn't have the resources to be. At least for the Morning Star example.
I would perhaps address Leonard as a question because you have not been answered so far. Are you aware, has there with the Chinese reformisms of 1957-58, has that somehow fed back to Poland or to Hungary? Because these events were reflected in the Chinese reformisms, or was there no whatever discourse or debate about this back in Hungary and Poland? In case you know.
The short answer is no, as far as I know about it. And also it's not about 1958. 1958, the so-called anti-rightist movement, anti-rightist campaign already started. It was a disaster, and then in 1959, the Great Leap Forward started that led to another disaster. So in terms of the image of Eastern European countries about China after 1956, it was a disaster after another disaster, eventually to the Cultural Revolution, until the renormalization in the 1980s. Then, interestingly, in the 1980s, in the Chinese discourse, of course, the 1976-1978 reformist movement and discourse was rediscovered, and at the same time, some activists during the 1956-1977, if they were still alive, emerged again, advocating for the same or similar demands in the 1980s context. And also, it was influenced by the Prague Spring, and in the 1980s, Chinese discourse, this pre-1980s reformist movement, being in China or Eastern Europe, were rediscovered. But I don't know that there's a positive image in Eastern European countries about China regarding the spring of 1957.
Thank you. There is time for a last question, or otherwise I close. Thank you. These were inspiring questions, inspiring answers. Thank you for your endurance. There is now roughly 10 minutes break and coffee at 12:40 to reconvene, or 5 minutes later? 12:40, as set in the program. 12:40 to reconvene. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
the panels, if you don't mind, because we are running a little bit behind schedule. 50 minutes? 50 minutes. So our panelists are all here, luckily for us. And let me introduce them to you one by one. We've got Olivia Winhauk from the Wilson Center in the United States.
Just sorry
okay.
For the slides.
I will switch on the night vision. We've got Kristen Einertson from also from the Wilson Center. We've got Nicole Harry, also from the Wilson Center, very American heavy today, right? And we've got Matthias Amanatiadis from Uppsala University. So, and my name is Daniel Baker from the Corvinus University of Budapest. And I would like to give the floor over immediately to Olivia Winhauk, who's going to speak about Norway. So.
Hi, my name is Olivia Winhauk, and I'm a doctoral candidate in the history of architecture at MIT. So first, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, Corvinus University and the Cold War Archives Research Institute, facilitated by the Wilson Center. And I also want to point out it's super exciting to hear Simon's presentation and have Arctic people at this conference, because usually we're an oddity, and it's nice to kind of have a dialogue. So in October and November of 1951, Norway and the Soviet Union exchanged a series of tense messages. In a meeting of the NATO defense ministers held in Rome on November 9th of 1951, the Norwegian Foreign Minister, Halvard Lange, explained that the first message concerned itself with the topic of Norwegian membership in NATO, and used the potentiality of fortifications on the Arctic archipelago of Spitsbergen as a means to accuse the newly formulated NATO of being inherently aggressive and dominated by the Americans. Spitsbergen is a set of islands situated next to Greenland, above the northern Norwegian and Russian coastlines, and it holds a unique position in international law, in that it is technically under the sovereignty of Norway, but it remains accessible to all its signatories with regards to economic and scientific activities, as inscribed in the 1920 Spitsbergen Treaty. The Soviet notes, Lange explains, are written in an unusually violent and offensive language. So the Arctic is a complex territory, scientifically, environmentally, economically, socially, culturally, ecologically, and the list goes on. It makes an excellent backdrop, if not an active protagonist, in human psychodramas, adding splendor to photographs showing off new inventions, and a sense of magnificent scale in studies of deep time. But, as I will argue, it is a region that is especially interesting from the perspective of geopolitics, and this geopolitics goes back the entire century. So this, as an aside, this is a really interesting map. It's produced by NATO in 1955, and I'm not going to go into NATO's Arctic interests and activities, which is the subject of my dissertation. But as an aside, what's interesting is that this is one of 3 typologies of NATO maps that are produced of NATO territory in the 1950s. Other ones are kind of a lateral view of the transatlantic community, and you don't really see the Arctic, but this one is Arctic-centered. In the middle is Greenland. And what's interesting is you start to why? The reason, which is one of my claims, is that it's the projection that shows the proximity to the Soviet Union. You see the Soviet Union reaching down, this looming presence, and this is what they were trying to convey in these materials to their domestic audiences, which were the focal point of these promotional materials. So back to Spitsbergen, which is known for its isolation, with a newspaper article from 1941 explaining that, quote, in icy Arctic waters about 400 miles north of Norway lie the lonely islands of Spitsbergen, a land almost as bleak as the region around the North Pole. Described elsewhere as an island on the roof of the world and as a space of desolation, this archipelago in the European Arctic is the northernmost inhabited settlement on our planet. And for over a century, it was the final gateway through which to reach the North Pole, as well as a crucial fueling point for transpolar shipping and air routes, all of which inspired magnificent visions of global connectivity and lucrative extractive enterprise, both rich and evocative spatial imaginaries. And it's important to note that historically the archipelago is referred to through a variety of different ways. You have Spitsbergen in all its various spellings, you have Svalbard, And even now there are strong opinions about what term to use because they evoke certain positions on its sovereignty. And so in this presentation, I'm using the word Spitsbergen because that's consistent with the NATO memos, but normally I would call the archipelago Svalbard. So in contrast to conceptions of the Arctic as a no man's land, especially throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, the region is actually full of stuff. Minerals, coal, men, lost ships, saber-toothed tigers, photography equipment, deflated balloons, malfunctioning telegraphy stations, guns, polar bears, and eventually nuclear weapons. So the overarching desire of individuals, companies, and nations, both then and now, is to make the region known, accessible, and connected, and to render all this stuff and this space as useful. And to do so requires these actors to build and use networks, from maps to infrastructure to radio signals, that compress the distances between points on the globe, making expansive international travel and communication more efficient. And so all these things in these networks become useful, they also become valuable. So with this presentation, I ask two questions. How did this networked and furnished landscape, this collection of rocks that was once considered a no man's land, become a focal point for post-war great power politics? And second, in terms of methodology, how does a consideration of the built environment, of the ambiguous but also evocative concept of fortifications, and expanding forward in time military bases, provide a new angle through which to view diplomatic exchanges and the budding antagonism between NATO and the Soviet Union? So it is through the development of layered narratives about Spitsbergen in American media, which render this space and its contents useful, valuable, and eventually threatening, so much so that the Soviet Union considers its potential militarization as a persuasive public critique, a compelling and something that's compelling and legible to the public through a collective imaginary against the creation of NATO as this thing in international society. So, moving on, Arctic Exploration this is by design. So Arctic exploration commanded headlines from the 1890s until the middle of the 1930s, describing the region as a space of increasing connectivity through the triumphs of explorers, the advancements of scientific and particularly technological investigation. And as a result of this exploration, Spitsbergen, at the turn of the century, became known as a research-rich landscape, one with immense commercial opportunity, based on the coal and oil embedded in its terrain and the fish swimming around in its waters. Thus begins an understanding of the archipelago as a space which can be developed to capitalize on what it contains, as well as where it is located, its utility expanding from being a node as a space, becoming a node or a backdrop for larger journeys, and this leads to questions of sovereignty, jurisdiction, occupation, governance, and geopolitics. And these concerns result in the 1920 Spitsbergen Treaty, the negotiations of which were relatively chill. Signed on February 9, 1920, and put into force on August 14, 1925, the treaty organizes a process of submitting and arbitrating land claims on the islands, of delegating governance and administration to Norway, and of standardizing somewhat the processes of extracting resources, hunting, mining, fishing, and shipping. And this treaty also dictates that the signatories are entitled to an equality of access, setting up what has been called a free economic zone. And attendant to this is that it also has to remain demilitarized. So Article 9, which is invoked in our notes debacle, states that, quote, subject to the rights and duties resulting from the admission of Norway to the League of Nations, Norway shall not undertake to create or allow the establishment of any naval base, and not construct any fortification in the said territories, which may never be used for warlike purposes. And it's really important to note that fortification and warlike are never clarified. And this ambiguity, at least from my perspective, is important as political and diplomatic tools and positions. So it is in the Second World War that public media narratives frame the European Arctic and Spitsbergen in general as a space of military importance. Seen as a valuable location during the Nazi occupation for oil, the archipelago becomes a stage for two kinds of physical conflict. Convoy warfare in the waters between Spitsbergen and Greenland that attacked the Allied Soviet supply lines, and then also multiple land raids on Spitsbergen. So in order to thwart German use of mines and other resources, British, Canadian, and Norwegian soldiers raided its coast on September of 1941, destroying infrastructure and evacuating inhabitants. While the Allied powers explained that this raid was successful, the German sources dismissed the landing on the islands as a typical prestige move. So 2 years later, the Germans conducted their own raid, which elicited Allied public statements stating that the German raid on Spitsbergen is regarded here as a propaganda attack, to cheer the German people disheartened by being on the defensive on the Russian and Italian fronts. So not only do these raids indicate the increased strategic value of the archipelago, but these derisive comments also suggest that military engagement in Spitsbergen is, or it could be, a way to make a splashy international statement. So the 1951 incident is not the first time that the Soviet Union tried to establish a military presence on the archipelago. In 1944, it is reported that Soviet desires for bases on Spitsbergen were brought up in both the Potsdam Conference and in UN initial proceedings. And their argument was that it was in direct response to the American attempts to maintain installations on Greenland and Iceland. And so in these reported discussions, the Soviet Union utilized what I like to call a fairness argument, that because the US had the potential to maintain a consistent European Arctic presence, then the Soviet Union should also be allowed that opportunity. These negotiations did not go anywhere. So in 1947, the Soviets employed a different tactic and suggested two options. The first one was a collaboration with the Norwegians of a joint defense. Who it's defending from is unclear. And then the second was that they simply were demanding their own approval to set up these bases themselves. And the reason for this is they said the Svalbard Treaty was null and void because two Axis signatories, Italy and Japan, were part of it, so therefore it didn't work. And then the second one is that the Soviet Union, which did ratify the treaty on 1935, actually wasn't a thing at that time, even though an entire article is dedicated to it in the treaty, and therefore they weren't part of the negotiations. It doesn't apply to them or to anyone. So back to our notes exchange of 1951, the third attempt of the Soviets to develop a presence, and while these notes were not public, they were kind of alluded to in public statements, and they also were reported on in newspaper articles. So the first Soviet note, the Norwegian minister recounted in the NATO meeting in Rome, quote, contained accusations against the North Atlantic Treaty in general and the Norwegian government in particular, accusing the overarching treaty of being aggressive in character and subsequently bringing all Norwegian territory under the North Atlantic Command, which they said was dominated by the United States. And so while this accusation is levied against Norway writ large, it includes Spitsbergen as evidence of the alliance's duplicity. Among the stipulations for how Norway's aggressive policy would be enacted is through the accusation of building military bases on Norwegian territory, all of Norwegian territory. And so as Lange explained, an important part of this accusation is directed towards Spitsbergen Archipelago being kind of brought into the NATO's regional defense planning, which it was. And so to further emphasize their larger condemnation of the alliance, the Soviets argue that by placing the defense of this area under NATO command, it's violating the treaty because it's being brought into the orbit of the Americans, and the building of military bases is just going to happen. So the Norwegian reply, Lange explained, stresses the defensive nature of the alliance and asserts that while they build bases and conduct military operations in their own territory, they're not going to create fortifications on the archipelago because that would also violate the treaty. And so he concludes by assuring the fellow ministers that the Soviet notes have nothing to do with reality and evidently aimed at misleading public opinion. Okay, so I've not been able to confirm or deny whether these bases exist, and frankly, I found something in the archive that gives me a hypothesis, and it's kind of a conspiracy theory, so please find me after, and I will happily tell you about it. But the importance is the Soviet fear that potential bases on the island would be a threat to them, and that a wider international public would actually understand that this space, this group of rocks, could be militarized, and thus, through this set of accusations, rendering NATO, in and of itself, aggressive and a breach of international law and norms. So in a methodological sense, an interrogation of the built environment allows us to consider how structures, or even the threat of structures, are used as evidence, intention, presence, and occupation in the discourse of international society. International organizations like the UN, NATO, the League of Nations, especially in the early days, are all really abstract. They are conversations in room, correspondences, quoting competing public statements, exchange of capital in hand-type memos. These high-level speech acts, these policies, these promises are very rarely defined. And so the built environment is one way that these abstract organizations become concrete, so to speak, in our material and our populated world. Fortifications, then, are the organization materialized, or to the Soviets, the threat of the organization materialized. And this frames our concept of the military base, both as a potential and as a reality, as both an interface and a valuable focal point between actors on the international stage. The building of fortifications to the Soviets here is the particular moment when NATO and Norway thwart international law and norms. It is the actual moment of a breach of contract. So not only are fortifications a demonstration of power, of force projection, but they're also of long-standing investment in both their alliance and in their organization, as saying this is a real thing because they're putting actual structures on the Dardanelles, in Western Germany, in Svalbard. They're investing in their organization. And so the threat is a very, if you build it, they will come mentality. Structures beget troops, which very quickly turn into the positioning of nuclear weapons, which is the thought process and actually what happened. And so all compiling the shift from threat to kinetic conflict. So in conclusion, this particular drama of Norway, NATO, and the Soviet Union doesn't really come up again in NATO in terms of the fortifications. But the larger Arctic presence becomes heavily militarized during the Cold War, especially with regards to stationing of nuclear weapons. And so after 1989, there is this kind of lull. But as Simon has shown earlier today, in the last 10, 15 years, these exercises have come back, these fortifications have come back. So in conclusion, the potential of NATO-affiliated fortifications, especially on Spitsbergen, were used by the Soviet Union to express dissatisfaction for Norway and Norway's joining of the new alliance and the new alliance in and of itself. It was a rhetorical means for them to cast suspicion on the alliance about the alliance's respect for international legal norms and the alliance's overall proclaimed status as defensive. The fortifications, or even their specter, are not only an indication of NATO's nefarious and aggressive goals, but more generally, built space is an indication of geopolitical intention. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you are ever interested, you know what, I had more, there you go. If you're ever interested in speaking about NATO, the Arctic, or the built environment, please get in touch.
Thank you so much, Olivia, and let us move on to Kristen Einertson, who's going to speak a little bit about the Baltics and American foreign policy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kristen Einertson. I'm a PhD candidate in rhetoric at the University of Minnesota. Thank you so much to the organizers of the conference. Thank you to the Wilson Center and my lovely fellows and those that are part of the panel again today. Without further ado, here is Suspicions of Secrecy. On April 21st of this year, Liu Xiaoye, China's ambassador to France, stated in a French TV interview that the countries in Eastern Europe that gained independence following the USSR's fall were not entitled to their independence. The former Soviet states did not have what Liu was quoted as saying, real status under international law because there's no international agreement affirming them as sovereign countries. Without surprise, these comments sparked outrage among the former Soviet states, including the Baltics, countries of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, 3 states that were incorporated into part of the USSR by their occupation following the signing of the clandestine protocols, part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, signed between Hitler and Stalin before World War II. Seeming to disavow the independent status achieved by these countries formerly incorporated into the USSR, especially ones that were part of the Soviet Union against their will, Liu's comments revealed perceptions still commonly held regarding this region today that we can see playing out in current events. They revealed how the independent status and realization of self-determination in post-Soviet Eastern European countries is still highly contested. And despite these misconceptions, many connected with the 3 countries have had to long challenge mainstream beliefs that Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were willingly part of the Soviet Union, instead advocating for broader international support of their ongoing fight for independence. During the last decades of the Cold War, much of that work had to happen by non-state actors and organizations that advocated tirelessly in their attempts to sway foreign policy and garner governmental support of the Baltic states and their independence. One of the organizations that did this work was the Joint Baltic American National Committee, or JBANC, the central Baltic interest lobbying organization within the United States. Working closely with various branches of the U.S. government and other non-state actors, JBANC sought to renew U.S. public interest in the USSR's destruction of the Baltic independence and the Soviet Union's continued occupation of these countries. Because of JBANC's efforts to connect this narrative to the U.S. audience and U.S. audience situation, JBANC was able to achieve the result of demystifying the U.S. government's actions towards this region and centered the universally recognized principle of self-determination at the heart of its advocacy. During the 1970s and 80s, JBANC especially challenged two instances of U.S. foreign policy towards the Baltics that I'm going to talk about today. The organization sought to push back on the intensified state of secrecy that was characteristic of these interactions during the time. And my presentation, which looks at one chapter of my dissertation, analyzes how JBANC related to these two instances, the Sonnenfeld Doctrine and the Office of Special Investigation Baltic Cases, hereafter known in the presentation as the OSI cases. So, leaking and obfuscation within these two situations, on behalf of government officials, created an elevated environment of suspicion, which JBANC then leveraged in its challenge to the U.S. government's foreign policy and uncertainty in how it interacted with the Baltics. To look at this, I'm going to first explain to you why, as a rhetorician, a rhetorical understanding of these documents is important, before then moving on to this deeper dive into the two situations that we'll talk about. So, why rhetoric? As a rhetorician, my reading of archival materials through a rhetorical lens is important because while rhetoric is often conceived as just a propagandistic technique, something used for political ends, it is important to foreign policy situations such as these because this posturing of language creates an imagined reality and gives us an understanding of how communication practices contribute to a rendering of the world. In these particular situations, the use of specific rhetorical strategies tells us something about the patterning of transparency, how the government interacts with a public, and also what my field calls occultatio, or devices that are meant to publicly embrace this air of mystery and then maintain distance between a speaker, the subject, and the audience. So by approaching JBANC's archival materials in this way, and with these techniques in mind, I'm able to see how this non-state actor's interaction with the US government during the late Cold War era greatly centered around the two scenes that we're going to look at. So the first scene, the Sonnenfeld Doctrine controversy, arose when JBANC responded to a leak reported by the Washington Post on March 22, 1976. The helmet Sonnenfeld, pictured here in the middle, a counselor at the State Department and Kissinger's right-hand man, articulated this situation was when he articulated a new foreign policy framework regarding the Baltics. So during a secret closed-door meeting with other U.S. foreign policy advisors, such as ambassadors to other European states, Sonnenfeld had suggested that the United States would significantly change its foreign policy by recognizing the USSR's influence over Eastern Europe and the countries that it was occupying within the Eastern Bloc. This would then disrupt the non-recognition policy that the United States had historically held in regard to the Baltic states after the signing of that Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and then would significantly deteriorate the USSR's own relationships with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and the USSR. Although Sonnenfeld was known as Kissinger's Kissinger, or as some people said, Kissinger's faithful mirror, neither President Ford nor Kissinger said that they knew much about the doctrine when approached about it. Instead, they suggested in public responses after the leak that Sonnenfeld must have not known what he was saying or misspoken, again putting distance between themselves and the subject there. Yet this governmental ignorance did not deter JBANC from critically responding to the leak, directly challenging Sonnenfeld and Kissinger, and then capitalizing upon that leak to take even more supportive action and position towards encouraging the U.S. to recognize the Baltics' independence. Days after the leak, Gunnar Zmirovich's, director of JBANC, wrote to Secretary Kissinger, letter pictured here, urging him to clarify Sonnenfeld's remarks. He encouraged him to explain whether this doctrine was, quote, a new official U.S. policy towards Eastern European governments and what was going on. Further, Zmirovich's urged Kissinger to walk the statements back, clear up the matter, alleviate the fears of Baltic American citizens that had arisen. By directly challenging the suspicion of secrecy surrounding these situations, J-Bank acknowledged how these cases were generating a great level of concern regarding the U.S.'s position towards the Baltics, and how, again, that non-recognition policy could be challenged by what was going on. As a result of this pressure enacted by J-Bank, as well as the responses of other non-state actors, such as lobbying groups in the U.S. that represented other diasporic groups such as Slovaks or Ukrainians, Kissinger ended up walking Sonnenfeld back in the doctrine in statements that he made to Congress's International Relations Committee in March 1976. Asserting that Sonnenfeld's language was, quote, unnecessarily elevated and complicated, Kissinger assured the committee that Sonnenfeld was actually referring to establishing a more historic relationship with the USSR, one where the Eastern European states would be able to develop in line with their own inclinations towards self-determination and other nationalist strategies. Further, Kissinger stated that the U.S. would support these countries' continual fight for independence and would not be adopting the Sonnenfeld Doctrine or straying away from the U.S.'s previous support of Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian independence in the Baltic region. So moving on to the second situation where J-Bank intervened, we look at the surrounding cases of the OSI investigations in the 1980s, which centered around J-Bank's concern over the KGB's falsification of information that was used in the trial of Baltic American citizens that then were accused of Nazi war crimes during World War II. So, established in 1979 in order to identify and expel Nazi collaborators who were living in the U.S., the OSI was the U.S. government's attempt to identify and deport those who assisted the Nazis and their allies in the persecution of civilians during World War II. However, as you can imagine, this work proved to be extremely difficult for the OSI due to a variety of factors, including the fact that much of the relevant proof or evidence of these crimes had either been destroyed in or after the war, or what did survive was made accessible and located in Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain in countries such as the Baltics. Because of these reasons, the OSI faced great criticism from Baltic Americans and other Eastern European emigre groups who greatly disagreed with the OSI's use of the evidence provided by the USSR and then prosecuting these individuals. Further, those in the Baltic American community feared that the prosecutions and potential deportation of U.S. civilians back to the USSR would actually be once again going back on this non-recognition policy, as it would not be sending Baltic Americans back to their states of origin, but back to the USSR, the occupier of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. So because of this possible infringement on the U.S. non-recognition policy, J-Bank became heavily involved in the cases, especially one of a man pictured here, Karl Linus, an Estonian citizen who was sentenced to death during the Holocaust trials in Soviet Estonia during the 1960s. However, Linus had actually emigrated to the U.S. in the 1950s, where he had lived until the OSI had prosecuted him. So during this process, Mr. Victor Sistokas, affiliated with J-Bank, wrote to various U.S. governmental officials, senators, and congressmen, including members of the Senate Judiciary Branch, Foreign Relations Committees, and the Congressional Human Rights Caucus, all about the Linus trial and what was going on. In these correspondences, he highlighted both his concern regarding the deportation of Linus, but then also emphasized the need for the U.S. to reconsider the relationship that was occurring between them, the Baltics, and the USSR, as well as that evidence that was used in the trials. So in one unanswered letter pictured here, addressed to President Ronald Reagan, Sistokas commented that the case had the potential to be an egregious failure of the U.S. justice system. He wrote, quote, "It is an outrageous thing that the American citizens can be railroaded by KGB-furnished evidence within the structure of our judicial system, and then be brought to the brink of deportation to the USSR to face certain death." He also went on to indicate that it seemed that the protocols in the U.S. were not followed, as Mr. Linus did not have a right to a fair trial. He did not have a jury trial or evidence used against him that could be part of the U.S.'s legal system. Yet even with this concern that J-Bank and its members rose, as well as the other public advocacy efforts of the time, Linus was still stripped of his American citizenship, deported back to the USSR to face his fate, where he then died. All the evidence used against Linus, including other depositions from Soviet citizens, was evidence that was provided by the USSR, by the KGB, under the country's agreement with the OSI. Eventually, the OSI began to respond to the concerns of Baltic Americans, but it took a long time for them to do so. On April 29, 1987, a week after Linus was deported, director of the OSI, Neil Scher, pictured here, spoke to a public audience in Rockville, Maryland, the location of J-Bank's headquarters. In many ways, this response by Scher was built on a utilization of obfuscation, occultatio, that same technique that I mentioned, where it displayed his dodging of the issues at hand and the concerns that J-Bank and his collaborators had raised. Standing behind his office and his decision to deport Linus, Scher reminded his audience that despite those that were obviously trying to derail the efforts of the OSI, including J-Bank, his office was confident that Linus had been rightfully found guilty, citing that the State Department, the National Security Council, the White House were all consulted in the case and supported him, and therefore that the OSI was not a renegade outfit. Scher was sure to emphasize that the decision to designate the country of deportation as the USSR was up to more than just him. It was up to the Justice Department, and they supported him in the decision. He tried to take the blame off of himself, stating in this comments that he made in Rockville, "I don't go around making foreign policy. That's not who I am." He further added that the State Department's chief legal office said that the OSI did not violate any U.S. foreign policy in the matter, and in deporting the man to the Soviet Union, that even though the U.S. government was able to sidestep the problems that J-Bank had raised, there was no other concern that needed to be elevated about Linus and the case itself. However, it seemed as though, even with many disagreeing with Scher and the department's work and J-Bank's advocacy efforts, the White House communications director still received much, written communication about this instance, with them citing that they had more than 15,000 letters and cards written to them relaying concerns regarding the Linus case from the Eastern European emigre community within the U.S. In some of the final public statements that J-Bank made about this case, they noted that it would have great historical significance, legal, moral, and even emotional consequences, as the deportations would extend moral and legal equivalency to the Soviet Union through the U.S. justice system, and would then cause the grave long-term consequences of lowering the high standards of democratic jurisprudence within the United States. J-Bank's response to, and the rhetoric utilized by the entirety of the J-Bank community in response to Sonnenfeld's doctrine and the OSI cases, reveals the way that this Baltic advocacy organization attempted to demystify the situation and counter U.S. foreign policy positions during this era. The organization continually argued for more transparency regarding where U.S. Baltic foreign policy was headed, utilized their suspicions and rhetorical response to then pressure the U.S. government into more clearly defining its foreign policy position regarding this region. In its discourse with the intensified state of secrecy that had emerged throughout these two cases that we looked at, J-Bank strongly challenged and resisted changing foreign policy, instead using these situations to advocate for a stronger U.S. response in the way that it supported the Baltic fight for independence. In these situations, J-Bank's suspicions of state secrecy and the lack of governmental transparency evident here became the backbone for its arguments and rhetorical advocacy regarding the direction that U.S. Baltic foreign policy was headed in these late Cold War years. These actions did not only pave the way for the changes to occur within foreign policy and the intergovernmental milieu, but would also bolster the fight for Baltic independence stateside and thus confirm the strength of the transnational ties present between non-state actors in the J-Bank community, the Baltic American diasporic groups, and Balts that were then still living behind the Iron Curtain. So circling back around to the comments made in this year of April of this year by the Chinese ambassador, we see much of J-Bank's advocacy is still ongoing. Just as their work was cut out for them in the late Cold War years, there's still much work to do today. As J-Bank continues to communicate the reasons why independence should be advocated for and protected in the Eastern European region, they reveal time and time again that they are a strong non-governmental leader in Baltic issues and an actor that continually weaves together the narrative arcs of both the Cold War within the world as we know it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting excursion into rhetoric from Kristen Einertson. And now let's turn our attention to Nicole Harry and Church of Communism.
Thank you. I'm going to keep us in the same geographic area as Kristen's presentation to take us back a few years. Before I begin, though, I'd first like to thank the organizers of this conference, the Wilson Center, the CWHRC program, and to you all, both in the audience and on this panel, for joining our discussion today. So my name is Nicole Harry. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and today I'll be discussing my project, A Church Under Communism, the Catholic Community and Soviet Legitimacy in the Lithuanian Soviet Socialist Republic. In this project, I'm investigating the tension between Soviet administration's anti-religious rhetoric and the practical applications of policy in a republic with both a strong Catholic and nationalist identity. The disparity between Soviet ideology and its dynamic relationship with Lithuanian Catholics is therefore explained by Lithuania's unique position as an imperial periphery, able to balance the weight of external influence against the Soviet Union's own intentions for the recently acquired republic. To begin, though, I'd like to start with the brief story of a church. In 1956, the first and only Catholic church, the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of Peace, was built in the Soviet Union. The construction of this church was the result of heavy petitioning by Catholics in the Lithuanian Diocese of Klaipėda, a city on the Baltic Sea, and the church was fully funded and constructed by parishioners. When the church was completed in 1961, it was immediately seized by Soviet officials and converted into a concert hall. Over 20 years after its construction, over 14,000 Lithuanian Catholics again petitioned the government in 1979 for the return of the church to the Klaipėda Diocese, writing directly to Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev. Eventually, by 1983, the church was returned to its original function. The story of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of Peace Church, highlights two main questions that I will discuss in my research. First, when and where were Soviet administrators willing to compromise ideological rhetoric, such as atheism, for effective governance? In the case of the Klaipėda Church, administrators conceded twice to local Lithuanian petitioning, and also potentially supported the establishment of a Catholic Church in a region which, previous to the Second World War and the Soviet Union's incorporation of the region into the new borders, had been a Lutheran-dominated region of Germany. Secondly, what agency did believers and a broader Catholic community have in an ideologically atheist state? The story of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of Peace Church, clearly shows that despite persecution, Lithuanian Catholics felt secure enough to identify themselves and profess their beliefs directly to Soviet leadership. In the case, then, of the 1979 petition, directly to Brezhnev himself. In investigating this question, I'm interested in how Soviet administration at various levels understood its relationship to Lithuanian Catholics directly, as well as how international influences, such as the concept of human rights or the role of the Vatican and other transnational actors, influenced Soviet policy. So to address these two questions today, I'm specifically focusing on the role of group advocacy in Soviet religious policy by looking at Lithuanian Catholics' use of petitions. The big question, though, or one of the big questions, is why Lithuania? Lithuania specifically lends itself to this study of tension between Soviet administrative ideology and practice, as it sits as a nexus of overlapping Cold War influences and allows me to use the relationship between the Lithuanian believers, the Catholic Church, and Soviet administrative policy as a lens into understanding how the Soviet Union balanced force and legitimacy in its peripheries. Again, especially in a republic characterized by both its Catholic national identity and its connections with international communities, such as the Vatican and emigres. I therefore predict that an analysis of religious political dynamics in Lithuania highlights the disparity between the ideological rhetoric of Soviet administrators and the practical decisions made in regional and local policies. This project specifically focuses on the period of détente, extending generally from 1964 through 1979. Internationally, the diplomatic thaw of this period allowed Lithuania and the other Baltic republics to become an ideological and material gateway to the West, channeling consumer goods, samizdat, and ideas of Western connections and quality of life into the Soviet interior. In Lithuania specifically, the Catholic Church became a center for dissident activity due to its independent connections to the Vatican and Catholic communities beyond the borders of the Soviet Union. Thus, Catholic tradition, whether coupled with true spiritual belief or not, became a core element of Lithuanian national identity. In this project, I focus on 3 international events in exploring Soviet religious relations. Those 3 being first, the Second Vatican Council, or Vatican II, which concluded in 1965, the signing of the Helsinki Accords and growing emphasis on human rights discourse in 1975, and finally, the pontification of Pope John Paul II in 1979. Pope John Paul II is especially important because he was the first pope from Eastern Europe, and his election was therefore not only a decision that affected the spiritual community, but was also a political statement from the Vatican. The Lithuanian Catholic community used the result of these 3 temporal signposts to reinforce their open frustrations with Soviet religious policy and pressure Soviet administrators into conceding ideological goals for political stability. So, our discussion today then will focus on the role of petitions as a means to illuminating some of the relationship between Soviet administrators and Lithuanian Catholics. And we will begin first with the 1979 petition for the return of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of Peace Church in Klaipėda. In their appeal to Comrade Brezhnev, these petitioners cited both the fact that they had originally received official approval from Soviet administrators to construct the church, as well as the fact that this was their second petition to Brezhnev. The petition itself mentions that the petitioners assumed their first document had not made it to Brezhnev, as they had not heard a response. Both this recognition of previous appeal and second attempt highlight an acknowledgement of Soviet authority. By dealing directly with officials, reaching out directly to Brezhnev himself, citing their previous approval from Soviet authorities, and assuming that the government would hear and acknowledge their requests, reveals that at least to some extent, they believed that the Soviet state would honor its past approvals and had the capabilities and interest to do so. Additionally, returning to the 3 temporal moments I laid out just a few moments ago, though the petitioners do not explicitly mention Pope John Paul II, one cannot help but wonder if the pontification of a pope from the East influenced the decision of the Klaipėda petitioners to raise their case in 1979, when the church had been seized almost 20 years before. Though I'm conducting additional research in Lithuania to understand the motivations of the petitioners and the discourse that occurred in republic and local administration between the petition of 1979 and the return of the church in 1983, the petition clearly reflects that the petitioners understood the Soviet government to be a system in which they had the agency to advocate for themselves, and officials had the power and interest to respond. Though the Klaipėda petition for the Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of Peace Church reflects a relationship between believers and state that, to some extent, legitimizes the power and capabilities of the Soviet government, some petitioners were also willing to call this legitimacy into question. In a 1971 petition signed by over 17,000 Lithuanian Catholics, petitioners demanded that Brezhnev enforce both the right to freedom of conscience, granted by the Constitution of the Soviet Union, and the law prohibiting the persecution of individuals for their Catholic faith, outlined in the Constitution of the Lithuanian Soviet Socialist Republic. Already then, petitioners were challenging the legitimacy and effectiveness of republic-level government as they circumvented the administration of the Lithuanian Soviet Socialist Republic and appealed directly to Brezhnev to uphold 2 levels of constitutional law. Additionally, this petition outlined that if these constitutional rights were not upheld, the petitioners would be compelled to reach out to international organizations, including the Pope in Rome, the United Nations, noted for its protection of human rights. This petition concluded with the statement that, and I quote, "What we want is not pretty words in the press and on the radio, but serious government efforts that would help us, Catholics, to feel as citizens of the Soviet Union with equal rights." Unlike the Klaipėda petition, we see that this 1971 petition chose the lines of legitimacy, both recognizing the Soviet government and Brezhnev as an administrative arbiter able to enforce Soviet law, while also threatening that if Brezhnev could not protect the rights of his own citizens, they would appeal to international organizations who could. This petition went unanswered by Soviet leadership, and in March of 1972, these same petitioners did in fact reach out to the UN and asked the Secretary General himself to pass their grievances onto Brezhnev. In my brief research so far at the Open Society Archives last week, I already found over 10 petitions to Brezhnev and other leaders of the USSR, which used various rhetorical strategies and made demands ranging from the reinstatement of priests and return of churches to the observance of human and constitutional rights. What especially stood out to me about these petitions, though, is their volume. Despite the persecution of Catholics and clergy outlined across these documents, these petitioners repeatedly felt confident enough to make religious appeals to an anti-religious government. Though these petitions are just the beginning of my work on this topic, they do begin to add context to the questions outlined in the introduction of this presentation. First, what agency did the Lithuanian Catholic community have? In the case of these petitions, enough that they felt able to embody their religious identity openly to anti-religious administrators. And secondly, where were Soviet leaders willing to compromise ideological rhetoric for effective governance? Again, these petitions show, in the face of mass demand and when faced with Lithuanian Catholics' ties to international organizations and actors, such as the UN or potentially the sympathies of Pope John Paul II. Thus, petitions from believers are just one piece to the puzzle, but lend themselves to our investigation of the disparity between ideology and practice in Soviet religious policy in Lithuania. Due to Lithuania's unique position as an imperial periphery between the Soviet East and Free West, the Soviet government compromised its ideological goals of anti-religious Marxist policies as it strove instead to enforce governing authority in the Republic and offset the pressure of Lithuania's international connections. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Nicole Harry on this fascinating story about the Catholic Church in Lithuania. And let's now turn our attention to Mateusz Amanatiadis. Indeed, we're staying in the region and again, transnational actors, right, in Scandinavia.
Yep. So we're delving back to Olivia's church again. We're going to talk about Scandinavia. Thank you all for attending this talk, and special thanks to Daniel for his valiant efforts to pronounce my name. We appreciate it. I will talk briefly about my work on the transnational advocacy network that developed in Scandinavia during the time of the Greek dictatorship. And some of these networks' attempts to affect democratic transition in Greece. I'll talk very briefly about my analytical framework and then give you a couple of examples of initiatives that this network took to that end. But before that, I thought we could start with a little bit of a background on the Greek junta for those of you who, unlike me, treasure their sanity and don't follow Greek politics. Let's see. The blinker has abandoned me, but
It's the down.
oh, it's a down button.
Right.
Should have guessed that. So, right, I thought we'd begin with 1967 with the actual rise of the dictatorship, where we see a group of low-ranking military officers seize power in the 21st of April 1967, a mere month before the scheduled general election, in order to save Greece from an alleged communist takeover. The kernels here echo a broader fear that existed in Greece in the time before the coup, namely that the center union of Georgios Papandreou, who was set to win the election, would include dangerous left-wing elements that wanted to distance Greece from the West and from NATO. This seizure of power is followed by hundreds of arrests of politicians and political dissidents, among them former Prime Minister Georgios Papandreou and his son, and future Prime Minister Andreas Papandreou, which causes a major international outcry against the regime. Now, in September the same year, 1967, we see that Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, which we will be focusing on, file a case against Greece in the European Commission of Human Rights, accusing Greece of human rights violations, which, long story short, culminates to the withdrawal of Greece from the Council of Europe in late 1969, with the junta's foreign minister, Panagiotis Pipinellis, pictured here, announcing its withdrawal shortly before the vote that was to expel Greece from the Council of Europe. I don't know if that reminds anyone of anything that might or might not have happened last year. Anyway, so this is an important milestone because it was the first major international victory against the regime, and because the resistance saw it as a very important stepping stone to raise the issue of Greece with NATO and with the US and convince the US to stop supporting the dictatorship. And we'll revisit that in a moment. Now, in 1973, we see that Papadopoulos launches a controlled democratization initiative where he proclaims Greece a republic and he proclaims himself president of Greece, but this backfires and causes dissatisfaction both with the general public and within his own regime. And it actually culminates in the Polytechnic uprising on 17th of November the same year, and with Brigadier General Dimitrios Ioannidis actually overthrowing Papadopoulos and seizing control 8 days after the revolt. And finally, we reach 1974 with the regime actually collapsing when it instigates a coup in Cyprus against President Makarios, which in turn triggers a Turkish invasion of the island and causes the regime to collapse and restore power to political parties. So you've got your spoilers so far. So this network that I'm going to be talking about didn't bring down the junta brought down the junta. But I think there's still some historical value in looking at them. Now, a few words about Scandinavia during the time, and some words about why it's related to the dictatorship. Well, apart from the obvious initiative that I just mentioned with the Council of Europe, we see that unlike their treatment of other global events, such as the war with Vietnam that happened during the time, we see that the Nordics actually adopt a very united front against the dictatorship. So they submit an application against the Council of Europe that sees it expelled. They freeze their diplomatic, or like they nearly freeze their diplomatic relations with Greece almost simultaneously during the time. And through the archives, we can actually see that even for the most minor diplomatic decisions, the diplomatic staff in Athens actually correspond with one another and keep a united front almost all the way to the end. Now, this has been, roughly speaking, researched so far. What hasn't been researched is the transnational network of anti-dictatorial activists that developed in Scandinavia during the time. So in Sweden, we see that the Committee for Democracy in Greece is established mere days after the dictatorship comes to power, which is then followed by similar committees in Norway and in Denmark, which consists of lawyers, diplomats, activists, NGOs, and a very big chunk of Greek political exiles. And at roughly the same time that these committees are actually established, we see that the Patriotic Front of famous Greek composer Mikis Theodorakis gains a foothold in Scandinavia. And in the following year, in 1968, we see that Andreas Papandreou, which I mentioned before, actually establishes a Pan-Hellenic liberation movement in Sweden with the support of Swedish Prime Minister Tage Erlander. So this is the point in time where we kind of see that all these different actors start interacting with one another. And with the resistance movement abroad in other countries, and they start embedding themselves in a transnational network that tries to, broadly speaking, bring down the junta. Now, transnational activism has become an increasingly popular field of study since the 1990s, primarily within political science and IR, when scholars in those fields started to acquire an interest on how non-state actors like NGOs influence international relations. My analytical framework draws inspiration from the works of Margaret Keck and Catherine Sicking in their book Activists Beyond Borders, where they lay down a very nice framework of how such networks launch various types of campaigns to generate engagement around causes and trying to hold transgressing states accountable or support or coerce other states to do it for them, triggering what is called the boomerang effect in the same book. The authors have also discussed how such networks can call upon very diffuse resources and connections of individual activists to exercise social and political pressures and initiate transnational cooperation initiatives. And it is within this framework that I seek to answer how the members of this network mobilize around the Greek issue, how they interacted with each other, and in what ways ultimately did they actually influence the foreign policy of the Nordics when it came to the junta, what kind of strategies they employed, and how these strategies change over time and developments both in the international arena and in Greece. And for that purpose, I've chosen to look not only at the archives of ministries of foreign affairs in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, but actually look at personal archives of some of the key activists that were active in the movement, to kind of triangulate the different initiatives that the Nordics took at the time and see and try to better understand the influence that this network had on Nordic foreign policy. Now there are many initiatives that the Scandinavian network launched during the time. They launched some very successful tourist boycotts. They actually proved very instrumental in acquiring info for the Amnesty International report that would go to the Council of Europe and see Greece expelled. But since we're running kind of short of time, I think I'll just focus on one of them that was originally brought to my attention by the historian Stan Drainos, which I think best illustrates why this network is so particularly interesting. And it's the uncreatively named Scandinavian Initiative, the initiative launched by Scandinavians. So the Scandinavian Initiative was conceived by members of originally from the Norse Committee for Democracy in Greece, as an envisioned political solution to the situation in Greece, right? And the idea behind it was to reach out to all the different Greek political factions existing in exile at the time and have them agree upon a minimum program for democratic transition, which could then theoretically be presented by Norway and Denmark to the US and to NATO as a viable political solution to an alternative to the colonels, thus persuading the US to stop supporting the regime financially and militarily, which was kind of the end game for this network in a lot of ways. So I think this initiative is very interesting because it comes at a very specific point in time. It comes after a series of attempts from Denmark and Norway to bring up the cause of Greece with NATO have been intercepted by Manlio Brosio, Secretary General of NATO. It comes after an ultimately very lukewarm response from the Nixon administration to the expulsion of Greece from the Council of Europe, which the network was hoping would serve as a trump card for bringing up the issue of Greece. And in fact, we see that in late 1970, the Nixon administration actually lifts the heavy arms embargo that was imposed by Johnson in 1967. So long story short, it's starting to look like the US isn't going to budge with the strategies tried so far, so they start exploring alternatives. Now, the Scandinavians thought this was necessary because, if you recall earlier, I mentioned that there were fears in Greece about left-wing elements distancing Greece from the West and from NATO, where these fears didn't only exist domestically. And in fact, we have a fair number of studies that have shown that the US had monitored Greek politics quite closely before the coup, and actually feared the prospect of losing their foothold in Greece, which occupied and still occupies a very key position in the Mediterranean. So the Scandinavians drew up a plan to bring together prominent politicians to quote from a document from the furthermost left to the furthermost right, including Konstantinos Karamanlis, former Prime Minister of Greece, Andreas Papandreou, which I mentioned earlier, representatives from both camps of the recently split Communist Party of Greece, royalist army officers, and last but not least, King Constantine, who at the time was living in exile in Italy after having organized a failed counter-coup in December 1967. So the initiative is actually put into motion in late 1970 and is discussed first with the Norwegian Prime Minister Per Borten, who views it positively and actually agrees to support it, and then with Hilmar Balmsgaard in Denmark, and then with Olof Palme in Sweden, who all pledged their support and actually agreed to provide financial assistance to see the initiative realized. So throughout October and November the same year, we see key network members from Sweden, Denmark, and Norway take numerous trips throughout Europe to meet with exiled politicians and convince them to participate in the conference. So we have, for example, Einar Førde, Labour MP from Norway, traveling together with Arne Treholt to Geneva, Rome, and Paris. Pierre Schori, the International Secretary of the Social Democrats in Sweden, traveling to Athens to meet with members of the opposition there, and Mogens Kamre in Denmark, making contact with Andreas Papandreou to convince him to join the initiative. Meanwhile, we have activists and Greek exiles aiding these actors by putting them into contact with key political figures and helping them acquire kind of a better lay of the land, of the contentions existing in the Greek political world. This will be important later. Now, the initiative itself was very ambitious, and the Scandinavians actually got many key political figures to go along with it, but it faced a very bad reception from some of the most key political figures of Greece at the time, who almost all considered the perspective unrealistic. And it was actually Andreas Papandreou who would drive the nail into the coffin, primarily because he thought the initiative was unrealistic and he had his own qualms about the king's involvement. It's quite interesting, by the way, and I failed to mention that earlier, that the initiative was to involve the king. You know, the king at the time, although the Scandinavians didn't know it, was actually in contact with the colonels, trying to see himself reinstated in Greece under the colonels. And I think the inclusion of the king kind of betrays, if the sources didn't do it already, that this came from Norway, because they had imagined, or they had tried to picture this initiative in the image of the resistance movement in Norway during World War II under King Håkon, which kind of unified the resistance movement. Now, Andreas Papandreou himself didn't believe that King Constantine was the appropriate figure for that, and I've included a quote here in his correspondence with Mogens Kamre, where he is quoted saying, "Can you imagine King Håkon receiving a monthly check from Quisling?" Ouch. So he proceeds then to publish information about the initiative, and thus breaking the air of secrecy that was surrounding it, and kind of effectively putting it to sleep. Now, this initiative, like most of the initiatives that were launched against the junta, they weren't successful because the colonels did the job themselves. But my argument is that it isn't the success of the initiative that is interesting here, but it's the degree of involvement and coordination that these activists exercised in Scandinavian foreign policy and how far up that reached. And I'd like to conclude with that by saying that the case of Greece, I think, can help us understand better the role of such non-state actors in Nordic foreign policy during the Cold War. And the reason why I make that claim is that even though this kind of interaction between states and activists that we see in Scandinavia, so this kind of cooperation, is somewhat unique, the case of Greece isn't unique to Scandinavia. And what I mean by that is that at the same time, you have committees like the ones on Greece, about Vietnam, about Chile, about Argentina, which promote similar politics. And quite interestingly, they're actually staffed by roughly the same people, which I think is the key for understanding the influence of non-state actors in Nordic foreign policy. And with that, I'll leave you with an obligatory thank you slide.
Thank you so much, Matthias, and I think it's time to open up the session for questions. Yes, Peter, I think you were the fastest.
Yes, I guess. Thank you for the presentations. To Olivia, I will probably have a question about the conspiracy theory, but let's leave that for later if you prefer that. So I will have questions for the other presenters in the meantime. This one maybe for later. Kristen, I wanted to ask you about Simas Kudirka. If you're aware of his case as such, the Lithuanian sailor who eventually made it to the US, was J-Bank involved in any way in I don't know, using Kudirka basically as a person giving testimony about what the Soviet Union is like? I'm wondering. And okay, turning to Nicole, the Lithuanian Catholic community, of course, is historically connected to the Polish Catholic community as well. So I'm wondering what you make of course, the limited possibility of transnational connections at the time and how this may have mattered with relevance to your subject. And finally, to Mateusz, what you introduced to us seems like basically a kind of transnational elite self-mobilization. How much popular mobilization was there? You mentioned the overlap between these supposedly single-issue networks. It's largely the elites that were involved. Was there, I don't know, through events, maybe other kinds of outreach, popular mobilization for the same causes? How much? Is my question.
How should we do it? Would you like to collect some questions and then you should answer in one go? Is it okay?
Yeah, that's good.
In that case, let's collect 2 more questions. You were second when behind Peter. The lady in the green dress and then the lady in the red suit. Super hard. Yes.
Thank you all very much for the interesting presentations. I have a question very to Matthias, and it kind of follows up a little bit on the previous question that was raised, because I was wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about who are the actors who were actually involved in Scandinavia, what their motivation was, so to say, to get engaged in this debate, and whether you can speak to if there was any connection between their initiatives and then, for example, the initiative like in the Socialist International that was also trying to support oppositionary forces.
Yes. First of all, thank you. Due to my own nationality and heritage, I find this panel's topic extremely interesting. You certainly delivered something very, very good. So first of all, thank you very much for that. I have plenty of questions, but I think I'll just fire one for Olivia. You and me, we've been talking a little bit about Greenland. Prior to this presentation, so I'll be dragging you a little bit out of Svalbard and into Greenland, because I would like to ask you if you see any relation between American establishment of the Pacific Space Base, formerly known as Thule Air Base, in 1943, and then the Soviet interest in Svalbard.
Thank you so much. In that case, I think we should go with the order of the presentations, if you don't mind.
All right, so I have a quick turnaround. Thank you so much for bringing in Greenland. That is actually part of my dissertation. It is also the part of my dissertation I researched the least. So I am kind of speaking extemporaneously here. So Greenland is a very interesting element of NATO policy, and it's a really interesting way of looking at, especially Greenland is a colony until 1953, and so that actually means that NATO had a colony that was a very strategic part of its regional defense from its inception. And so that also, in the same way that Svalbard occupies this like very interesting international kind of constellation of rules and norms, Greenland also does too. And the difference also is that Svalbard does not have an indigenous population, Greenland has an indigenous population. And so something I'm interested in is that NATO relationship to indigenous communities during that time. I do not know about the Soviet Union's interest in Greenland, unfortunately. That is a great reminder to start researching it. But what's really interesting is in NATO, there's this tension between what is foreign policy of the nations and what is NATO policy. And this line is always kind of shifting. And so I want to speak very quickly about Camp Century and Project Iceworm in the 1957, where the US had this very almost propagandistic campaign about this settlement that they are making called Camp Century. And it's a way of doing scientific experiments. It is a bastion of international cooperation. And it closed down, but there's a lot of films and visual materials from it. And that was a joint operation with Denmark. The second thing is that they also had Project Iceworm, which was a secret nuclear missile testing operation. And the Danes didn't know about this. And so when they did find out that it breached not only the NATO kind of relationship, but it also breached the bilateral agreement. And so essentially, while I don't know much about the Soviet Union, Greenland is extremely important in kind of the NATO and then the particular nation states really figuring out where that line of responsibility and priority and affiliation really comes in. So thank you for your question.
So thank you for the question about the Lithuanian sailor. That is one of my chapters in my dissertation, is looking at how J-Bank brought in these dissidents and emigres from the USSR, from the Baltics, and tried to utilize them in their political game, if you want to call it that. Especially it's lobbying towards the U.S. Congress, and so one of the ways that it did this, I don't know if this is the case in this particular situation with the sailor, because I haven't looked into that for my particular research, but they would hold congressional banquets where they would throw a big party to celebrate these Baltic American holidays that they fabricated, such as Baltic Freedom Day or this U.S. celebration of the Baltic original independence days. And so they would actually have folks who you mentioned come in to present and talk as the main keynote speaker at these, to then tell Congress about what was actually happening behind the USSR, or how their stories might give some more realism to what that narrative looked like from the U.S. perspective, since of course that was something the United States and political regime was concentrated or interested in at the time. So I will have to look more into that for my particular chapter, but that is definitely one area that I'm interested in for dissertation.
Thank you for your question about Polish and Lithuanian Catholics. Per my understanding, the relationship was fairly competitive through the interwar period over territorial disputes. Which country got Kaunas, which country got Vilnius, and those disputes carried into the period of Soviet occupation or incorporation of Lithuania, because the Soviet Union claimed the Vilnius Archdiocese as part of the Lithuanian Soviet Socialist Republic instead of part of Poland. But Catholic community-wise, after the Soviet occupation began, the Catholic communities became relatively close and very supportive of one another. The Polish Catholic community had less religious restriction on it, so it did have closer ties to the Vatican. The Pope, both the previous Pope to John Paul II and John Paul II were able to go and visit Poland. He was not able to go and visit Lithuania, but Lithuanians on the Polish border were able to get broadcasts from Poland, so there was a mass pilgrimage to the Polish border to watch the TV broadcasts, hear the radio broadcasts of the Pope's visit. Polish priests also wrote petitions to both regional and Soviet-level administration, petitioning on behalf of Lithuanian priests, calling for advocacy, calling for these priests to be allowed to go to seminary, for the Pope to be allowed to visit Lithuania, to celebrate the holidays more freely. So they were pretty supportive of each other, and I'm interested, as I move forward with this project, understanding the triangulation of Lithuanian Catholics, Polish Catholics, and the Vatican, because I'm extremely interested in what the Vatican was feeling about all of these Catholic communities behind the Iron Curtain. Thank you.
We'll try to answer both questions at the same time, because I think they relate to one another. You mentioned Marion. So the actors that I mentioned, they came mostly from. There was support for the cause across all sides of the political spectrum, right? The Greek case was a relatively uncontroversial cause, universally bad. Mostly it came from the Social Democrats and from the left, right? Regarding the polarity between elites and the popular level, I mean, there were protests around the issue of Greece, but not in the way that you would imagine from other countries. So you wouldn't see burning dumpsters or anything like that. More like strikes and protests to kind of keep the issue afloat and not let it be buried by all these other causes that could exist at the time, like Vietnam. I don't have to mention all of them. So they mostly serve as reminders, and they're usually carried out by exiled Greeks. They're carried out by Swedish activists and so on. But not in the way of contentious politics in that sense. Contentious politics wasn't much of a thing in Scandinavia. The Scandinavians had this very particular knack to actually incorporate emerging social movements rather than oppose them, right? So instead of saying, bring the police out and fund them, and say, okay, we support your cause, let's work together towards that, and maybe tweak your program in certain ways that we like. Which when it comes to motivations that you asked, Marion, I think, and that's my appraisal of the situation, is that a lot of Swedes and Danes and Norwegians in high positions were genuinely concerned with the issue of Greece, and some of them had very personal ties with the Greek cause. If you were to take the realist position that all of historians have done, the fact that Greece was so uncontroversial, like I said, it also made it a very interesting political opportunity, right? So it didn't have the controversy attached to Vietnam, right? So there really was no political cost to supporting Greece, right? So especially when you see that all this takes place around 1968, 1970, where the new left is on the rise, and these major workers' parties, the Social Democrats, start losing votes to the newer generation. Such causes tend to serve as kind of springboard platforms back into relevance. So the good motivations were there, but the political gains were also there. I can't, in good faith, answer the question about Socialist International because I haven't looked at the archive yet that I want to look at. I know that the Swedes took it up with Socialist International, but I don't know to what extent and what kind of resonance that had. I hope that does somewhat of a good job at answering the questions.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I saw a lot of hands in the air, but we are running out of time, and as a result, I would encourage those people who still have questions to sort of hunt down the presenters during the lunch break and carry on this discussion there. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for the presentation.
Welcome everyone. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. My name is János Kemény. Back in the day, I was a research coordinator around here, and nowadays I'm a researcher at the University of Public Service here in Budapest. And I have the honor to chair this panel entitled Intelligence and National Security. We have three wonderful presentations. First on my list is Jitka Drahočka. Sorry. Okay. She will hold a presentation entitled Female Collaborators Through the Eyes of the Czechoslovak Secret Police During Normalization. We also got Stefania Teodora Kukor. Her presentation is entitled Anticipating the Enemy Strategy in the Cold War, the Estimates of the Central Intelligence Agency During the Berlin Wall Crisis. And last but not least, we get Marion Foster. She will be talking about or hold her presentation entitled After Violence, Reconstructing National Security in Austria and Greece During the Cold War. And without further ado, I would like to ask Jitka to start her presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. My paper explores the emotional dynamics of women's collaboration with the secret police, also called Státní bezpečnost, but I will refer to it as STB, with the abbreviation. During the last 2 decades of communism in Czechoslovakia between 1969 and 1989. This period was also called normalization, when the once beloved leaders of the Prague Spring turned back into apartchiks allied with the Soviets. 1.5 million Czechoslovaks were stripped of their membership with the Communist Party due to political reasons. Hundreds of thousands were forced out of their responsible positions in the government, education, arts, and many more decided to emigrate. As the public mood transformed into hopeless apathy and impotent anger, the regime refused to risk a showdown in its struggle against the nation. Instead of Marxist ideological pathos of revolutionary violence, the leitmotifs of the period became social security, peace, order, or, in the words of the president, the quiet life. While the party officials promoted peace and consolidation, the STB, the secret police, remained the state's invisible hand enforcing the quietness through constant surveillance. Despite a steep decline in the recruitment of the secret informers in the 1960s, within 4 years after the Prague Spring, the STB was able to recover their ranks to up to 12,000 informers. As the physical torture became unacceptable by the early 1970s, the primary weapon of the secret police became the power to influence people's lives. Besides using psychological intimidation and bullying, the STB had the power to refuse to grant travel permits, permissions to study, or to enter employment. Due to the lack of trust in the government, family home became both pragmatically and symbolically the center of the privatized experience of this period. But it was not entirely untouched by the state. Normalization introduced many incentive-based policies targeting young couples and women to start their families and consequently increasing the double burden on working mothers. Instead of the 1950s idea of emancipation and equality, the normalization female virtues became fatigue and overworking. Experts of the day deemed that life under socialism was so energy-consuming for women that they had little ambition left to engage in any positions of power. Many lamented that the gender-conservative policies were the primary cause of women's disinterest in politics. However, other scholars, such as the dissident socialist Jiřina Šiklová, suggested that women in socialism never allowed themselves to be manipulated to the extent that men did, and therefore their absence had moral reasons. According to Šiklová, fewer women party members meant also fewer female functionaries and fewer women informers for the secret police. And the assumption that women distance themselves from collaboration with the regime seems to have been reflected in historiography, as women's role as informers has been entirely ignored. This paper, by contrast, argues that women's collaboration with the STB in the last 2 decades of the state socialism in Czechoslovakia is not only more significant and complex that Šiklová suggests, but that this history also helps us to understand how normalization functioned as an emotional regime and a system of power. On average, women constitute only just over 10% of the STB's informers. Nevertheless, they were regularly recruited into the complex hierarchy of secret collaborators as agents, confidants, or providers of the conspiracy flats. By focusing on female collaborators, this paper challenges the contemporary gender assumption about women's humility and subordination as workers and mothers. Instead, it positions women as historical agents who were not always entirely under the control of the state, and who sought opportunities to improve their lives and career prospects for themselves, their families, to settle personal scores, or to even seek revenge. The primary sources for this study are the personal files of these informers. I took roughly 30 female informers from diverse ages, places of living, career aspirations, and family backgrounds. Firstly, I will follow the structure of the file to outline the process of collaboration, and then I will look at the contents as a space where the operative members of the STB navigated and devised means of controlling their informers through the lens of emotions. The STB organized their collaborators into two wide categories. Agents who were knowingly recruited. They worked under a cover name of their choice and were always targeted to deliver information on a single mission. These tasks included spying on foreigners, diplomatic staff, dissidents, youth, religious groups, in particular the Jewish population, or surveying the Czechoslovaks emigrants abroad. Confidence, on the other hand, provided information of a general nature, which could be background information about neighbors or colleagues. They did not operate under a cover name, and they were often not aware of speaking with the secret police. Regardless of the role, collaboration itself was a rather intimate experience. Each informer had to keep their collaboration strictly secret to themselves, and they knew only one or two officers from STB. The collaboration cycle, however, started before women even sat down during their initial meetings. The STB observed potential candidates for months or even years when they were slowly gathering information about their suitability and background checks. Contrary to the post-1989 belief that secret collaborators were devoted party members, most female candidates in the studied sample were politically inactive. The primary concern of the STB was to recruit informers who were well established in their social networks, and they were always trying to highlight women's intellect, how ambitious they were, how hardworking they were, and loyal as workers, mothers, or wives. As a part of the proposal, recruiting officers also had to outline the motivations under which they tried to approach the candidates. The normalized STB recognized the importance of voluntariness. However, as I will address in a minute, the voluntariness on paper could always hide many unspoken conversations full of threats. Material gains were rarely used because informers were not paid regular salary, but they usually received ad hoc rewards such as birthday gifts or Christmas gifts or a bit of money for their missions. Some women were also recruited on the basis of real compromising materials that threatened their reputation in public or personal lives. These could have been illegal sources of employment, such as prostitution, political or professional favorism, and most importantly, pornographic materials. After the approval of the proposal, the STB contacted the women under disguise of some bureaucratic issue or other matters, never revealing the true reason for the meeting at first. These meetings usually took place in plain sight, in cafes, restaurants, or wine bars. But due to the conspiracy, some women who were high profile in their area had to be picked up by car and then driven to a different part of the city or a different town. And this is the meeting when they would usually sign the binding act. Once recruited, most female collaborators spied at their workplaces, such as diplomatic staff, or they were providing copies of business agendas, keys for flats, or look through bins for discarded notes or letters. STB also used many former members of the Prague Spring opposition or universities to survey any danger of mass gatherings. And also, besides the surveillance, a lot of women also engaged in romantic or sexual relationships, for example, with the diplomatic staff, where very often they were taken to a private flat that was modified by the STB for the surveillance purposes with cameras or microphones. Contacting and meeting women during the collaboration represented the greatest challenge because whereas male agents, they could easily disguise these meetings as going for a pint with a friend, but women could be suspected from infidelity. In those cases, STB preferred to recruit unmarried women or women who didn't have any time-consuming activities, such as having children. Collaboration usually lasted around 2 to 5 years, but some women stayed with STB for over 20 years. The reasons for collaboration were usually because women simply stopped contacting their STB officers, or the reason why they were recruited was not possible anymore. For example, they lost their employment, or the foreigners moved out, or sexual agents got married and could not engage in those activities again. But the STB personal file did not serve only as a database to track the progress, but their contents reveal an overwhelming number of details about the everyday life and the significance that STB plays on understanding women's true weaknesses, desires, and motivations. The personal file then emerges as a front line of a nuanced conflict between politics and emotions. Feelings of anxiety and paranoia were endemic to the collaboration, and as a result, the STB often positions themselves as a power that could eliminate these or alleviate these anxieties. There are remarks like, in case of a good relationship with the STB, her dream work at the embassy could come true, or they believe that her attitude towards the STB is influenced by the belief that her employment at the embassy is conditioned by our approval. The secret police usually utilize their power to help women who they generally perceived as having low esteem or struggled due to the lack of political connections. The STB mirrored many of the paternalistic norms and expectations towards women's emotionality, including the prescribed humility, submission, and love connected to marriage and motherhood. The more emotional vulnerability and personal details women shared, the more trustworthy they were perceived by the STB. However, the STB officers' approach, the emotional culture of STB did not always follow the paternalistic framework. Conversely, officers often enabled emotions that would usually be sanctioned by the wider society. I identify these emotions as ugly feelings, such as envy or greed. Those usually manifest as a fear of losing recently gained privileges or the anxiety of being left behind. For instance, envy. Women, as an emotion of a perceived lack, acts and findings results from envy usually manifested through gossip rather than official and professional surveillance observations. Gossip form an essential part of collaboration as the STB use these sources for systematic checks, but also creating like a mental map of the personality of their collaborators. In general, people who engaged in gossiping were aware of endangering their reputation, but the secrecy of the STB collaboration proved as an ideal environment where for spreading gossip due to the low risk of repercussions. The role of the trusting relationship that officers honed with their informers then resulted in feelings of respect and praise that allowed women to repress any feelings of guilt for betraying their friends. Envious informers often reported other women for their fashion choices as a way of compensating for low intelligence through cunning and pretentious behaviors, through which women sought to gain influence and benefits, notably among men with power. Women's involvement with multiple partners or in extramarital relationships was also largely perceived by other women as a sign of female weaknesses and the source of the crisis of family. Despite the importance of gossip as means of infiltrating the privacy, the STB officers treated these interactions with caution. Women would accuse their colleagues from being unfaithful to their husbands, even though the officers knew that it wasn't true. These utterances reveal less about the surveillance methods and the relationship between the female informers and the male STB officers, but more about the relationships that women had among themselves. In opposition to the attributed higher moral ground to the socialist women, as those together, under the mask of secrecy, women were willing to fully engage in unofficial channels of power, manipulate gossip to settle personal scores, and satisfy their feeling of revenge. To sum up, the abundance of details of women's everyday life affords the opportunity to traverse their experience in public and private spaces, which would usually be addressed by scholars in separation. Women's presence in the informers network significantly challenged the way STB officers had to accommodate them to the male-dominated. Through the emotional lens proves to be a productive framework to assessing the nuance of women's historical agency within and outside of the secret apparatus. The concept of ugly feelings offers a sensitive approach to these intricate emotions among women that, albeit highly feminized, are rarely addressed by gender historians. These emotions contextualize women's power-seeking and protective tendencies without trivializing the effect of the emotional burden of collaboration on their personal lives. However, the connection between the female experience and emotions should not reiterate the traditional dichotomy between female sensitivity and male rationality. Instead, as this paper attests, the emotional lens serves as a productive framework for studying the nuances of everyday experience through under-researched perspectives, including masculinity. The use of emotions challenges the black and white model of gendered emotional expectations and proposes a nuanced but critical approach to historical agencies, regardless whether the feelings behind them were ugly or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Stefania to hold her presentation.
My paper examines the CIA view of the events during the Berlin Wall crisis and how the U.S. intelligence agency analyzed Soviet behavior and estimated the possible tactics that the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev in 1958 ultimated. But first, we will go back to the moment when the division of Germany and Berlin took place. Germany became a major topic of discussion at the meetings of the three allies in Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam. The main purpose of the Allied powers was to contain and prevent a renewed German aggression after the war ends. In the first discussion, the big three, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, took into account the future of Germany in the post-war order. In February 1945, when they were confident of an Allied victory, the three leaders met near Yalta, Crimea, and agreed about the unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany and the division of Germany and Berlin into four occupational zones controlled by the United States, Great Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. The official division of Germany into occupation sectors took place on 5th of June 1945 with the signing of the Berlin Declaration, by which the four commanders of the Allied powers, we see them in the image, assumed the supreme authority over the German territory. The United States occupied the southern part of Germany, the eastern part. At the same time, the city of Berlin, that used to be the administrative, political, and economic center of the Reich, would have a special status within the occupied German state. Each of the occupying powers appointed a commander for its sector. They were part of the Inter-Allied Control Council, which in 1948 the Soviets walked out from the Allied Control Council, and the tensions between the great occupying powers were more intense. After the Berlin Airlift and the emergence of the two separate German countries, the line dividing the East and West Berlin has become both physically and symbolically the front line of the East-West conflict. Democratic enclave inside the communist bloc, West Berlin represented a thorny issue in the Cold War dynamic. Because of the strategic position, Berlin was also the center of intelligence war between the United States and the Soviet Union. In July 1945, with the Western occupation, American intelligence officers, Central Intelligence Group in the next year, CIG was replaced in 1947 by the newly created Central Intelligence Agency, the first U.S. civilian service to operate in the site. The CIA was organized into various departments that closely monitor the activities of the adversaries and enforced a role during the Cold War. Of reports and estimates, the so-called analytical arm of the CIA, the Office of Reports and Estimates, produced short-term evaluation of events and of national estimates. My paper is drawn mostly on the information provided by the CIA through the periodic National Intelligence Estimates, Special National Intelligence Estimates, and Foreign Intelligence Weekly Summary. Now fast forward to 1958. On November 10, 1958, Nikita Khrushchev, the first secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, declared in front of a group of Polish communists who come to Moscow to celebrate the 41st anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution that he intended to denounce a series of agreements concluded after the Second World War. He wanted to change the status of Berlin, withdrawing all military forces from the city and normalizing the situation in Germany, which could only be done by signing a peace treaty. His speeches roots between West Germany and West Berlin and the East German government. At the moment when Khrushchev issued his ultimatum, the capitalist West Berlin owed trade to the Soviets and East Germans. First of all, after the border between East and West Germany has been closed in 1952, West Berlin became the crossing point to West Germany. If anyone wanted to leave the GDR, but he did not dare to cross the new defended frontier, he just had to get to Berlin between 1952 and 1953, while 500,000 people left GDR because the living standards of these Germans had fallen substantially since 1947. Besides the refugee problem, which caused a drain to the East German economy, West Berlin was also a base of espionage. Many of them arriving in West Berlin were to be recruited by the Western intelligence agency as intelligence agents. Khrushchev and Ulbricht wanted to put an end to the subversive work of the West Berlin espionage and sabotage centers. For them, West Berlin was the center of hostile activity against the GDR and other socialist countries, a threat to the stability of East Germany. To discuss the issues raised by the ultimatum, the Western powers met in Paris in December 1958. The foreign ministers of the Allied powers reaffirmed their determination to maintain their position and rights in Berlin, considering it unacceptable to transform West Berlin into a so-called free city. Meanwhile, CIA took very seriously any apparent attempts to undermine the Western rights in Berlin. A report of CIA from December 1958 asserted that the Soviet leader would probably intend to be cautious, trying to avoid a military conflict with the Allied powers, but at the same time he would be ready to take advantage of any sign of weakness that the Allied powers would have. Moreover, according to the report, the Soviets almost sure did not expect the Western powers to accept the proposal to transform Berlin into a demilitarized free city. Some form of negotiation with the Allied powers being possible before offering their functions to the East Germans. Thus, according to the CIA, it was unlikely that the USSR would make any hasty move, and it was possible for the Soviets to propose a summit. What followed was in line with the expectation of the CIA. On January 10, 1959, USSR sent a note to the Allied powers in which Khrushchev withdrew his ultimatum and called for a conference to conclude a German peace treaty and discuss the situation in Berlin. This showed the Soviet intention to negotiate. A draft peace was also attached to the note. The American President Dwight D. Eisenhower agreed to hold a meeting with the four foreign ministers in Geneva, in which the representatives of East and West Germany would participate as observers. However, the Geneva Conference from the summer of 1959 turned out to be a failure due to contradictory opinions that the four powers had. During the conference, the CIA tried to estimate what would be the actions of the Soviets if the Geneva Conference would end without any result. According to a report from June 1959, if the Soviets allowed the conference to end without a final decision of Berlin, it is because the USSR believes that a period of additional pressure would determine the Western powers to make substantial concessions. One of the measures that the Soviets would take to enforce this pressure could be to apply some access restrictions to test somehow the determination of Allied powers and increase tensions. Even if no agreement could be reached at Geneva, Khrushchev and President Eisenhower held a discussion at Camp David in September 1959 where they agreed to reopen negotiations on Berlin. A summit between the Allied powers was set to be held in Paris, but once again the summit was a failure. In May 1960, the Soviet leader walked out of the Paris summit following the U-2 spy plane incident. In the spring of 1959, the CIA was trying to estimate what actions the Soviets might take if the Paris summit ended without finding a solution to the burning problem. Because the CIA observed that Khrushchev alternated between offers to negotiate over Berlin and threats of unilateral action, the agency considered that the Soviets would agree to extend the negotiations or most likely sign a separate treaty with East Germany. After signing the peace treaty, the Soviets were unlikely to intend to block access to Berlin as they were willing to alter Berlin's status by negotiating with the Allied powers. What Khrushchev would do was to impose some access conditions, which in view of the Allied powers was like denying the access to the city. The period that followed the Paris summit was one of anticipation as well as discontent. The GDR's economic problems were getting worse, and after Walter Ulbricht declared that West Berlin is located in the GDR and it's part of its territories, Germans used a variety of means to create a state of insecurity in Berlin. There were temporary closure of checkpoints, frequent checks, diversions at the sectoral border, made to East Berliners working in the west. The CIA expected the GDR to use its repressive actions to demonstrate that it could take action against West Berlin. Those actions could gradually weaken the ties between Berlin and West Germany, as the West Berliners begin to have doubts about the Allies' ability to withstand communist pressure. According to CIA analysis, the Soviets were pursuing a policy of limited risk in which they were using military threats to secure their political objectives, but would not go to war. Furthermore, the Soviets wanted to postpone some radical actions until the future negotiation would have been possible under a new American administration. The agency estimated match with what Khrushchev told Ulbricht during a meeting from November 1906. After the Soviet leader urged the East German leader to be patient on German question, he outlined that the USSR will develop next year a tactic of gradual ousting of the Western powers from West Berlin, but without war. In spite of all the Soviet troops and advisors in the GDR, the Soviets still were not always able to enforce their policy and prevent the East Germans from acting independently and contrary to Soviet interests and expressed desires. Ulbricht's impatience continued even after his meeting with Khrushchev. In December 1960, the East German Communist Party approved the plan to set up a working group at the highest level, whose task was to develop strategies to radically stop the flow of refugees. The East German leader had tasked three of his most loyal subordinates with this mission. It seemed somehow that Ulbricht was ready to act in Berlin, needing only Khrushchev's word to act. Trying to analyze what future measures could be taken to stop the increased number of East Germans leaving the GDR through Berlin, the CIA considered that it would be very difficult for East Germans to completely seal access to the western sectors. The border passed through streets, forests, plains, lakes, canals, and even western enclaves in the territory of the eastern area, which could make such a move ineffective. According to the agency, the East German police and border guards could be placed at strategic points, but it would have been impossible to completely seal the border and close the demarcation line. A possible leading of the war was not even thought by the CIA in that moment. With the election of John F. Kennedy as president of the United States, the Berlin crisis came to a boil. During the electoral debates, John F. Kennedy stated that the next president of the United States in its first year is going to be confronted with a very serious question on our defense of Berlin, our commitment to Berlin. In Khrushchev's view, the new American administration meant a new opportunity to resolve the situation in Berlin. seeing that Kennedy had not yet arranged a future meeting for negotiations, the Soviet Union sent an aid memoir to the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Konrad Adenauer, in February 1961. In his diplomatic note, whose message was also addressed to Kennedy, the Soviet Union reiterated the danger of arming West Germany and of subversive activities taking place in the western part of Berlin. It concluded that either we move toward an ever more dangerous aggravation of relations between states, toward armed conflict, or conclude a peace treaty. In April 1961, after observing the Soviets approaching the north sent to the West German leader, the CIA stated that apparently Khrushchev still hoped that if he kept the reserve the threat of a unilateral move, the Western fears of a showdown would induce the Allies to make concessions at the bargaining table. Also, the agency estimated that in the relatively near future, the Soviet Union would present a formal demand for renewal of negotiations on the question of Berlin. 1 month after the CIA report in April, Khrushchev confirmed the estimate that the USSR prepared the renewal of negotiations. In May, the Soviet leader agreed to have a meeting with Kennedy in Vienna after the Bay of Pigs disaster from the American administration. Khrushchev was once again eager to sit at the negotiating table and use the advantage he imagined he had over his weakened opponent. Even though no important meetings between heads of state had attracted as much attention from the international press, the Vienna summit soon opened the next and most virulent phase of the Berlin crisis. The Soviet leader issued another ultimatum on the Vienna summit. Back to Washington, President Kennedy announced a military build-up in his speech broadcast from the Oval Office. At the same time, the CIA proposed a solution if Communist forces blocked access to Berlin, imposing an embargo on the entire Communist bloc or only on East Germany. After the Kennedy speech in early August, Khrushchev and Ulbricht discussed the details of the border closure between East and West Berlin. During their conversation, Khrushchev has said that Soviet and East German forces must surround Berlin with an iron ring, with Soviet troops creating the ring and East German forces controlling it. Well, on the night of 12th of August, Michael Ulbricht signed the order of the orders to close the border. Looking back on the events of the last few months, the CIA was trying to figure out if any signs possible announced the closure of the border. According to a CIA report from August, the appointment of Marshal Ivan Konev, commander of the Soviet forces in Berlin during a period of greatly increased tension should have aroused suspicion. Moreover, CIA agent who was infiltrating the Soviet military intelligence services, Oleg Penkovsky, say that somehow the building of the wall was the first pill for the Western powers, and the second pill was a peace treaty or, if necessary, military actions to remove Western powers from Berlin. Well, some conclusions. Even though the CIA couldn't predict how the Berlin crisis would end, the agency provided essential information about Khrushchev's political behavior. Thereby, the CIA described the Soviet approach during the crisis as a limited risk policy, in which the military threat was used to secure political objectives. As it happened, the Soviet leader did not want to go to war for Berlin, sacrificing a lot for a city that the Soviet Union was trying to destroy only 16 years earlier was not the best political solution for Khrushchev. Thank you.
Mariam, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you for being here and thank you for having me.
Can you hear me all right in the back of the room? Awesome. I'm very pleased to present to you today part of my dissertation project, which looks at the reconstruction of national security politics in Austria and Greece during the Cold War. As you can probably deduce from the somewhat expansive title of the project, I'm not a historian. I will out myself here as an international relations scholar. And the argument that I'm trying to make in my dissertation project is probably going to shock nobody in this room, but is not completely uncontroversial in my own field. Namely that I'm arguing if we want to have good theories of international politics and of the foreign policy behavior of states, we have to have A, a good understanding of the historical context, and B, we also have to determine a causal mechanism in which this historical experiences actually impact policies going forward. Let's see if I can plot this. Awesome. So, because my dissertation project in total includes 6 case studies that I draw from Austria and Greece from a 45-year period, roughly from the end of the 1940s to the beginning of the 1990s, so during the period of the Cold War. And in the interest of time, what I will present you today is one chapter of the dissertation, which looks at the Austrian politics of neutrality and the Austrian road to Europe, i.e. the integration of Austria into the European Union at the late 1980s and beginning of the 1990s. But please feel free to ask me, either in the Q&A session or after my presentation, about any of the other cases that I'm looking at. First of all, however, I want to make a case about why I focus on formative historical experiences as a determining factor for national security policy, and specifically why I focus on the experience of violence. And what I mean when I say violence is A, violence that is politically motivated, and B, violence that is protracted, long-term, and not episodic. One reason of why violence has such an impact on policy is, of course, the physical destruction that it causes, namely the loss of human life and the destruction of material resources that really deeply impacts individual humans, but also human collectivities. The picture you can see on this slide is a picture of Vienna at the end of World War II, where you see part of the physical destruction of the city. But it is worth to keep in mind also that by this point of time, Austria had experienced almost half a century of protracted cycles of violence, starting with the country's involvement in World War I, the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1918, and during the 1920s civil war-like situations between the country's socialist and right-wing or conservative political forces, starting in 1933, the so-called Austro-fascist dictatorship, and then culminating, of course, in 1938 with the Anschluss, i.e. with the annexation of Austria by Nazi Germany without any considerable or without any resistance really from the country's government nor its population. And the Nazi regime in Austria led to the murder of about 65,000 Austrian Jews, and the country's involvement in World War II led to approximately 300 to 400,000 dead civilians and soldiers out of a pre-war population of close to 7 million people. However, physical destruction is not the only impact factor that violence has on politics. Typically, after protracted cycles of violence or during them, power shifts, both on the level of the domestic politics, i.e. who are the ruling actors in a country, but also in terms of the international position and role of a country in the international system. In Austria's case, during that half-century period of violence, statehood was lost actually twice, once when the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, and secondly, and more significantly even, in 1938, when Austria ceased to exist as a subject of international law because it was annexed by Germany. And then in 1945, after the end of the war, it was actually divided and occupied by the Allied powers. Moreover, protracted political violence almost always leads to the complete breakdown of social trust in society. So societies may fragment along political lines, along ethnic, religious, or other cleavages, and very often these divisions interact with international tensions. In the case of Austria, and as you can see on this picture, which is actually a poster
election campaign poster of the Conservative Party of Austria in the late 1940s. The external threat of Soviet communism engulfing Europe at this point of the emergence of the Cold War was overlaid with a clear message as to who the internal enemy was, namely the socialist and communist forces in Austria. Finally, and somewhat counterintuitive, perhaps the end of protracted cycles of violence can also lead to a sense or a notion of regeneration. This is very often framed in the context of so-called 0 hours, i.e. a new start for a country. And the picture that I have chosen for this slide shows the then Federal Chancellor of Austria in 1955 at the Belvedere Castle in Vienna, as he holds up the state treaty that Austria just ended up signing with the Allied powers, shows it to the population that had gathered in front of the castle, and utters the words, "Austria is free." And this moment in these words became part of the founding myth of the Austrian Second Republic, and would also go on later to impact the country's national security policy very significantly. Now, I mentioned before that it's not enough to have an understanding of historical context, that as a political scientist, at least, we also need to have an idea of what are the steps or mechanisms in which this historical context actually impacts policy. And for the purpose of my dissertation project, I have developed this causal mechanism, where I argue that this linkage happens in 3 steps. First of all, I argue that as violence subsides, political leaders find using narratives about the recent past and about this recent violence quite useful to reconstruct legitimacy, both for the actors, for the political actors that are in power now, and also for the political ideas that they convey. And plus, it is also helping them to reconstruct a sense of national community. We have talked yesterday about nostalgia, right? So about the sense of that we have something shared that pulls us together as a national community, and that also shows us a way into a hopefully more peaceful and brighter future. Secondly, I argue that just political ideas and narratives are not enough to channel and constrain policy. So what is needed is for these political narratives to be institutionalized. And when I say institutionalized, I mean on the one side, material organizations of national security, such as, for example, the role, size, function of a country's armed forces, its diplomatic service, its executive organs, such as ministries of foreign affairs or the National Security Council, the role that parliaments may play, but also, and maybe even more importantly, the norms and values that are underpinning these institutions and giving them life. This, however, does not mean that policies, just because these ideas are institutionalized, remain static. What I'm arguing is that while these narratives can be quite durable over time, they are also open to change and they may evolve, and as a result transform policy. And I will show you in a moment how this worked out for Austria in the case of European integration. To start with, I want to take you back again into the year 1955. So as you've seen the map before, Austria was occupied by the 4 allies and has just regained its full sovereignty through the effect of 2 legal documents. One of them is the Austrian State Treaty that was signed between the government of Austria and the 4 allied powers. And this state treaty included one especially important, among others, important article, which was Article number 4, the so-called prohibition of Anschluss. Anschluss was the 1938 annexation of Austria by Nazi Germany. The Allies wanted to make sure that this was not going to recur, and so in this article, they specifically prohibited Austria from pursuing any kind of political or economic alliance with Germany. The corollary to the state treaty, and arguably the price for Austria to regain its full sovereignty and not to be split, like Germany, for example, in 2 parts, was that the country had to commit itself to an everlasting or so-called perpetual military neutrality, which prohibited it from joining any kind of military alliance. For the most part of the Cold War, the dominant interpretation of Article 4 of the state treaty and the neutrality law was that Austria was not allowed to seek any kind of alliances, and that included economic alliances. I have showed here on the slide, paradigmatically, a statement by Bruno Kreisky, who was Austria's Minister of Foreign Affairs and later on Federal Chancellor, where he argues in 1958 that according to his view, and that was not only his view, but one that was underpinned by constitutional lawyers, neutrality would prohibit Austria to even seek any kind of economic alliance, because any sort of economic commitment would not allow the country to remain neutral in case of war. And you can see this article in a conservative Austrian newspaper that was published in 1958,
which was 1 year after the Treaty of Rome was signed to create the European Economic Community. So you see where this is going. This was basically an answer to the question of whether it would be possible for Austria to join the European Economic Community as a full member state. This kind of interpretation of neutrality was shared externally, mainly by the Soviet Union, which had an interest, obviously, to have a neutral Austria in the center of Europe, but also by other countries. Now, fast forward to the mid-1980s. At this time, European political leaders have just signed the European Single Act, creating the internal market of the European Union. In Moscow, Mikhail Gorbachev is in power and the Cold War seems to be thawing. And in Austria, this led to a redefinition of whether it might be desirable and possible for the country to finally become a full member state in the European communities. In 1989, the Austrian government decided to do so and deposited an application for membership in the European Economic Community. And the result, or the reaction from Moscow, was to provide a so-called aide-memoire to the Austrian government, in which the Soviet Union expressed its grave concerns about Austria being able to carry out its full duties as a neutral state in case it would join the European communities. Interestingly, the American reaction was to basically say, as in this statement of the acting Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleperger to the then ambassador of Austria in Washington, D.C., that the United States did not actually see a problem with Austria joining the European Union, but, oh wait, Moscow may have something to say about that. So basically, one can say the US reaction was like, we don't really care, but you've got to talk to Moscow about this. Interestingly enough, it was not only the Soviet Union which had concerns about Austria joining the EC. It is important also to remember that at this stage, the European political leaders had agreed that the future of the European communities would be a European Union, which would have closer political cooperation and also a common foreign and security policy. And so there was a lot of concern inside the European community about whether a neutral Austria would actually be harmful for this kind of European project. So, for example, French Foreign Minister Roland Dumas said in July 1989 that there was serious concern among the French and other European political leaders of whether Austrian neutrality would be compatible with the political goals of this new union. As a result of all these concerns and also of internal Austrian debate of whether neutrality would allow Austria to join the European community or future European Union, the Austrian government engaged in a quite interesting reinterpretation of what neutrality meant. So remember before, we have seen that for most of the Cold War, neutrality was interpreted as meaning no economic commitments, no political alliance, and possibly a hindrance for any kind of this type of alliances. Now, in 1989, the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs gave a so-called convention of speech to all of its embassies abroad. A convention of speech is basically a guideline that instructs embassies on how they have to communicate government policy toward the host countries. And here we can see that neutrality, a neutral Austria, is not a hindrance or a problem for the European Union, but on the contrary, it is actually an advantage, and it will bring a contribution to the goals of the European Union as stated in the preamble of the 1957 Treaty of Rome, because it would help the European Union achieve its goal of maintaining and strengthening peace and freedom in Europe. So, to conclude, 4 points. First of all, I find so far, preliminary conclusion, I should say at this point, I find so far that violence is a formative and transformative experience for countries. But what matters more, even more than this violence, is how the history of violence gets interpreted by political actors. I also find that institutions do effectively channel and constrain policy, as we have seen in the Austrian case over a period of almost 40 years. The neutrality doctrine did constrain policy. But they can also evolve over time, and they will move together with political developments. That's all I have for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We heard 3 very interesting presentations. I have noted some questions, but I would like to give the public first the option to ask questions, so please feel free. Yeah?
So my question is for Marian. your presentation is really interesting, especially given the context of kind of anti-EU movements in a lot of European countries today. So I was just curious if you could mention, you talk about how violence leads to certain policies, what kind of the role of individual nationalisms play in that process and how that might have impacted the direction Austria went towards the EU versus, what we're now seeing in other countries moving away from it.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Leonardo had one.
Yes, I do actually. Again, for Manon, I really appreciated your presentation. I would have both a question, actually, if I may, there also like an advice, a suggestion, whether it's possible. So the first thing is that, as you mentioned, that Austria is not the only country you're dealing with when it comes to this kind of framework that you introduced at the very beginning of your presentation. But if it's possible, I would like to ask you to elaborate a bit more on to what an extent this framework can be utilized in a more general way. So why these countries? What is the extent of adaptability of this framework to like a more general view on international relations? So like try to go from a particular to a more general perspective. And the second, since you, as far as I understand, like from what you're dealing with, you also treat, you tackle to a certain extent the concept of collective memory, because it's a very crucial how basically countries interpret their past and they try to get a new sense of stability, especially after these kind of traumatic events that challenge the statehood and of these countries, and also so both because of this issue of collective memory, but also because we were dealing with Austria in the post Second World War environment. I would really suggest you this book called Collective Memory in International Relations by Catherine Bachleiner, and she deals especially with Austria in the same environment as you. And she really draws from this concept of temporal security, which is, I think it's very interesting and could actually somehow resume also some of the aspects that you dealt with. So that whether maybe you already know this author, this book, but maybe you would like to explore it further. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentations. I have a question to Stefania. One of your conclusions is that as a unit of the CIA could not predict the building of the wall. Now, what was their worst case scenario? What was their worst expectation to happen?
Yeah, I also have a question for Stefania. Do you know how much interaction the CIA had with other intelligence agencies, for instance with MI5?
Yeah, like that.
MI6, sorry.
Yeah, thanks so much for these presentations. Yvka, my question is for you. I really loved your talk. I really loved your discussions of emotions, and I want to read your dissertation if you'd be so kind. I really enjoyed your discussion of this understanding of the interplay between the collaborators and the police. And so maybe this is kind of my incorrect assumption, but the way that you talked about the police patriarchal ideas about the women collaborators, it seemed to me that you were this seemed that there were really only male police officers. And so my question was going to be, were there women secret police officers? If so, how did their interactions with and perspectives on these women collaborators differ from their male colleagues? If not, what are your thoughts about why there weren't? Also, we heard a lot about the kind of bad emotions that went along with these women. I was kind of curious if there are any stories in particular that you think exemplify some of these bad emotions that you might share.
Thank you for all fascinating presentations. I have a question for Stefania. Did I pronounce right? Okay. You mentioned that CIA conduct a lot of analysis on crucial behavior, but I'm curious. Did CIA ever like from your sources? Did CIA ever mention the factor of Chinese like Sino-Soviet split on it? Because clearly during that period, especially 60 to 61, is when this split started to happen, and it can explain part of Khrushchev's question because he really wants to come back with Chinese on who is the leader of the Soviet Revolution. So I'm curious whether your sources mentioned that part or not. Thanks.
Professor.
Thank you. Thank you for these very interesting presentations. I like all of them, but I have one comment on Stefania's talk about the Berlin Prize, which was also very interesting in the light of these CIA estimates. But what I like to draw attention to is the key element of the whole crisis, how this crisis could be solved in such a peaceful way. Because it looked like a huge crisis internationally, but compared to that, actually, it was resolved in a relatively easy way. And why was that possible? And that's very important to understand. And that's in the story. Also, it was kind of showed in your slide as well. But something, and in that particular case, it was just the most important part was missing. You mentioned in the slide the July 25 speech of Kennedy, right? That was a crucial speech, and you summarized its content as military build-up. Kennedy announces military build-up on the side of the United States, which was true, but this was a big game in which this was the kind of one side of the story. The other side was a kind of a tacit offer to the Soviets. Why? Because what did he say about what the United States would do in case of a conflict or a bigger conflict? He made it absolutely crystal clear that the United States would defend the interest of West Berlin, not Berlin, West Berlin. But here's the key is West Berlin, right? That's very different. It means that they actually gave a permission to Khrushchev by this message to do whatever you want with your Berlin, that is East Berlin, but leave alone our Berlin, right? So you can actually build a wall. So that the message was even implicitly that you can do whatever you can. And actually, we also know from documents that by that time, Kennedy actually has a concrete conversation with his closest collaborators, colleagues, maybe like 5 people, just really the closest circle, in which he is thinking about the solution. What the hell should be done? Maybe a wall, but it's a complete a quotation from a Kennedy Memcon. So, and of course, that's exactly, I mean, it's weeks before the actual erection of the wall. So he got exactly to the same conclusion. Why? Because he was also leader of a superpower. He was thinking in terms of the opposite superpower. What the hell would I do in such a terrible situation? And that's exactly what he was absolutely understanding. If Khrushchev can solve the problem in such a peaceful way, in this way he would actually make harm to his own people, that is, to his own Berlin, to his own GDR, but he would leave alone West Berlin. So by limiting the threat, the so-called threat by the United States to West Berlin, he actually gave a permission to build the wall. And that was exactly what Khrushchev was expecting, you know, because he was also leader of a superpower, and he was also thinking in terms of what Kennedy should do, and that's exactly what he was expecting from Kennedy. And Kennedy was exactly doing what he had to do in such a situation. Because unfortunately, in this historical situation when the GDR was just to be about empty. All the people would go after a while, as you mentioned in the presentation, the huge numbers, the growing numbers, and the pace of the refugee crisis. That is in just in the first 6 months of 61, 400,000 people emigrated from the GDR just in half a year. Okay, so that would have been I think 200,000 as far as I remember in the first 6 months. That would have been already almost 500,000 by the end of the year. So that was really very alarming. And altogether, this number is also must be mentioned from 1949 to 1961 August. It was 3 million. It's a huge number for a country, a small country like the GDR was. Right? So this was all understood by both sides, and this is something which I just wanted to draw attention to in this particular case and in this case, and also to tell it to whoever would not really think in terms of such a kind of great bar deal. In this case, yes, you have to think about that in such a great bar deal, because that's exactly what the Cold War was about. It was about a lot of serious crises, but I have developed this concept of the kind of mechanism of combat cooperation among the superpowers during the Cold War, and that was one of the excellent examples of this. The other was about the Cuban Missile Crisis. We are not talking about it right now, but the exact model was exactly the same. As I also elaborate on that in my book, which was circulated here. And the first such very important, huge crisis resolved through this mechanism of combat cooperation was the Berlin crisis. Thank you.
One last question back there, and after that we will have to concentrate on the answers. Sorry.
Thank you. I have a question for Mariam. You mentioned the importance of the narratives on past violence. So I was wondering about the process of production of those narratives, and also what level of consensus, social and political consensus, there was during that process of production of the narrative.
Thank you. I would suggest to start the answers in the series of presentations. So,
yeah, I'll be short. Thank you so much for the question. I found only one female officer, so like employee of the secret police, and she came to STB in around 1985. So that was in the stage where STB was very much struggling to find new staff. A lot of time, the informers, like the officers that would be taking care of them, they would already switch 5 times or something. So she had she was looking after a couple of or like a group of 9 other women who were mostly tasked to spy on their Jewish colleagues. But in that time, she didn't. Basically, most of the women did not want to collaborate by that time. It's actually interesting because if when you look at the files, they usually would come pre-printed. So the officers would usually just put all the details in like the pre-printed forms. But the extent to how much the whole organization was so male dominated and male oriented is really interesting. That there are no parts of where you can put like your husband's name. There's always wife's name. And also because Czech operates in binary feminine, masculine words and such, they would very often use the masculine for women. So sometimes you would have sentences of the agent has 3 children and a husband. So that just kind of shows you how much they were sometimes struggling to put women in these structures. With the bad emotions, I just want to say that most of the cases, women were under an immense stress. It was very anxiety inducing. There was a lot of details about their families, and even though the officers would not act on them, they always used their families, children or parents as there was a little note that women would not emigrate because they had close relationships to their children. So yeah, just the possibility of using them was always there. Very often they would use it as to just get a better job. They would usually, in terms of when they were wanting to play on these ugly feelings, usually positioning these questions as, oh, if I have a better job, I can spy on more prominent people. I will have more time to do the meetings and such. But very often they would not help them. A lot of friendships would be broken because there would be a lot of reports of women accusing the other women of collaborating, and both of them would be agents without knowing about it. So I think that the most sad story that I seen was a woman that was spying on her neighbor for 20 years. He was a former member of the army, but because of political reasons, after Prague Spring, he was let go. And it's really sad because he had two daughters, and the conversations are about nothing political, but he is basically just kind of complaining about the regime and how his children cannot study because, he is now outcast in the society. And the worst thing about it is that she would always just say that she was trying to nudge him to have coffee in the living room because that's where the bug was, so the police could hear them better. So that was a lot of the stories were unfortunately like that. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, when the first question, what were the CIA expectations? The CIA expected a new blockade like that in the 1948. Well, that was their. The second, the CIA interactions with other intelligence services, with MI6. Well, in the 50s, there was Operation Gold. After the CIA and MI6 built the Berlin Tunnel, in which they tried to find the Soviet transmissions to find what were the communist bloc discussed or planned. Then, if the CIA ever mentioned the Sino-Soviet split, well, after the U-2 plane incident, there was a mention in a report of the CIA that Khrushchev publicly made public this incident because he was trying to appear like he has upper hand in the negotiations with the Allied powers. He has somehow a superiority with them. And I think that was these are the questions.
Okay, Marian.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I would like to start with Leonardo's question and comment first, because I think Kira's and Jose's I can somehow, in the interest of time, also combine. First of all, thank you for the recommendation. I have read something of Kathleen Bachleitner's work, but not the book you recommended, so I've noted that down, thanks. And then to the question as to how applicable the framework is and why I picked Austria and Greece. I get this question a lot, and it is not very intuitive, but there are several reasons for it. First of all, there are pragmatic reasons, because I'm doing primary research in archives. I speak German and I speak Greek, so that makes it easier. Secondly, however, there are also analytical reasons for it. First of all, countries are approximately the same size, so they're comparable in the structural sense. Secondly, they both experienced very protracted violence during the first half of the century and went through a critical juncture where this changes at roughly the same period of time. Because, as I alluded to in my intro statement, I'm kind of skeptical of these grand theories. So I wanted to have a replication design of cases that are somewhat comparable and then see if my mechanisms work and whether I can draw any analytical conclusions from that on how this framework could be replicated in different geographical or temporal contexts. But it is an important question that you raised. Another point that I want to draw attention to, though, however, is that in both Austria and Greece, they are interesting and similar in the positionality that the countries had during the Cold War. So, like, from a focal point of great power interest at the very beginning of the Cold War was the end of the Greek Civil War and Austria's position at the front line, so to say, of the Western Bloc, to a somewhat peripheral concern. And so it's interesting when you look at their national security development over time, how the countries tried to respond to these challenges. Both the very focused interest of the great powers, but then also turning into kind of like an afterthought. So that also plays into into my thought. The question of narratives and their production, and related to that, I think also the question of nationalism, because these are really questions that are entwined. As to the production of narratives, it was a very, and I think in most cases it is after violence, it was an elite-driven process that, however, took into account public sentiment. To understand what that means, I want to say that one of the most dominant narratives in Austria was after 1945, the so-called victim myth, Austria as a victim of Nazi Germany, which also was actually Austrian leaders drew on the Yalta Declaration, where the Allies had actually declared Austria was the first victim of Nazi German aggression. It completely left outside the question of co-responsibility of Austrians and Austria in what happened during the Nazi regime and during World War II, but it responded to an important sentiment in the population. As I have mentioned before, Austria had quite huge losses for a relatively small country, and on top of the lives lost, there was almost 500,000 men that were prisoners of war, Austrians, in either the Soviet Union or in the Western Allies. So there were a lot of families that had either lost someone, or women who were widows, women who waited for their husbands, brothers, sons to return. And so there was a sentiment in the political leadership that we somehow have to respond to this feeling of being victimized, of not being perpetrators, but of being victims. And that was very important in kind of creating that consensus, like dominant consensus for this narrative, but it completely left outside the victim side. And what you can see in Austria's case, and what is very interesting and very sad, is that very few of the Jewish families that had emigrated in the 1930s, and especially after 1938, came back, because they understood, and it was clearly communicated by the Austrian government, that we don't need you and we don't really want you back. The government was extremely slow and hesitant on questions of reparation and restitution, etc., etc., and it sent the signal that this country has been a victim of the Nazis, and we do not want to even engage into discussion of responsibility. And this goes to Kira's point. I think that question, that was why joining the European communities was not controversial in the sense that it would run counter towards any nationalist sentiment, because another dominant narrative in Austrian political circles vis-a-vis the question of the European integration project was that Austria was, so to say, this lost or missing founding member. That if it were not for the imposition of neutrality, that was largely a wish of the Soviet Union in 1955, Austria would have been part of this select circle of members that founded the European community. And that's why, maybe contrary to other countries, at the time of the late 80s and early 1990s, membership in the European Union was not controversial. There was a referendum and 2/3 of the population supported it. So it was overwhelmingly supported.
Okay. Well, we just finished on time, so I want to thank you for your presentation. And we've got a 10-minute break, if I'm not mistaken, and then we will continue with the next panel. Thank you very much. Have some comments about the maybe
when we walk down. Yes, I got it. We could actually make your one roundtable issues and interest after your remarks. Sorry, right after your remarks, I just stand and say that we need to make I think it's way better than doing it downstairs. Because speaking in terms of something is there, some the elevator, so I think that it's better when I will just stand in the door saying pictures. Okay. Have you checked the quality of the sound? It was more than acceptable. So I think the yes, good.
Good afternoon. Let's start the last panel of the day. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Eva Kjöverin-Ignat. I'm assistant professor at the Department of International Relations here at the Corvinus University of Budapest. And we have a slight modification of the program that has been planned for today. Is we are going to have two panelists. So let me introduce our panelists for today and their topics. The first panelist is Anna Podziborska, and she is going to touch upon sports as the focus point of the presentation. And the title of the presentation, as you can see on the slide, a three-pointer for American Cold War diplomacy, Kent Washington in Communist Poland. Then we are going to navigate to the area of music, and Montague James, the next panelist, is going to focus on the 1956 Polish October and the classical music composers. So let me give the floor to Anna for a short introduction.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me. First, I'm going to ask: have any of you heard about Ken Washington before? No. Okay, that's good. I'm happy about that. Throughout his career, Kent Washington had an obsessive dedication to basketball, taking a methodical, disciplined approach to improving his skills and physical conditioning. Despite his small size, he's 178 meters, he managed to earn a scholarship to Southampton University in the US, which eventually led him to become a star of the Polish People's Republic. Kent came to play in Poland in two southern basketball teams, Karlstad Lublin and Zagłębie Sosnowiec, in the late 70s and early 1980s. Quite a peculiar time with many turning points in Polish history, such as the June 1976 protests, the 1978 election of Karol Wojtyła as the new pope, the 1980 protests, the foundation of NSZZ Solidarność, the martial law in 1981, or the Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Lech Wałęsa in 1983. But why would Ken be important in the history of Polish communism and in the broader Cold War context? A lot, or dare I say, most musicians, dancers, performers, intellectuals, athletes coming to the countries behind the Iron Curtain, especially those from the US, were the cultural ambassadors of the Western world, treated as the soft power weapons of the Cold War, and in a way, a means for furthering the American political agenda towards the USSR and the Soviet-controlled nations. Kent is important because he was the exception from the rule. I would argue that Kent managed to have such an incredible impact on Poles exactly because of his truthfulness, openness, and trustworthiness. He was not a cultural officer, not an attaché, not connected with the embassy, the US Information Agency, or any sports exchange program. It was his personality, his craftsmanship, his dedication to work, and his ability to fulfill the American dream in his country that must have inspired many within the Polish public to reshape their attitudes, beliefs about the Western free world, and perhaps even gave them a glimpse of hope that they could fulfill the Polish dream of independence from the Soviet control. So how did Kent end up playing in Lublin? In 1976, the Southampton College basketball team was invited to a 7-game, 20-day tour of Poland. The Southampton's mayor and a few town council members were Polish, and the strong local Polish community helped them fund the trip. The American players were told to bring jeans and tube socks to barter with, because those were the luxury items over there. And indeed, their opponents on the tour were more interested in purchasing their sneakers and socks than about them as basketball players. And already after the first game in Poland, there were articles talking specifically about Kent, referring to him as a, and the game itself became secondary. As the games began, chants of Kent's name rang out in the buildings. After each game, he would be mobbed by fans to sign autographs and by journalists to give interviews. He realized that it took too long to sign Kent, and so he began singing Ken. And so altogether, after ending up playing 14 seasons in Europe, and throughout all the time, everyone thought that his name was Ken Washington, not Kent Washington. Whenever Kent played, the place would be sold out. After just a few days in Poland, the coach of Karlstad Lublin, Coach Zdzisław Niedziela, it took quite some time and effort to get him eligible to play basketball in Poland. It took the vice president of the Polish United Workers' Party joining the Lublin delegation for the Central Committee of Physical Culture and Tourism to finally allow Ken to play. He left for Poland on January and the political situation upon his arrival, and the response was absolutely nothing. He did not know what the word communist meant. He just remembered reading about it in school as a threat, as this evil empire that he should be afraid of in general and what it could mean for him. Only during martial law he realized that Polish communism was a form of authoritarian government that could suddenly take everything away from the people. Kent was a true sensation in Poland not only due to his skills and impressive ball handling techniques, but also because of the color of his skin. He was the first Black American to play professional basketball in Europe and the first Black that during the scary cities were patrolled by heavily armed soldiers in tanks and on the streets, Kent would be stopped by militia, not to be challenged or ID'd, but to give autographs. Kent invited to talk with students and physical education majors, and besides those basketball-related topics, he would answer questions such as, what do you Americans think about Poland? What did you think about Poland before you came here? Do all Americans play basketball in America? So he would give quick history lessons and talk about his and his family's experiences, which unsurprisingly would raise more questions about race and about life in the US. As Ken described, I was able to share ideas with me that may have been in complete opposition to theirs. We came from adversaries, or so we thought, yet we had the same thirst for knowledge about each other's culture and the consideration of mutual respect for our opinions. And then he added, which I think is one of the most important statements in the whole story, I later realized that this was a first and possibly the only contact with a Black American ever. I was unknowingly representing my entire race. According to Kent, racism was not an issue in Poland, and during one of his first games with Karlstad in 1979, some of the Warsaw Legia fans chanted Kunta Kinte. The series Roots was on Polish television at the time, and therefore the sports fans quickly made the connection. Kent decided that he would not take offense, and so he wanted to win the crowd with exceptional play, and that's exactly what he did. He vaguely remembered a single serious confrontation with another team that happened in 1981 that was racially motivated, when a player on an opposite team made a racially provoking comment and they started fighting. Besides that example, Kent did not feel that racism was an obstacle for him on a daily basis. He never heard, saw, felt, or even imagined any racist gestures, names, phrases, or overtones at home or away games. Having a Polish girlfriend, they were never confronted with racial problems. Kent explained, I visited towns where they had never seen a Black person before. I can say that I lived a life free from racial problems while in Poland. Polish people were curious but not racist. When speaking about coming back to Poland for a second season with Karlstad, that is in 1980, Kent says, I was glad to return home. It was the second year of living with a Polish grandma, whom he called Babcia Kowalska, eating Polish food, exchanging currency on the black market, and learning the language by watching and also singing the tune of Pszczółka Maja, Maya the Honeybee, a popular cartoon from the 1970s and 80s. During the second season, Kent was named MVP of the Polish Basketball League and received the 10 Best Athletes Award, coming in second to Małgorzata Tunecka, an Olympic track star. His incredible popularity granted him an episodic role in Teddy Bear, a cult movie from 1981, directed by Stanisław Bareja, one of the most popular Polish filmmakers, whose films often refer to the absurdities of reality of life in Polish People's Republic. Kent was portraying the lead character, Stanisław Tym, at an earlier time in his life when he referred to himself as being Black and playing basketball to impress his girlfriend. The Teddy Bear is considered an extremely funny comedy, very successful upon its release and still incredibly popular. This movie, although very strange, allows Kent to be present in the hearts and minds of Polish people for generations to come. Kent was also the prototype for a leading character called Abraham Lincoln in The Wizard of Harlem, a comedy directed by Paweł Kapliński in 1988, so a couple of years after Kent left Poland. The Wizard of Harlem is a comedy about a Black American basketball player coming to play in Poland and clashing with the absurdity of the Polish communist reality of the 1980s. But despite his immense popularity, Kent was never contacted by the American government, its agencies, the US Embassy in Poland, not even the Polish communist government. He was not aware of how great influence he had on the Polish public. In 2019, Ken was contacted by a Polish journalist who wanted to write a 40-year anniversary article about him and his time playing in the Polish Basketball League. Surprised that his legacy was still very much alive, Kent was inspired to write a memoir, Kentomania, Black Basketball Virtuoso in Communist Poland. With the changing attitudes and rising opposition movement in Poland at the time, could Kent have a greater influence on the Polish society? What is the case of great opportunity for furthering American political agenda through Kent's diplomacy being wasted, or was the lack of contact a purposeful decision for Kent to appear more trustworthy as a non-state actor in communicating the American word to the Polish public? Kent has been trying to figure it himself. He asked about diplomacy. He said that he was in Poland to play basketball, not to be a diplomat. But whether knowingly or not, he contributed to painting the picture of what America was like, and he did represent the American values behind the Iron Curtain. And besides contacting various governmental agencies, he was in contact with Cold War specialists, Polish historians, the Polish American Historical Association members. He even called the Wilson Center to inquire about finding a possible FBI or CIA file discussing his stay in Poland, but nothing has been found so far. He says that he's surprised about not being contacted by the US Embassy even during the martial law, as it was their job to make sure that their people were safe. And I have also tried to learn more about the role he played in Poland, whether the US Embassy acknowledged him, whether he was stalked by the secret police, considered a threat by the communist government, and why nobody has ever tried to contact him. And as of now, these questions unfortunately remain unanswered. And so this is my tiny call to action, since we're all researching the Cold War. If you ever stumble upon any document or anything that could bring me a bit closer to finding out why none of the officials on both sides contacted Kent, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. And now let me give the floor to Mr. James to do his presentation.
Thank you. So this project is based on my undergraduate work at Princeton University that seeks to assess the political role of cultural actors in Poland using musicology and historical research. The major political changes in Poland in October 1956 and the inaugural Warsaw Autumn Festival of Contemporary Music occurred nearly simultaneously. While it was not the first contemporary music festival in Poland or in the Eastern Bloc, nor was it the first Polish music event, such as earlier festivals in 1951 and 1955 that were framed in socialist realist contexts. The 1956 Warsaw Autumn was a groundbreaking moment for Polish music and international cultural relations. Though the inaugural Warsaw Autumn may have only coincidentally overlapped with the October political thaw, in October, the Warsaw Autumn was October 10th to the 21st, and the thaw was 19th and to the 22nd. The developments surrounding both events reflected the internal and external de-Stalinization. The promise of reform was short-lived. It was only a small stabilization, or mała stabilizacja, of the communist system in Poland. In the political and cultural spheres, the post-Stalinist reforms were largely internal rather than external pushes for greater independence from the Soviet Union. Older Western scholarship of this topic often focused on how government censorship limited composers' artistic expression. Conversely, political liberalization in 1956, after Stalin's 1953 death, allowed for greater aesthetic freedom in music. Composers like Witold Lutosławski spoke of artistic repression in the 1940s and 50s in later interviews, and he said he had to write music only for the sake of my desk, never to be performed. This view, echoed by Western biographers and Polish expats, portrayed the relationship between the state and arts as largely one-sided. All composers had to comply with the party line. More recent musicology research from Lisa Cooper-Vest, Daniel Elphick, and David Tompkins have challenged this narrative of top-down censorship in which only the government authorities dictated musical aesthetics to artists. While there was indeed a party line in socialist realism, it was ill-defined and therefore malleable in certain political and artistic circumstances. Composers worked within the authoritarian hierarchy to push the boundaries of acceptable musical aesthetics. My research has combined musicology and political history by looking at music journals, correspondence, musical scores, government records, and secret police archives. I add to newer scholarship by arguing that the political musical developments leading up to and following the 1956 Polish October were parallel and interlinked reforms within the communist system. While the political thaw did fuel new musical opportunities, the changing rhetoric regarding musical modernism and communist aesthetics occurred simultaneously to political de-Stalinization. Furthermore, I include how external pressure for reform, particularly from the Catholic Church, influenced Polish classical music. I explain this evolving role of the communist government in Polish classical music and how this relationship fits in the larger East versus West ideological division of the Cold War. Using two examples, which I'll explain later, Lutosławski's Concerto for Orchestra and Penderecki's Three for the Victims of Hiroshima, I examine how the 1956 moment related to musical developments. The political ceramics of these pieces and the way in which composers pushed the boundaries of acceptable music demonstrates how Polish music challenged the East-West binary of a cultural Cold War, unlike any other country in the Eastern Bloc. So just a few key terms to ground this discussion. Socialist realism had been the orthodox musical aesthetic throughout the Stalinist period. When first applied to literature and then adapted to music and art, Soviet socialist realism broadly consisted of three requirements: serving the party, containing propaganda, and having nationalist qualities for the people. Pieces adhered to long-established principles of classical music theory and were rarely dissonant. Composers often drew on folk music or other traditional sources to create a mass appeal. This contrasted the Western musical developments of the early 20th and mid-20th century. Other styles like Impressionism blurred the lines of tonality and dissonance and presented pieces with unusual forms and structures. Western modernism, such as Schoenberg's Second Viennese School, developed 12-tone serialism. Serialist pieces were atonal. They used 12 notes of the chromatic scale, and unlike tonal music, they didn't focus on a specific key. And there were earlier Polish composers in the interwar period who kind of examined these styles, like Szymanowski and Józef Kofler, a Jewish composer who was murdered in the Holocaust, and he was Poland's first noted 12-tone composer. And in the post-war period, in the West, French avant-garde composers like Pierre Schaeffer and Pierre Boulez and Karl-Heinz Stockhausen in West Germany pushed the boundaries of traditional music even further. These new compositions were deemed by the Soviet authorities as formalist, decadent, and therefore bourgeois because their intellectualism and lack of popular appeal. And so according to socialist realist principles, modernist composers alienated their audiences by focusing more on form and other abstract elements of music. For these reasons, performances of these Western composers like Schoenberg or even Stravinsky, other forms like musique concrète and total serialism were all banned in the Eastern Bloc. So now moving to the political developments and how they relate to the cultural developments. Already before 1956, there were hints at political and cultural changes. Stalin's death in 1953 had a major impact. By early 1956, Khrushchev's secret speech denouncing Stalinism and Bolesław Bierut's death set the stage for escalating demands in liberalization and reform. At the same time, there was popular discontent. There were worker protests in Poznan who demanded bread and freedom. And then when Władysław Gomułka was released from prison, he saw this as an opportunity to assert his power. He was a communist who had been imprisoned by kind of more Stalinist elements of the party. And so the Soviets, when he was released, worried that Gomułka would push Poland further away economically and politically from them. So in October 1956, Soviet troops were mobilized along the Polish border, nearly spilling into open conflict, as would happen in Hungary 2 weeks later. Gomułka and Khrushchev then held tense talks, and you see this quote from Gomułka, but where he assured the Soviets that he was not calling for complete independence and he would resolve their economic differences. He explicitly emphasized the continuation of Polish-Soviet friendship, knowing that anything else could mean a Soviet invasion, as he said, with the revolver on the table. De-Stalinization in Poland, therefore, was not an anti-Soviet campaign in the words of Gomułka, but rather a partnership within the Eastern Bloc under new conditions. Furthermore, another contribution to the thought was the Catholic Church. So at the same time as these talks, Gomułka agreed to release Cardinal Wyszynski from prison, and he gave greater political rights to the church. So now moving on to how this affects music. So you see these two musical examples, and even if you don't really read music, you can see just the stylistic differences from 1954 and 1961. And as I'll explain in a moment, both of these pieces kind of subvert the socialist realist aesthetic and then the new modernist aesthetic after 1956. So the presence of this internal party self-criticism in the lead up to 1956 enabled understanding of how the October thought developed out of Stalinist Poland and how that in turn impacted culture and music. This relationship between popular unrest, unexpected political transition, and the strength of the Catholic Church in Poland all had their effect in cultural developments. So party member and leading musicologist Józef Chomiński spoke up to suggest that composers had not been able to develop a Polish national style under socialist realism, and he argued to develop a strong musical workshop. And he worried that in their rush to reject formalism or this kind of bourgeois avant-garde music that they had banned, Polish composers had failed to develop a sophisticated understanding of musical form. And so many composers agreed with musicologists like Chomiński. They felt that in practice, musical realism stifled creativity by isolating Polish composers from other ideas. So one method for building this musical workshop was through music festivals, as I mentioned at the beginning with the Warsaw Autumn. In their original form, the mid-1950s new music festivals were not seen by the authorities as a rejection of socialist realism. These events would serve as an opportunity for Eastern Bloc composers to showcase the superiority of their musical aesthetics. In 1954, Bierut sanctioned the Warsaw Autumn Festival, so before 1956, and he framed it as a comparison between East and West. He told the Composers Union president, they can show what they have, meaning the West can show what they have, and we can show what we have. Thus, the origins of the Warsaw Autumn were, like the political efforts of de-Stalinization, rooted within the existing musical hierarchy and not an external attempt to undo socialist realist programs. Nevertheless, by 1956, the Minister of Culture, CWHRC, himself admitted in an article for Nowa Kultura that socialist realism is neither a definite artistic school, nor a definitive style, nor a recipe. As a result, this lack of a definitive aesthetic meant that composers wanted to push the limits, as Bierut had said, so that they could show what they had to the West. The opportunity for new music festivals was a particularly important lateral space between composers for musicians attempting to push the boundaries of socialist realism. One such composer was Witold Lutosławski, whose musical output during the Stalinist period subverted socialist realism. In 1954, he wrote the Concerto for Orchestra, which you see on the left, which combined elements of socialist realism with his censored desk music that I mentioned earlier that he thought he would never perform. The concerto stood out as a piece that signaled a shifting approach to socialist realism and formalism in Polish music. It pushed the boundaries of what could be considered acceptable under the Stalinist musical aesthetic. Lutosławski was subtly subverting the socialist realist expectation of egalitarian popular music. In a concerto for orchestra, unlike a solo concerto, each instrument stands out and are placed in the forefront during particular moments of the piece. Though composers still wrote concertos in the Stalinist period, orchestral music like this that incorporated such techniques for a whole ensemble was relatively uncommon. While the Concerto for Orchestra did not contain the atonality or limited aleatoricism that he would later have in the 1960s, in the more modern period, the work already was a step away from the most hardline elements of socialist realism. The structure, presentation of folk melodies in a more cerebral manner instead of a simple statement of a traditional theme, an expansion of unconventional harmonization found in Lutosławski's other pieces from the time, all indicated shifting musical aesthetics in the post-Stalin Poland. Furthermore, as with other political and cultural reform, Polish music criticism's mostly positive reception before 1956 of the Concerto for Orchestra framed the piece within a socialist realist narrative. The most noted musicologist, Sofia Lissa, analyzed the work in a 1955 Musica article. This was the state-aligned music journal, and she argued that it was not a radical departure from previous standards, but rather a expansion of more miniature pieces that he had written earlier, like the Mała Suita. In a 1956 article for Studia Muzykologiczne, Lissa argued that the Concerto for Orchestra was inventive but not experimental. It is innovative but does not break from its tradition at all, and quoted Marxist philosopher Henri Lefebvre, praising the work as fresh, spontaneous music. In the same edition, Stefania Łabaszewska, another prominent musicologist, admitted socialist realism failure during the past 10 years, arguing that this eclectic continuation of 19th century naturalism was ultimately detrimental to the very essence of artistic creativity. Musicologist Cindy Bylander has written how the 1956 festival was not a complete undoing of the party's censorship policies, such as limited distribution abroad of Polish music and banning performances of music by certain emigre composers. With regard to restrictive travel permissions, files from the Ministry of the Interior reveal an extensive surveillance and bureaucracy that the composers faced if they wanted to travel to the West. Nevertheless, younger composers like Penderecki, whose music you see on the right there, they used the developments of the Warsaw Autumn Festival to develop a new avant-garde using new systems like graphic annotation, as you see here. And places like Darmstadt in West Germany became, quote, a musical mecca for young Polish composers. Furthermore, there was a brief period of more freedom of press. The more forward-thinking music journal Ruch Muzyczny was restarted after having been shut down. And this Lutosławski in 1957 told the Composers Union that for the first time in a long while, our assembly is taking place in an atmosphere of true creative freedom. The international success of the Warsaw Autumn became an opportunity for the Polish state propaganda in a new way, unlike socialist realism. Penderecki's, whose early sonorism, which explored timbre in new and original ways in rhythm and pitch, led to international success, such as the piece you see here, Threnody for the Victims of Hiroshima. His pieces used principles of the Western avant-garde, such as extended techniques, and were inspired by John Cage's music. Another of his pieces, Fluorescences, uses typewriters, doorbells, and a musical saw. And Penderecki wanted to write music that had emotional and social messages, not just the purely intellectual music that John Cage had, like most famously in 4 minutes 33 seconds, which is a piece of complete silence. So this piece, in fact, was originally titled 8 minutes 37 seconds, but was changed to have a wider international appeal, and perhaps also to subtly appease the communist authorities who could spin it as a criticism of America, the victims of Hiroshima. And it won the International UNESCO Prize, as Lutosławski's had in 1956. They won it in 1961. But to conclude, government policy continued to loom large. Polish composers still had to attempt to write a broadly accessible style. Therefore, the Catholic Church, this is where the Catholic Church plays in that people like Penderecki and other young composers like Górecki started to change their aesthetics once again, because avant-garde became the new aesthetic, the new orthodoxy for Polish music. And of course, Western compositions that had included religious subjects had been largely avoided in festivals like the Warsaw Autumn. So when Penderecki in 1966 wrote the St. Luke Passion, it polarized critics because it was a blend between the avant-garde and more traditional religious themes and forms. So Bernard Jacobson, a musicologist, said that Penderecki was in danger of being seen as either a Philistine whose crude aesthetic of noise disqualified him from inclusion in the pantheon of modernist composers, or an opportunist who had betrayed the sacred esoteric values of the avant-garde for the sake of popular success. So my argument here is that after 1956, Polish modernists who had been pushing the boundaries in the Stalinist period then turned to yet another aesthetic because they realized that the communist system had appropriated the avant-garde, and they chose specifically religious music. So just to conclude, the issues of authoritarian control and censorship in the arts continues to affect international cultural exchange. For example, contemporary debate over Russia and Putin's political agenda in Russian music demonstrates the difficulty in drawing connections between the political role of artists and their music. Like with Polish communism and the failure of socialist realism, musical flexibility does not always translate to political freedom. Nevertheless, Penderecki, Lutosławski, and other subversive artists were able to navigate authoritarian censorship. Thank you.
Thank you for the other interesting presentation. And now let me turn to the audience and open the floor for questions. Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for Anna. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I was wondering about the other side of the story and the reaction of the American public to Kent career in Poland. How was described by media, for example? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for these talks. I also have a question for Anna. It's a kind of very simple one, but it's something at the start of your talk I was immediately kind of curious. You said that the Southampton mayor, and there was this community that were Polish that helped fund the trip. And I found myself thinking, how did they find this group at all? Where did the Polish community have connections to these folks, and that's how it was initiated, or what? How did they find them to begin with? I want to unpack that a little more because it's kind of like the inciting moment for this rest of the story that I think is so fascinating.
My question is also for Anna. I was just curious because you talked a little bit about kind of perceptions of race and his experience of being Black in Poland, and I was mostly just curious if your understanding of perceptions of race in Poland during this period aligned with what he said, or if perhaps his fame, he was treated differently because of that, or if there's even anything about being Black in Poland outside of his experience available.
Sorry, but I also have a question for Anna too. That this can't met any other Black people in Poland. There were, as far as I know, quite a number of students or visitors from global south countries.
If no one has other questions, I would like to have a question about music. Do you know something about was there any connection between Polish music life and what has happened in Hungary? Because if I'm not mistaken, there was, for example, an Italian football club, Lazio, if I'm not mistaken, who has taken a song about Avanti ragazzi di Buda, which is about the boys who fought on the street of Budapest. So there was an example to make history somehow into music. And as you have spoken about, for example, Hiroshima went into the sheet of music. So do you know anything about the Hungarian Revolution and the happenings of the same year and the Polish music? Thank you.
So, okay. Sorry, one more question. Yes, sorry. Thank you so much. I also have a question about music. I'm fascinated because this is one thing that I really missed in my study of Morphogram. But John Cage was always this figure that was really interesting because he was not popular in the United States. He was misunderstood or not understood. Yet there were game shows on television that tried to educate the public, the U.S. public, about his work. I also noticed with the help of Merrick, who's here in the audience, he found a really devastating article about Martha Graham's modernism, and it was in the 60s or later. And this was absolutely shunned. So I'm really fascinated about your understanding of Cage and all of this.
No. Okay, thank you. That was a lot. Thank you so much. Americans' reactions to Kent playing in Poland, they did not necessarily care, as far as I know. When he was coming back, because he would be flying back to America after each season for 4 years playing in Poland, the American players wanted Polish shoes, so he would sell his sneakers that were produced in Poland. But other than that, they were not interested in how Poland was, how was his life behind the Iron Curtain, and basketball-wise, they did not understand why Ken was such a valuable player in the Polish basketball league. Because he would not be considered as such in the US. It was a different style of play. Ken would be dribbling the ball a lot, which was quite usual in the US. It was a sensation in Poland. So before he came to Poland, he was trying to get to LA Lakers, and he managed to get into the summer camp, but he did not pass the eliminations. So he was just a regular player in America. And after leaving Poland, he ended up playing in Sweden for 10 years. And that is where he met his wife, that's where he left. And then he just retired from playing altogether. How did they found the players? So Poland was organizing this set of 7 games between Polish players and Americans. They wanted just small teams, so it was not just Southampton; it was other universities as well. And whoever wanted to go, Southampton just since it was the mayor and the council member, they wanted to go. They asked the community for money, and that is how the trip was founded. As for race in Poland, I honestly have not read other accounts of how racism or like other players, because there were other black players in Poland after Kent. They all would play just for 1 season and then they would go back to the US. I have not found any accounts of it. Did he meet black people in Poland? He did not refer to any. He said he met Americans. But after 2 years, he very much spoke of himself as being Polish. So he would, every encounter that he had with Americans, he would perceive them as foreigners, not as let's say nationals. And was he treated differently because of his fame? Yes, he was. And that was especially at first when he first came to play in Lublin. And he was mostly talking about his stay in Hotel Victoria. And that is where people partied. So there would be a lot of drunks coming up and like being curious because there was this black person suddenly in Poland. He said they were not rude, they were just interested, and when the translator explained this is Ken Washington, the basketball player, they would either ask for the autograph or just leave them alone. So he definitely was treated better because of the fame, but I have not found enough accounts of other black people that were not famous or that would be as famous as Ken. So it's really not, there's nobody to compare.
Thank you. The floor is yours to answer any questions.
So the first question about the connection between Polish music and Hungarian music. I think there are a few things that I can think about. First is kind of this connection between the political events and the musical events, and I think just the nature of the Hungarian Revolution compared to the events in Poland, it affected Hungarian music much more in terms of its censorship, and that continued after 1956 much more than in Poland. There wasn't as much of this kind of aesthetic liberalization, and modern music, especially 12-tone music, was still banned essentially after 1956. And I think a good example of this, just celebrated his 100th birthday, was Ligeti, and he left Hungary in 1956 because of the political events, but also because of the aesthetic events, so that he basically rejected, at this point, he rejected tonal music altogether. He would return a little bit later, but in 1956, he believed in 12-tone music, and he just couldn't do that in Hungary, so he had to leave. And so I think actually these music festivals, especially the West German ones, the French ones, because a lot of Polish composers after 1956 were able to travel with difficulties with censorship and surveillance, they were able to meet Hungarian composers, not so much in Hungary, but Hungarian composers were able to meet them in the West and also in Warsaw in the Warsaw Autumn. So there's that connection. But I think overall, it's fair to say that there was more censorship in Hungary, and because of that, there was not as much kind of acceptance of modern music after 1956. Not in the same way you see in Poland, where they use modern music as this kind of this new propaganda tool. So yeah, that's the main connection. The second question about John Cage, I'm not an expert in modern American cultural history, but I think, to my understanding, there, especially with the way the propaganda state worked in Poland, there was more kind of publicity for this modern music in Poland than there was in the U.S. And John Cage just was kind of crowded out by so many other composers, and he was well known in kind of avant-garde circles, especially in Poland. They drew inspiration from him, but he was still, yeah, you're right, he was still kind of marginalized somewhat compared to kind of other more neo-romantic composers, more traditional composers. And I think, yeah, that speaks to how John Cage was perhaps, yeah, misunderstood, as you said. But at the same time, he was very popular among European composers and avant-garde composers, much more so than kind of the establishment, let's say, in the US, who kind of saw that his methods were maybe not to their liking. So I think it's actually interesting that he's, I would say, more popular in Europe, even in Poland, than he is in the US.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Yes.
Could I have a follow-up? So related to that, like I was just wondering why you think there isn't such a focus on this era of Polish music kind of within the broader musicology canon or music canon. Do you think it's like because a lot of the attention that was placed on music and censorship during this time, especially in the USSR, is looked at, you know, through the eyes of the popularity of Shostakovich or other Russian composers, or then even dissidents or folks that emigrated to the US, such as Arvo Pärt, or other folks from, you know, other parts of the USSR. Can you kind of speak to why we maybe don't see like equal emphasis placed on folks like this?
Yeah, I think part of that is kind of the unique situation that happens in Poland after, especially after 1956, and the way kind of communist aesthetics, especially socialist realist aesthetics, are unsuccessfully implemented in Poland. And I think whereas with Shostakovich and Soviet Union, there's a lot more stricter censorship, and there is not as much kind of, as I mentioned, this lateral space between composers where they're kind of exchanging ideas, they're learning about developments in the West, and they're able to travel, they're able to listen to new music. And so I think it's overlooked because in some ways it doesn't fit the narrative of, you know, in Soviet Union, or as I mentioned with Arvo Pärt in what is now Estonia, but across the Soviet Union, not just in Russia, that there's the censorship is, I think, continues through 56. There isn't this kind of change. And I think importantly, there also, with that change, the aesthetic change, there also isn't as much of a government acceptance in the Soviet Union of avant-garde music that you see in Poland, where they kind of appropriate avant-garde music and say, look, this is our success, you know, these composers are winning the UNESCO international prizes because of us, because we allow them to. And you just don't see that in the Soviet Union as much.
Thank you. And I don't see any more questions. So, okay,
Just a quick remark. You mentioned György Ligeti, who is really one of the famous 20th century Hungarian composers. And just the street, one of the streets just beside the university, was newly renamed after György Ligeti because we have built this music center. So if you are walking that direction, you will find a street named
And I think
after György
I also
Ligeti.
saw by the Parliament, there's a new plaque, I think just installed last Monday for his 100th birthday, and that was the house where he lived in until he had to leave in 1956. So if you're walking by the Parliament, you can also see a little plaque for him.
Okay, thank you so much for the interesting questions, for provoking presentations. And now let me close the last panel of the day, and thank you for the contribution.
Thank you very much. And now we will have a couple of maybe 5 to 10 minute break because we are waiting for the participants of the roundtable, because now we are a little bit having more time than we expected originally.
So, but we won't wait until 6:30 as original plan. But now we have this short break, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will let you know. Please come back, right? Thanks.
What?
Start the formal presentation before our conference convener is here. But I know everybody's very, very tired, and it's been a very long day, and it's not usual to have the start of a presentation at 6:20 at night. This is usually, certainly in England, the cocktail hour. So I thought maybe we'd save a little time before Chaba comes in to introduce ourselves, and then we can pull that part out of the presentation. I think I've been introduced before. My name is Victoria Phillips, and I am a PhD from Columbia University, a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics, a global fellow at the Wilson Center. I wear a lot of different hats, but I think my favorite occupation is writing and teaching. And not in that order. So we'll go around the room.
Hello everyone, my name is Marek Mybrowski. I came from Poland. I work for the Institute of National Remembrance, especially in its archive. My work is related with maintaining archival record management system. I graduated history from the Catholic University of Lublin, and also I completed some IT studies. I add that I had privilege to work with Victoria Phillips on her book about Martha Graham. Thank you.
I'm Brian. I'm currently a PhD student at the University of Edinburgh and previously studied at the London School of Economics and the University of Hong Kong. And I took a course taught by Victoria Phillips at LSE. And my research focused on the modern East Asian economic history and also the US propaganda campaign in the early Cold War.
My name is Mateen Motoresi. I live in Brooklyn, New York. And I work outside of academia, but I'm heavily involved in the stamp collecting community in the United States. And when I give my presentation, you'll see why that is relevant.
and we met at an online conference.
That's right. Well, we were supposed to go to Berlin. They told us they would pay for everything in Berlin. And then at the last second, they said that because of Omicron, we had to do it via Zoom. But it was still a great conference, and we met each other.
Yeah, that was it. So this is the first time we've seen each
That's
other.
right.
In person.
That's right.
My name is Kira. I graduated last year from Columbia from the European Institute with my master's. I studied at NYU for undergraduate, and I currently work for the Texas legislature as a policy analyst.
Hello everyone, my name is Intek Hong, and I'm a PhD student of history at the University of Washington in Seattle in the United States. And currently, my dissertation project is working on the roles, investigating the roles played by the ethnic Koreans, also known as the Soviet Korean, and the translators and intelligentsia who contributed and how they facilitated the cultural relations between the Soviet Union and North Korea during the Cold War time period, especially in the 1950s and 60s.
Hi, my name is Severin Vyakonov. I did my PhD in Geneva last year on Soviet-Indian relations, and now I am a postdoc visiting researcher at NYU Georgian Center. It's Russian Studies Center in New York. I did my research on Indias, and here I also take the Indian part.
My name is Natalia Dimitrov, and I'm from Serbia. I graduated history from the University of Belgrade, and I'm just finishing my PhD. I completed it, but waiting for the defense. My research was focused on the competition between East Germany and West Germany for Yugoslavia and then Yugoslavia. And I met Victoria Phillips in this building a couple of years ago when I was attending a conference, like this same conference just years ago.
And my documents from Yugoslavia in my book are thanks to you.
Hi, my name is Janos Kemin. Some people may already remember me, but for those who don't, I work as a researcher at the National University of Public Service, and I have done a lot of things as a researcher, which includes historical research. So when Victoria asked me whether I could contribute, I was happy to do so. Thank you.
and this is kind of an appropriate chair. It's empty. So Margaret Peacock is on her way. She's also a very important part of this project. But there are also people who were not able to attend, who attend on Zoom. We meet every month on Zoom, because of schedules and kind of literally some, really, we have people sometimes in China, sometimes in Europe, sometimes in the United States, kind of wherever. So we meet, but not everyone is able to be there every time, which is one of the challenges of doing global history, which is what we're here to talk about. And
you waited for me to sit right in the middle.
We decided that's where you should sit.
Gosh, okay.
You've been introduced to Margaret already, so off we go. So what I'm going to do is just a very brief introduction, I hope. I'm really going to try, on the project. The Cold War Archival Research Institute is now at the Wilson Center. The history was that it started out as the Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty Project, and then became the CWHRC Project. The starting point was that the Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty archives had largely been undermined. Not undermined, but undermined. And many of the histories of Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty were written by people who worked for Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. So they were a little like inside baseball. What I was seeing was, A, there was some untapped documents, B, those people were still alive and had a great deal of knowledge, and C, what can we do by engaging young scholars with these archives and allowing the historian's gaze, the gaze of the people who, some of whom had not seen a radio, used their phones, what's a radio, to look at these archives and work alongside the people who were there. So A. Ross Johnson, who wrote one of the finest books and has left us, he was on the original board, whatever that is, of RFERL. We were challenging the idea of hard versus soft power, and we were looking at hard and soft power. How do hard power and soft power work together? And the Hungarian Revolution seemed to be a really excellent place to start, and there was lots of archival material here. And in that, we also worked with West Point Military Academy and brought in cadets from West Point Military Academy. So the project originally included undergraduates and graduates at all levels who worked together to do these projects. The foundation was that we work cooperatively, so we were challenging the academic silo paradigm. So what we said is that the basic premise is if each one of us looks at the exact same document, we're each going to read it differently and we're each going to find a different conclusion. Therefore, why not share information? And this idea of ripping pages out of books or hiding documents or concealing them under piles literally becomes old-fashioned, particularly accelerated by digitization. But our idea was that we wanted to work cooperatively. So initially, when we all had found documents and took pictures, we put them up in the cloud and shared them together. So then what we wanted to do eventually was broaden the scope. RFERL got tight to culture and hard soft power. The model was to go to 2 archives physically and work in those archives as a group. We started out with 5. We would go to the archive, we would travel together, go to the archives together, and at the end of every day, we would sit and talk about our projects, what we had seen that day, and share documents. So I had one example, like tell us again and again. One student was working on diplomatic wives, not ambassadors' wives, but diplomatic wives, and just doing a broad sweep, any country, just what did diplomatic wives do? And I had another student whose grandmother was in North Korea, and he was Korean. And so he was in the Korean cultural files. And he yelled out to her, we were the only people in the archive, so it was okay, "I've got something for you." And there in the Vietnamese country files for the State Department was a whole memo on diplomatic wives. Now, that scholar would never have been in that particular file. So that's the kind of exchange. What Anna said, bring me documents, bring me ideas. That was the idea. The Summer Institute on Conducting Archival Research, or SICAR, was something I did as a graduate student. The idea was to train young historians in archival research methods. The COVID outcome, a good outcome, was that the programs merged. So SICAR and CWHRC merged, and so we do 3/4 of a year of online lessons in conducting archival research, and then we all come to the archives together. So the question is, we're going kind of from the so what to the now what. So the epigraph for my book is, "Nothing is quite so strange as this thing called cultural exchange," which is a Dave Brubeck and Louis Armstrong opera about cultural exchange. It's the lyrics. And as Margaret was talking about, what I became fascinated and obsessed with was the politics of apolitical Cold War exports. Then we had the global in Cold War history. How do we do global history if we speak 1 to maybe 5 languages? But Martha Graham went to 25, 30 countries. I mean, how do I do all of that? And then reception. How do we know what the reception of something was, much less when we're navigating cultural history? So I went on to my next project with these ideas in my head, knowing I had not resolved a lot of these questions in my book, started a biography, and came across CARE and the Marshall Plan. And I was very well aware, having worked at the Rockefeller Archives quite extensively, about the private and public partnerships, and this was a big part of Cold War history. And I saw Eleanor Dulles, the subject of my biography, aligning with CARE International, which I thought was really fascinating. She was with the Army, she was with the State Department, she was aligning with CARE International. It was okay. And then I started doing reading on the Marshall Plan because she claimed to have seeded the Marshall Plan in Austria, and I came across this book, and it's a history of the Marshall Plan, but it has CARE International on the cover. CARE International is a private organization, and the Marshall Plan is a government program. So it's like, oh, that's a really interesting mistake. So then I was looking at the Berlin blockade and the famous candy bomber, and love this, right? Margaret had our fence, and here we have our candy bomber dropping Hershey bars in little parachutes to the poor children who are subjugated to the Soviet horrors. And then we have these wonderful thank you notes. My best thanks for the sky food. And then things like this: milk, the new weapon of democracy. Hell's fire, we're hauling grub, call it Operation Vittles. And this was said by Brigadier Joseph Smith, who was a central planner of the Berlin airlift. So I said, okay, COVID hit, what do I do now? I'm gonna find out what was inside these care packages. And it's like, really, during COVID? Yup, because I'm going online, and Nick Cohen, who is also a convener of this project, helped me a great deal. And we found, between pictures and fruits and online documents, we found what was inside the care packages, and all this government rhetoric about promoting the land of milk and honey, with milk as a weapon of democracy. You want to trade these things back and forth. So we have milk, branded USA, Domino sugar, gold medal flour, white, pure, and something that was clearly not apolitical. Figures like Uncle Ben's and Betty Crocker, right? So we have race and gender in that little care box. And then we have this idea of modernization, which was extremely important. We had instant coffee. Wow, Spam. It wasn't stale. It tasted good, but it wasn't stale. So then I came across this, and Ben Franklin cane sugar. Ben Franklin being the first diplomat of the United States, a founding father, he was the diplomat. And I'm like, what is this? So I went to CARE International. I said, oh, it's in the New York Public Library. I'm in New York. When the archives opened, CARE started ending. I have my first picture of me with my mask and my little reader's thing there. And I found this, because I was just kind of interested in Germany. Well, I'll start there. Ein CARE-Pact count. What? And then I started looking at this, and I opened it up, and this could be a paper. So there is so much going on in this cartoon with people hiding the packages under the bed. We've got the religious significance. We've got the woman taking her care package goods home with the church in the background. We have Christmas. There were programs called Operation Christmas Eve that the government put forward. So there's just a lot going on. Gender, so many things. So I said, let's look at the CARE records at New York Public Library. The historical statement in the CARE records is CARE was founded in 1945 to provide food and clothing to European victims of World War II. Well, we were in Germany. Okay, that's weird. Gradually, it broadened its focus to include ongoing projects in agriculture, nutrition, education, medicine, and community development. Wow. In conjunction with host governments, okay, but they're private. In developing countries in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America. This is sounding a lot like global Cold War history, and includes CARE's relationships with Medico, which provides medical care, the Peace Corps, that's government, the United States, and then I found the United States Information Agency, the United Nations, and many, many religious organizations. Okay, 1,494 linear feet of documents, 1,492 cartons plus 2 boxes, okay? Over 130 boxes of country files between 1945 and 1991 that go from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. Then the case of Berlin. Like the government archives at the National Archives, Berlin is a country. Last time I checked, it's a city. But it got a country code just the way it did in the National Archives at College Park. So this is again just an interesting thing. So now what do I do? What do I do? So I said, let's form a group. Let's get as many people who speak local languages to go find CARE in their country archives. Because they can see what the reception of CARE was. They can see how CARE worked with the host companies in their particular countries. So it started out with me saying, what do we do about the country files? It's growing and includes now people who are working on stamps, because stamps were a very important part. How do you get the packages to people if you're mailing them? You use stamps, right? How do you get their addresses? Well, the CIA was really interested in some of those addresses. There were it just goes on and on and on. I may attack books, religion, thank you letters, right? Emotional history, the history of gratitude and resentment. It just goes on and on and on. And even the financial history. CARE International floated shares of stock in a bank to do export-import currency exchange. This is absolutely mammoth. So we started the CARE project as a part of the CWHRC project to bring in this idea that we are all working together. We have somebody who's scanning documents at the New York Public Library. Kira was the archivist. We now have a new one, so we have a giant Zotero database. We share tags, we share documents, we share ideas, and there have been some really neat findings. We still have the now what question. Yes, we want to do an edited volume. Yes, we want to do a special something or other, academic, peer-reviewed, and all that. But we also want to do public history. How do we use the Wilson Center's platforms to do public history? So there's a lot of engagement that also goes into the Ukraine. So if we're going to look at, and Russia, if we're going to look at post-war reconstruction, what does the past, what does the Cold War tell us about post-war reconstruction policies, ideas of gratitude, resentment, nationalism, all, which you saw in our rice, all of these questions become very large in the present day. So with that, I hand it to Marek.
Thank you, Victoria. To start with, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful conference. The topic of my today's presentation is Difficult Beginnings, the first CARE mission to Poland in American and Polish documents. First, I would like to give you a brief overview on the CARE history in Poland. So, CARE operated in Poland during its free mission in the Cold War times. The first mission was between 1946 to 1949, then between 1958 to 1970, and the last one between 1982 to 1941. What connects, links the past with the present is that the CARE International returned to Poland in March 2022 in the face of Russian aggression to Ukraine. But now let's have a look at the origins of CARE in the post-war Poland. The organization started its activities to provide relief for those starving due to the war. As you can see for the quotation that I included in the presentation, food and medical situation in Poland was dramatic after the war. So the need for help from outside was so great. On your right, there is a picture of Herbert Hoover visiting Warsaw in March 1946 on his fact-finding mission, because I decided that this beginning operation of CARE in Poland and this visit were somehow connected. Okay, now I will go through some basic information on the CARE activities in this particular period from 1946 to 1949 of the background of Cold War history. So everything starts on February 1946 when executive director of our CARE write to ambassador of Poland explaining the CARE plan and asking for his assistance. At the same time, as you can see, the eastern and western blocks are approaching to the collision course. So we have George Kennan Long Telegraph, followed by Iron Curtain speech by Winston Churchill. Nevertheless, William MacDonald arrives to Poland as a CARE's representative to set up a CARE mission. I mentioned about this Hoover visit about food situation. All right. So next, in May 1946, so we have a contract signed between CARE and Polish government. The same day, the first shipment of packages for Poland left New York. In October, we have a presentation of CARE packages to Bolesław Bierut, communist president of the Republic of Poland, at a public ceremony. As you can see on the right side of the slide, political conflict increases, so we have forged parliamentary election in Poland, communists take power, we have Truman Doctrine declared. I wanted to emphasize here the UNRWA mission in Warsaw because it had a great contributions. Of course, UNRWA stands for United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. So between 1947 and 1949, CARE continues its operation despite many difficulties. New types of packages appeared, for example, kosher packages. At the same time, tensions between the US and USSR escalates, reaching its peak at the turn of 40s and 50s. So by the end of 1949, the Polish mission is formally closed. Just 6 months later, the Korean War begins. Interesting that Americans made some attempts to re-establish the mission. The first one is 1951, the second in 1953, but it was succeeded only in 1958. Right. So fascinating for me was the subject how communist secret services manipulated humanitarian organization in the post-war Poland. I think there is a research gap here, and I hope that analyzing the documents will shed a new light on the subject. Here is a short quotation that perfectly depicts the situation of care workers in Poland. So Polish government agents believed to be working in the office are playing hell with morals. Certainly reasonable evidence exists that we have at least 2 UB, Secret Service pigeons in the roost, one apparently watching the foreign element and the other watching indigenous personnel. On your right, you have an index card regarding Arthur Gamble, care mission chief to Poland. This operation card is from the archive of the Institute of National Remembrance. You have some basic information about Mr. Gamble, his last name, first name. What is the most interesting for me is the case, operational case codename Burza or Storm in Polish. It was an operational case for people who were involved somehow in anti-communist activities. So it's quite interesting. But the more interesting or fascinating for me was the circumstances of death, Mr. Arthur Gamble. Arthur Gamble died on his duty in 1949, but I'm not sure if I have time to explain it. Maybe
we'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if anybody has questions about the death, it's a really great place. Dinner.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so maybe let me move on to some conclusion. Of course, there are some basic conclusions from my initial research, but care operation in Poland have to be seen with connection to the political landscape and cooperation with other aid organizations like UNRWA, Red Cross. Of course, we have to emphasize mighty support of Polish Americans like American Relief for Poland, as well as religious organization. I placed it Catholic organization because they are most involved, but there are many others like Protestant Quakers. There were Jewish organization also. A heartfelt reception to packages, numerous letters of thankful written by Poles. Some of them were very emotional, like this for sent by orphans with their handmade paintings, or by our widows that he lost her husband at Auschwitz and had to raise her 6 children by her own. At the same time, a distrustful and some cynical approach to the organization activities by the communist government and its secret services. The last conclusion, the reason for closing up operation were both political. You remember these tensions, political tensions, pressure from the USSR, and economic, better for situation in Poland, rising custom cost on parcels, and establishing the PKO Bank, which was to distribute Polish goods abroad for currency. So thank you very much. That's for my part. I will hand it to you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to participate in the conference. And I will start my presentation with my ongoing PhD project, which not directly related to the Cold War. My research is focused on the war finance.
We have to make it go fast.
Yes.
So if you just get to care, and then everybody can ask you about your dissertation during dinner.
Because I will talk about the methodologies which will apply to the.
Okay, but just be sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll finish in 5 minutes.
Okay.
My research focused on the war finance of the Japanese Empire during the World War II,
and my thesis planned to explore the capital and power elite networks of the wartime Japanese industry by surveying the shareholders of the major producers. Nonetheless, I always think about the possibilities of applying this methodology to examine the capital and power elite networks in different time and different place. Although CARE is a non-profit cooperative channel, it closely tied to the U.S. business communities. For example, a CARE publication in 1957 entitled CARE, A Report to the People, shows the 18 members of the National Advisory Committee for CARE and also the board and staff representatives. Many of them are prominent businessmen and tycoons. For example, George Corpus, the president of National Business Company, and also H.J. Heinz, the second president of H.J. Heinz Company. Going back to the turn of the 1950s, Charles Bloomstein, the designated CARE historian, collected materials for writing the history of CARE. And one of the materials he collected is the partial list of firms and organizations giving CARE bunk orders. And the companies and the business of these companies are quite diverse, ranging from airlines, chemical company, financial services, radiator manufacturers, etc. And many of them are giant and multinational corporations. For example, the Monsanto Chemical Company, Coca-Cola, and the Pepsi are on the 1955 Fortune 500 list. I then create the business networks of this company based on the list of their board of directors from their annual reports in 1950. And as you can see here, the networks are connected, and the networks are connected by those people who sit on the board of directors of more than one corporations. Here are some examples. For example, Charles Chastain, a businessman from Pennsylvania. He's the directors of the Monsanto Chemical Company, American Airlines, and also the Indemnity Insurance Company of North America. And another example is David E. Williams, who was the director of the Indemnity Insurance Company of North America, and he is also the president of the Corn Exchange National Bank and Trust Company. In fact, many of the businessmen in the networks are tied with the financial institutions. For example, J.H. Whitley and Company, a venture capital firm, the Chase National Bank of New York, the Bankers Trust Company, Goldman Sachs, and the Lehman Corporation. But why does this matter? Because some of these financial institutions work closely with the companies who gave huge orders to CARE. For example, the Chase National Bank of New York City is the stock transfer agents of the National League Company, and also the Banker Trust Company is the transfer agents of the Pan American World Airway, the Pan Am. And lastly, in response to the claim about the humanitarian aid, politically neutral activities after the war, some of the businessmen in the networks are former military and government officials. For example, Cameron Forbes, the director of AT&T, is former U.S. ambassador to Japan, and W.H. Stanley, director of Pan Am, is a retired admiral and former U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union. So in the future, I hope to explore how these business and financial corporations, as well as the power elites, engage in CARE activities abroad, for example, assisting to set up funds and foundations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand up because I don't think I can see half of you over there. So basically, in the New York Public Library archives, there's a folder called Stamps. And basically, if you open it up, it's a letter that was written by the executive director of CARE to the post office back in 1949, requesting a U.S. stamp commemorating CARE. And the response from the post office is basically that, well, our schedule is kind of full, we have other stamps, maybe you can make your request next year. So that's what they do. CARE keeps sending requests year after year after year until finally, in 1971, they get a letter back from the post office being like, great, we agree with you, it's a great time to issue a stamp commemorating CARE. So that's basically all there is in that folder. So who cares, right? So, so what that it took 22 years for the lobbying effort for the post office to agree to issue a stamp for a particular organization. You go to the post office, There are plenty of different stamps all the time. What's so special about this one? So what's special is what was going on behind the scenes while CARE was sending in these requests to the post office. So during that 22-year period, for much of that time, international themes on U.S. postage stamps were not actually the responsibility of the post office or postal officials. So all those letters that CARE was sending to the post office were actually getting rerouted somewhere else. All of those decisions about what kinds of themes would be interesting on U.S. stamps, what kinds of images or symbols would resonate with foreign audiences, all of that was actually being coordinated by a separate committee made up of representatives from the State Department, the U.S. Information Agency, and strangely enough, the Department of Defense. And they would get together regularly and think about, if we send a particular stamp that's for a particular rate that's for Latin America, what would resonate with a Latin American audience, or what would resonate with like a European audience? And I have basically the notes of the government official who approved the CARE stamp, and I think it's pretty insightful. So I'll just read it quickly. It says, so this is the 25th anniversary of CARE. Mrs. Nixon is the honorary chairman of the National Committee for CARE. There's a gala dinner in Washington to be attended by high-ranking U.S. government and foreign officials. There are 4 foreign countries that have already approved a CARE stamp. And the Philatelic Division has been deluged with letters from organizations and private citizens supporting this issue. So just to recap, the boss's wife is now associated with this organization. You have all these foreign dignitaries in your country who are going to be hearing about this. You have the threat of 4 other countries being able to get this huge public relations benefit by essentially featuring like a U.S. organization before you do. And obviously you have all these private citizens who are writing in who are really excited about this topic. So this is the political context in which the post office finally decided that this is a great time to issue the stamp. And so studying these stamps can give you a lot of insight into interagency negotiations and bureaucracy and decision making. And do I have time for one more example?
Dinner.
Okay. Dinner.
All right, I'm not going to talk very long. I'm just going to be very quick, just to throw a hammer in the middle of these thank you notes. In the German files in the Landesarchiv in Berlin, I found a thank you note begging there's no CARE file in the Landesarchiv, but if you go to the mayor's office letters, there they are, thanking the mayor of Berlin for the CARE packages, and begging them, please do not send me these CARE packages. They are clearly, this is in the East, these are clearly American products, and I cannot afford to have them. I will go to jail. And this is all said in kind of veiled languages with references to prisons, but that was the essence of the letter. The other letter was clearly something that was somewhat manufactured because it was from somebody who said they lived in the rural area and they were completely impoverished and they couldn't thank them enough for the CARE letters, for the CARE packages. The letter was typed. Like, it was before 1950 and the letter was typed. It's like, that was not from a rural area, from a very poor person. So there are like a lot of ways that we can dig into this information.
Great. So my piece of my CARE journey's been weird. I think I was brought on initially to look at the Soviet stuff. And then after some good diving, I really found that the Soviet Union wanted nothing to do with CARE. And really wasn't interested in participating. So I also speak Arabic and decided to switch over to looking at Egypt because the CARE program was massive in Egypt and in the Middle East. And I think right now, at least, I'm the only person who's working in the Middle East. So I'm glad to sort of fill that gap. But what I found was really interesting. In 1956, the CARE mission to Egypt found itself in this really difficult position. So I'm basically... it's such a huge story that I decided I can only focus on one small thing, so I'm going to look at CARE during the Suez crisis. Because, why not, right? Everybody goes to 56. You guys get that? So CARE was running these multiple large programs in the region, particularly targeted towards Palestine refugees in Gaza. In 1955, they delivered 92 million pounds of milk powder, butter, oil, and cheese at the request of the Egyptian government, in addition to a myriad of other construction and vocational programs throughout the region. Every initiative required the approval of the Egyptian Interministerial Committee, with whom they had carefully curated a relationship since the start of the mission in 1954. So much of CARE's work and also required a collaboration with the UN Relief and Works Agency for the Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA. You guys maybe know UNRWA, right? So UNRWA had its own budgets, its own processes, its own personnel, with whom for the most part CARE worked pretty well. So the issue in 1956 was CARE's other partner, which was the United States government. So the calories that Palestinians desperately needed in Gaza came from surplus food supplies in the American Midwest, all of which was under the control of the United States Department of Agriculture. So on May the 17th, 1956, my birthday, actually I wasn't born in 1956, but May 17th, 1956, thank God. Actually 56 would be good. Actually, no, that would be terrible. I don't know. The Egyptian government, so the Egyptian government sent this desperate plea, and so this is in May of 1956, right before the Suez Crisis is going to hit. The Egyptian government sends this desperate plea to CARE for significantly more help than they had been receiving in the previous 2 years. And CARE's director, a guy named Fred Devine, CARE's director in Egypt, scrambled to organize these shipments of wheat and maize and beans and milk and cheese and butter oil. Unfortunately, though, we all know that the U.S. government had decided it wasn't going to be friends with Egypt anymore by the time we get to May of 1956. And so they refused to authorize the movement of the shipment of those goods from the Midwest out to Egypt, out to Gaza. And it created this massive diplomatic crisis. Nasser's government had recently signed an arms deal, remember, with Czechoslovakia. They had refused to authorize, and so the U.S. refused to authorize the aid. They also refused to finance the Aswan Dam. Nasser's government had recently signed this deal, and so his attacks on Western colonialism were unceasing, particularly over the radio. Allen Dulles, the U.S. Secretary of State, had already resolved to withdraw the American offer to finance the construction of the dam and all this aid. So there would be no American food for the Palestinian refugees. Now, Fred Devine, who was the head of CARE in Egypt, found himself caught in the crossfires of this escalating international situation, siding with Nasser, actually. So CARE sides with Nasser in this fight, and their counterparts at the UN. And they were primarily concerned with feeding the refugees and didn't really give a fig about American issues over, arms sales from Czechoslovakia. By the time we get to 1957, Fred Devine, the head of the Egyptian mission in CARE, was actually meeting with Nasser and with the heads of the UN, hunting for ways to literally bypass his own government in order to fulfill the CARE mission in Egypt. And so my project is going to attempt to tell the story of CARE during the Suez Crisis and its aftermath. It's going to explore the nature of the relationship between CARE and the U.S. government in the mid-1950s, paying really close attention to the way that CARE navigated the internecine spaces between government and international organizations, sort of functioning really as a very reluctant arm of American foreign policy. It actually periodically would just bypass U.S. strictures through the pursuit of alternative funding sources. And this, by the way, is exactly what CARE did. CARE ends up not being able to give the amount that Nasser had asked for, but they do end up literally ignoring U.S. directives and finding alternative funding sources to get aid to Palestinian refugees in 56.
All right. So CARE presently works a lot in Africa, as a lot of foreign aid organizations do. But they actually came to Africa pretty late compared to the rest of the world. They started in Europe, and then during the 1950s, they did a little bit of work in Latin America, a little bit of work in Asia. And other than Egypt, which is its own special case and for a lot of reasons, they didn't really pay much attention to Africa until after 1961, 1962. For those of you familiar with decolonization, these are significant dates. This is, the mass decolonization of the French countries in 1960. And so I really wanted to answer the question of why CARE waited until this point, how they navigated these complex politics. It seems likely that CARE's late entrance into Africa had less to do with their own goals and more with the desire to kind of avoid these complex geopolitics and not anger the US government, although that's not a final conclusion, that's just a preliminary hypothesis at this point, which is also further complicated by the fact that they started work in Sierra Leone, which was a post-colonial country, but they also started with Liberia, which had been decolonized 100 years prior, or more than 100 years prior. So on a smaller scale, I've started by investigating the ways that aid in Africa differed from aid to Europe, and as Margaret mentioned in her keynote speech, how the CARE projects there were very far from apolitical, and they represented the political aims of CARE, the United States, and the receiving countries, in this case, Liberia and Sierra Leone. So there was really a targeted effort to enter Africa. In September of 1961, two prominent members of CARE's staff, William Raymond and Wells Klein, as part of a team called the African Task Force, traveled to Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and Cameroon to investigate the levels and types of need in these countries. The survey included conversations with government officials, the U.S. embassies, and the U.S. operations mission in each country, as well as some field research, but it seemed like most of the conversations kind of happened at the higher levels. And it essentially revealed that these governments were most interested in receiving help from the U.S. in raising the next generation of leaders to further national development. And so Raymond and Klein chose to begin CARE's work in Africa, in Sierra Leone and Liberia, and they designed several programs that they believed suited these needs. The classic CARE food package was not a part of this. CARE provided materials that aligned with previous projects that had to do with kind of self-help, and focused on education, and it kind of shows that CARE and the governmental entities with which they collaborated had more interest in supporting the future development of African countries than in meeting present needs related to issues such as hunger and infrastructure. So, for example, in Liberia, there was a massive deficiency in school equipment and educational materials, because there were funds in the Liberian government's budget for teacher training and school construction, but there was no funding for school equipment, which meant there were no chairs, there were no desks, or any other furniture or materials in these classrooms. So CARE proposed to distribute a kit to each of the 2,200 teachers in Liberia, which would include maps, dictionaries, chalk, paper, pencils, and a leather football, amongst other items. And other early projects in the country included supplying textbooks. There was, talking about textbooks earlier, there was a lot of discussion over what textbooks were to be included and how they discussed history and so on and so forth, as well as more physical education equipment, which I won't go into, but I do think it's really interesting how CARE valued that. In the case of Sierra Leone, Klein and Raymond were concerned with the issue of sparse school attendance more than equipment, and so they determined that providing each school with ingredients for a daily meal, along with instructions and training for its preparation, would incentivize families to send their children to school. This was accompanied by concerns about hunger and nutritional deficiency, but their proposals made it very clear that the main reason for the program was to increase attendance rather than to solve the issue of hunger. And then later they also had a feeding program for pregnant and nursing mothers, which still showed a focus on youth and on development at young ages. And then the big interesting part that I find is also collaboration with the Peace Corps, which was proposed for Sierra Leone and not in Liberia, although the Peace Corps began work in Liberia in 1962 outside of CARE, and organizations crossed paths quite a bit. And the CARE Peace Corps collaboration in Sierra Leone ended up kind of reflecting the different goals of these two organizations and reflected a lot about kind of this foreign aid, public-private relationship. CARE provided material aid, the Peace Corps provided volunteer-based aid, and while CARE's work was national and future-focused, Peace Corps work was a lot more local, focused on meeting present needs, focused a lot on infrastructure development. And also, at the same time, though, you see these distinctions, but the ideas for this early work came from the African Task Force. They both came from the same source. William Raymond and Wells Klein designed all of these projects with, discussions with the U.S. government and governments of Sierra Leone and Liberia. And it generally appears that at first CARE kind of utilized its expertise to provide much of the plans, materials, and leadership, and the Peace Corps, as a very new organization with not a lot of experience, provided the volunteers. The Peace Corps was also different. It was a direct representative of the United States government, and CARE had a job to do here to mold the program to comply with the requests of U.S. ambassadors and Peace Corps leadership in the country, occasionally even against their own ideas about best methods, which came up a lot more later in their relationship. And eventually, the Peace Corps development of a distinct organizational identity as they grew led to a lot of incompatibility with CARE and made it very difficult for the two organizations to work together because they had different goals. And the Peace Corps ultimately no longer really needed CARE because they were now experienced and they'd grown quite a bit. So to conclude quickly, the very first projects in Sierra Leone and Liberia really show how CARE analyzed and prioritized need in Africa, and even hint at how the U.S. Analyzed and prioritized this need. And this represented the goals of state and non-state actors relating to African development. And though later projects mirrored CARE's work in Europe by providing nutritional aid and medical aid, it's important to look at the first ones as they reflect initial goals. And so these first two projects, as I said, they reflected investment in children, or as CARE not liked to call them, they called them this once, but CARE called children the human fabric upon which the future depends. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be just talking about three major things. Well, first of all, I'm taking care of the CARE and its operation in South Korea, and I'll be talking about three major things. First, its involvement in South Korea, and second, the existing trend in the existing scholarship of CARE in South Korea, and also, lastly, what I am actually researching and what I will be focusing for my own project. So, in South Korea, CARE operated from the year of 1949. And it paused a little bit from 1950 to 1952 because that was the time of the Korean War. And after 1952, they resumed their work in a more intensive level, and they continued up to 1979, the year in which they declared that South Korea graduated from their assistance. And definitely, there were three major types of assistance that they provided. First one was definitely food package. And second one is a general relief for the self-help. Self-help is a really important kind of slogan that CARE always emphasized. And lastly, CARE's contribution to the development project, including construction and also the infrastructure. For example, there was a project called Integrated Meal and Education Program in South Korea, which began in the year of the 1960s. And this actually left a really lasting impact in South Korean society, arguably, because it not only just spread the idea of what makes a good balance of nutrition for children, but at the same time, it basically provided an ideal motherhood by asking mothers to be the main actor, making their children to be healthy. So that was the kind of the overview of the activities of the CARE in South Korea. And there are two existing trends in the existing studies of the CARE in South Korea. The first trend is there's a more of interest and attention to the cultural aspect rather than political aspect of the CARE activities in South Korea. For example, most scholars these days are trying to unpack the cultural meaning of CARE aid and its emphasis on the voluntary or civilian or humanitarian aid. So in other words, basically, the scholars are trying to unpack the meaning of those, the assistance itself, which have been personalized and humanized very much. And secondly, which is more relevant to my own research project, scholars are becoming more interested in the CARE and its connection to the governmental agencies, and also governmental agencies in the US and South Korea. For example, there was a large milk feeding program. I mean, as Victoria said, milk was the most important symbol and item for the CARE packages. And this milk feeding program in South Korea was initially initiated by the UNICEF, but in the year of 1955, it was moved to the CARE. And when the CARE was taking care of this project, CARE actually could not pursue this project by itself, because definitely, first of all, it had to get some assistance from the United States in terms of transportation. Secondly, it had to work with the Ministry of Health in South Korea to discuss how this milk product will be distributed. So this is a great example of how the governmental agencies or government interests were actually directly being involved in the CARE activities in South Korea. Another great example is actually the growing amount of the surplus agricultural product from the US to South Korea, thanks to the strong urge from the Ministry of Agriculture in the United States, because they definitely wanted to also dispose this surplus agricultural products, and
these agricultural products were oftentimes moved to South Korea for the food aid assistance, basically. And definitely in the behind the scene, there were a lot of some ongoing conflicts and conversations. For example, South Korean government continued to make a complaint that they do not want to milk powder aid anymore because they think that milk powder are not really appropriate for their South Korean kids and their kind of like dishes that they are more accustomed to. And what happened after that was U.S. government was proposing the idea that changing the milk powder to the soybean milk powder. And this was a kind of interesting context because at that time there was a strong urge from the Ministry of Agriculture in the U.S. saying that we need to dispose this surplus beans, the soybeans from the United States. So that's a kind of the ongoing trend of the scholarship. And lastly, what I am trying to work on is basically a specific case of the CARE project in South Korea. There was an interesting project called the Freedom Town, which there were 5 towns called the Freedom Town established in the South Korea in the year of 1955. And interestingly, these 5 towns, excluding this one town which was located in the very much southern part of South Korea, all the other 4 towns were located near the front line, near the North Korea. And more interestingly, most residents of these new towns were actually the people, the displaced people who originally came from North Korea to South Korea during the course of the Korean War. So definitely we can make a suspicion that these 5 freedom towns were used as a kind of good propaganda tool during the Cold War time period. And more interestingly, definitely CARE which was the non and private organization, as they say, they were actually pretty much involved in this project. But the thing is, when I was looking through the documents, actually there has been no study on this Freedom Town itself. So my plan is actually going back to South Korea this summer and collect more governmental documents on this Freedom Town and asking those basic questions such as what was the main goal and what policies and specific plans that were established behind this idea and how these towns were portrayed in media in the context of the Cold War, if these towns were meant to be a great symbol or the examples of the propaganda. So basically that's what I'm interested in, and hopefully if I can finish this project really well, I'm just hoping that I can contribute not only to our sources of reference for making some good comparison and contrast, but at the same time making some deeper meaningful discussion of the CARE Project International and also providing some interesting insight to the global Cold War studies.
Thank you. And also just to add, Intech was a Seymour Fellow last year, so apply.
Thank you. Right now I can talk more about the context of the project because the findings I'm still looking at research. So why India is so important and it's very specific. Just thinking about 1950s, if you compare it to the Middle East, population of Egypt was 20 million. Iran was 15 million, 15 million, and India was 400 million people. And it was the most developed country among developing countries. So CARE was there from 1950, and India just came out of the partition with Pakistan, and now in historiography people see that this partition was actually should be compared to a war. There were hundreds of thousands of deaths and millions of refugees. And now we can see that the Indian political system is quite resilient. Nothing really happened from its independence to now. No big revolutions or coups. But if you look at political elites of the West in 1955, it was not clear at all what was going on in India at this point. Indian government, they adopted policy of non-alignment that actually opened the country for all superpowers. And by 1960, there were about 5 million Americans working in development agencies and about 5,000 American, 5,000 Soviets for different projects. And I want to specifically work on the end of the 1950s because in 1957, state of Kerala elected communist government. It was the first communist government in the world elected democratically. And in the Cold War context, that was definitely something very scary. China just became communist 7 years ago. There is a war. There was war in Korea. There is a war in Southeast Asia, and it looks like, oh, okay, then it's the domino effect is happening now. There are documents that CARE looks at Kerala carefully and they want to be present there. And what I'm looking from the 50s and 60s and then 70s, it looks like there was a massive project to supply food and milk powder to schools in India. And I assume like by middle of 1960s, there were states that had like each school would get a package from care with food, and I'm not sure how it was on a daily basis or there was like a program that would come every several months. But what I assume now, it was something really massive, and it looked like every child in India in 1960s would get this product, and they would see this is American humanitarian aid, and they were like generations that grew up with that. So I suppose that this was a big project for America to be present in India, and this was a big thing for public diplomacy to show that there is a big superpower there in the country, and that you, through this object, you would feel there is some connection to this power overseas. It's like always a good example, like we're here in Budapest right now, but if you look in this room, there would be lots of material objects produced in China, actually. And you understand that China is something really, really big and important right now. So I think that was the idea of American policymakers. With India, there was a very specific thing for American public diplomacy, that it had massive amount of financial resources, and it looked like it was really something unprecedented. There was the public law 4488 that brought American surplus wheat to Indian government. Indian government was paying back in Indian rupees to American State Department, and Americans, they could not use this money fully in the country because it would boost the inflation rates. So they were just keeping this money in the bank, didn't do anything, and they decided just arbitrarily that they would use 10% of this money. Apparently, it was equivalent of $300 million in the 1960s. Looks like something very big, and use this money for public diplomacy purposes. And United States Information Agency, they would understand who would get this money. I didn't see that CARE was part of it, but I suppose it probably was. So there is an interesting topic about milk powder that initially, even in the 19th century, it was a thing to give mothers more time, to give mothers product that they would give to children, and they would be able to work. And was there this idea of modernization that women would be more free to work? Was there this modernity program for care in this sense? I'm not sure. So for now, I think.
So, as Victoria proposed 2 years ago, the topic of my part here is care operations in Yugoslavia. So after Kira and other colleagues from New York did their part in the New York Public Library, I did my part in the archives of Yugoslavia and in diplomatic archives in Belgrade. So just briefly, CARE operated in Yugoslavia between 1950 and 1968. This initial agreement in 1950 was reached after several years of unsuccessful attempts and was finally signed following the Yugoslav split. So basically, it was a precondition for CARE, for Yugoslav government to let CARE in the country. And according to this agreement, CARE delivered packages in Yugoslavia. There was a book program and program of supplying scientific institutions with scientific equipment. The most fruitful phase of CARE operations in Yugoslavia was in 1951, when a massive program of providing US surplus food through CARE was initiated. It lasted for 6 months. It was at a time known as the largest, or called the largest single relief operation ever undertaken by a private company in one country. So it was really significant. This food aid reached almost 1/5 of the Yugoslav population over the course of 6 months. It was extensively publicized both in Yugoslavia and in the US. And at the very end of this program, in September 1951, Paul French, the care director, was received by the Yugoslav President Tito and was even given a medal for as kind of a gratitude for care activities in Yugoslavia during this year. However, this friendly attitude of Yugoslav officials changed very quickly. On one hand, these amounts of aid were not available the following year. And on the other hand, Yugoslav officials became increasingly hostile towards care representatives as American values were reaching Yugoslav people through care packages and other means of care aid. So CARE continued its operations in Yugoslavia for the next 17 years, providing all sorts of goods that were agreed in 1950, and also between 1953 and 1968, an annual agreement was reached every year to provide, again, food surplus, U.S. government's food surplus to Yugoslavia through CARE. But what differentiated this food surplus program from the one in 1951 is this one was limited to certain medical, health, and welfare institutions. So it did not reach that many people as the 1951 program. CARE also supplied help during natural disasters. There was a huge program aimed at Hungarian refugees in Yugoslavia between 1956 and 1959, 1960 approximately. And during the 1960s, this cooperation gradually declined. On one hand, the amounts of assistance available were declining. On the other hand, Yugoslavia was becoming one of the leaders of the non-aligned movement, receiving American aid became somewhat compromising for the Yugoslav regime. And also, the relations between the US government and the Yugoslav government affected very much the situation in which CARE found itself in Yugoslavia. And also very important, especially in light of the Vietnam War, in which Yugoslavia supported the North Vietnamese side, CARE was somehow caught between these major foreign political issues between the two sides. And also ideological adversary played a role. This ideological adversary between the Yugoslav officials and the Americans played was reflected on the position of CARE in Yugoslavia. So what was very interesting to me, and which is in relationship with this private-public partnership that Victoria and other project members mentioned, is that although when one thinks of CARE, one usually thinks of CARE packages, but 19% of the whole amount of aid that was provided to Yugoslavia during these 18 years actually came from the American government food surplus, and only several percent of the overall amount was in the form of CARE packages. As this initial research that I've done so far shows us that albeit CARE was nominally strictly humanitarian and apolitical in nature, its assistance was very much dependent on Yugoslav-American relations, on the general international situation, and on these ideological adversaries that were existing. So far I've been able to see the reception both from the on the side of the Yugoslav government and the recipients themselves. And I hope that the following 2 days will help me to understand the American side of the story better.
And not last but not least, we return full circle to Hungary, where we sit. Sorry.
Stand here. As time is running out, I will try to keep my comments really short. So, CARE is a well-known entity in most of Europe, and when I was asked to look at what they did in Hungary, at first I was unsure whether they were here. Now I can say that they did their best to be in Hungary. Between 1947 and 1949, there was a CARE presence. This short period is due to bureaucratic problems and to the ascent of the Rákosi regime. So there was less and less political will to handle US presence in any form in Hungary. So CARE was, the paperwork wasn't renewed after 1949. So fast forward to 1956, and suddenly the Hungarian issue or Hungarian question becomes very important in the region due to the refugee crisis, due to the conflict potential of what was happening in Budapest and Hungary as a whole. So CARE suddenly found itself in Vienna and also in Yugoslavia and in the border region. And there was this massive issue, which they, as far as I can say, perceived to be a great opportunity to use. And I have to add that refugee issues weren't that much sexy back in 1950s. But the Hungarian issue put this whole thing into a positive light. So CARE concentrated in the first instance on food, what it was very good at. But we can see from the documents that they very quickly expanded their horizons. So they set out to do shoe collection and distribution, clothes, textbooks. They also talked about helping build a dormitory for Hungarian refugee students, and also they became participants in a very interesting project which wasn't started by them, but it wanted to create a example for how refugees can be integrated. So there was a pilot project called Galvania, which tried to create a private company based on refugees who got loans from private US entities, and the CARE became one of the major financiers of this project, which, as far as I can tell, started and became more or less self-sufficient. It's very interesting to look at the CARE correspondence regarding their relations to the US Embassy, but also to the Red Cross. There was a, well, sometimes friendly, sometimes hostile attitude towards the Red Cross because they were doing very much the same as CARE were doing, and sometimes they perceived it to be, well, not so helpful to support their financial projects at home, but other times they cooperated with the Red Cross. For example, they wanted to come to Budapest in 1956, and they used the Red Cross as a go-between for this. At the end of the day, this didn't work out. The Hungarian government wasn't really willing to accept CARE representatives in Budapest, but the issue is very interesting from the diplomatic perspective. And on the later stages, I'm sure that CARE also tried to be present in Hungary. Right now, I don't have the necessary background, but I hope to expand on that in the future. So thank you very much, and I hope I didn't take up too much time.
Thank you. And with that, I am handing the podium to Professor Beckish to close the conference. Thank you all so much, and thank you for your attention at this late hour. And if anybody's interested in CARE International, please contact me.
Of course, let's very great roundtable, so I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying a couple of words about the conference itself. Of course, you don't have to be afraid of my trying to summarize the conference. But all I have to say is that I'm very pleased, and I think this has been again a very successful conference, and we just look forward to a similar conference next year. And with that, let me just say a couple of words. Thanks to the most important elements of this conference, and first and foremost, our great partner and helper and supporter, mentor, co-organizer Victoria Phillipson, who is really the mastermind behind the corporation. And without her, definitely this conference would never have been organized. So definitely that's the most important thing to say. But also we have to thank to the two excellent keynote speakers as well, so to Margaret and Tinatin, and to all of the panel chairs of this conference. And of course, that's a very important element of the event. And of course, we shouldn't forget about the participants. So thanks for coming. Thank to all the participants and the presenters of this conference. And last but not least, let me just thank our staff, which is the staff of the Corvo Historical Center. It's a small group, it's a small staff, but it has been very effective. I hope you will agree that they did a great job. So this is about thanking our present research coordinator, Leonardo Zanata, who you were in contact with over the email and now here personally as well. And also thanks to our two former research coordinators who are also here and are helping us throughout the years, János Kemény and Simon Szilvás, who also had, of course, a lot and were present and were doing their best to make this conference as successful as possible. And we shouldn't forget about them. Interns, we have present interns as well, and all our present interns gave us a lot of help in making this conference happen. So with all that, again, thank you for your coming here and being part of this conference, and I wish you a good trip back when you go home. But before actually finishing and closing down the conference in a couple of seconds, I'm asking everybody to come out to the corridor after this, right? And we would like to make a kind of joint group photo, okay, so for a couple of minutes, it doesn't last long, and then together we would walk to the restaurant for the farewell dinner, right? So thank you very much for your
There's a lot going on. You don't need milk stuff. Seems like somebody could do a whole thing just on milk.
I am not even touching milk. I have milk that I can talk about, and I'm not going to go.
I just wrote that.
Well, I came across this whole correspondence where CARE is sending milk, and the Egyptians are writing back saying, no, thank you. The Soviets have already sent us